Once in a love.
Brother, your boy Jagmeet's done.
Yeah, why you say that?
Huh?
What you say that for?
I don't know. The polls are kind of looking. No, it's not looking too good for him.
Oh, it looks like PP's done then too.
I don't think so.
Well, according to the polls that you're talking about, the polls. Well, the polls show that Pierre's done too.
I mean, yeah, Mark Carney's polling higher than him, but like
Like way, not just a little bit higher, like way higher. Like Pierre might not even win his seat, right? According to the projections that are coming out of Carleton, right?
Yikes. I mean, I guess we'll see when the election happens.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same to you, right? So, I guess
What do you think about
see.
You watched the debate, right? What do you think about the debate?
Oh, it was good. I liked where Jagmeet Singh held people to account for not using the G word.
What's the G word?
Oh, it's one you can't say on TikTok or I'll get pee slapped.
It's
what's going on in Gaza.
Oh yeah.
The only person that will actually say it is Jagmeet. So
I don't know. He kept interrupting Brock. Like in the English one, I think he did terrible. In the French one, I don't know. I'll speak French, but
well, I mean, everybody was interrupting. It's kind of like on here sometimes. People get passionate, right?
So are you going to be voting NDP or?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
If I don't go early, then when it comes time to, I will. Yeah.
And what province you from?
Ontario.
Thanks for your service. That's like a free vote.
Oh.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, that's kind of cringe, dude. Not gonna lie.
Oh,
Did you have any actual arguments, or are you just up here to act a fool?
Oh yeah, so when it comes to Pierre, right? Like,
How old are you, by the way? Are you like 18?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you have like zero life experience, and you're gonna come here and talk to me about politics.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that.
Oh, okay, cool. This should be good. So go ahead.
So the reason why I voted for Pierre, right, is because
yeah,
I don't know, like no one really like when it comes to Trudeau, right? I feel like a vote for Mark Carney, because realistically the NDP wouldn't win, so right. So I just narrowed myself down to Pierre and Mark Carney, right? And I felt like a vote for Mark Carney was a vote for Trudeau because Mark Carney worked for him as his economic advisor for like 5 years, and the country, kind of doing shit.
You think Mark Carney's like a liberal?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not. He's a conservative, but like all of his policies are progressive conservative policies. You wouldn't remember because like this was before your time, but in the early 90s, the progressive conservatives existed, and they were a much different party than the Conservative Party of today, right? Much different. And Mark Carney's more of a conservative from that time, fiscally conservative. He's cutting the inclusion rate for the capital gains tax. So there was going to be an increase from 50% inclusion to 60-some% inclusion for everything over $250,000. He's cutting that. He cut the carbon tax. He's planning on making cuts to the federal government. He's planning on cutting the expansion of funding for the federal government from an 8 or a 9% increase every year to a 2%. So slashing the budget for the federal government, which means more jobs being cut from the federal government. He's pretty conservative.
Okay, but for the carbon tax thing, right? You said he like scrapped the carbon tax.
Yeah, it's.
I just found that
he put it down to zero.
Yeah, I found that thing a little fishy, right? Because the carbon tax is still in law, and it's just like a bit fishy, right? Because he has a whole book.
Well, because they haven't sat in Parliament yet, right? Since Parliament was prorogued, they haven't sat in Parliament, so they can't actually vote on any new, like, to remove the law or to amend the law to remove the consumer carbon tax. Like, that's what they'd have to do. They would have to actually put forward legislation and pass that legislation in order to make that change permanent. What they did was something called an order in council. So he actually put the consumer carbon price down to zero, which means that all of the rebates that people were getting as well too, they won't be getting those rebates anymore, because a lot of people actually were getting back way more money than they were actually paying in carbon tax.
Yeah, but the thing that makes it fishy is that if you look at his record, right? He has a book on the carbon tax.
Yeah.
If you look at his record, he strongly supported the carbon tax.
Do you know why we need the carbon tax?
Wait, one second.
Or some sort of carbon programming? Well, I know, like, I mean, you've already made your statement, right? Like, it's fishy because he wrote about the carbon tax.
No, I didn't land the point though, right? He wrote about it. Has a bunch of books on it.
So if you look at his record, so you read the entire book?
No. But if you look at it, you could tell that he cares deeply about it, right?
But how would you be able to tell that if you haven't read it?
Wait one sec. And then 30 days before the election, just magically he changes his mind. Because I remember watching, I looked at some verses. I forget, I could pull them up, but I looked at some verses that showed that he deeply thought it was a good idea.
Okay. So do you know why we need some sort of carbon pricing, whether it's the carbon tax or something else?
To stop us from polluting or some nonsense?
Well, there's that, which is like our ethical sort of responsibility. But fiscally, the reason why we need it is because we're part of the Paris Accord. And if we don't have some sort of carbon pricing, we're going to be subject to tariffs from trade when we trade with Europe. So we would have to pay more for goods because we don't have some sort of carbon pricing. There's also the ethical dilemma, which is the fact that we're number 6 when it comes to carbon pollution per capita. We're tied with the United States per capita. The countries that are above us are all oil producers. It's because of our oil and gas sector and because of the fact that we heat through the winter and we don't have, a very robust green energy. Like there's some places, like in Ontario, we have quite a bit of green energy, but a lot of places don't have like a robust infrastructure when it comes to green energy. And so like fiscally and like monetarily, we would be subject to tariffs if we didn't have some sort of carbon pricing. And so the carbon tax itself, which is kind of a misnomer because it's more of a levy than a tax. They call it the carbon tax though, but it was revenue neutral. So all of the money that was collected from the biggest polluters, oil and gas, large industry, all of that carbon tax that was collected from them was redistributed to the people that didn't pollute. So consumers actually got a rebate if you weren't in like the provinces that had their own carbon pricing didn't apply to them. But anybody that was on the federal carbon tax because their province didn't come up with their own carbon pricing, people there received a rebate. In Ontario, it was $1,800 for a family. So there's some families that are spending maybe $300 to $500 a year in carbon tax, but receiving $1,800 back. So they're actually receiving more back because they're low end, like they're not polluting as much as these higher end people. So it was actually it was revenue neutral. The government didn't make any money off of it whatsoever. All of the money that was collected from the highest polluters was redistributed to the lowest. Okay,
that's a fair point. And if what you were saying was true, right?
It is
true. If what you were saying was true, then the carbon tax would be good, right? However, look, right? I don't see the EU threatening to place tariffs on our country because we're part of the Paris
Accord, the Paris Agreement, which is an environmental agreement that we signed, a little over a decade ago now. And so we're subject to that. So if we don't have some sort of carbon pricing, we would be subject to tariffs. It's not about a threat or anything like that. It's just the reality of the situation, right?
Yeah, but we don't have a carbon tax right now, and they're not threatening us with tariffs.
We do for industry. We still have one in place for industry. So now we're collecting money from industry for carbon tax, just not a consumer carbon tax, but from industry we're collecting a carbon tax but that money's not going out into rebates for people because they've turned off the consumer carbon tax. It's actually the worst of both worlds now. Like, they've shut off the consumer carbon tax, which, sure, that'll save you 17 cents a liter on gas right now, but you're not getting any sort of rebate back. And I mean, if you drive an electric car, you don't pay that for your fuel, right?
Okay. And basically, you want us to be like the EU's bitch, and like, if we don't align with their views, then they're going to place tariffs on us, which is bad, and we should follow their views.
It's not about aligning with their views. It's we signed an agreement, and that's part of that agreement. You know what a contract is, right? Like, it's like that. Like, if you don't hold up your end of the contract, there are stipulations in there.
Wait, how long is the contract?
That I don't know. But it's something.
Well, yeah,
it's something that we signed on to because it's important. I mean, like, climate change is real, whether or not people want to, understand it or not. It's real. It's happening. It's something that we need to address, and it's kind of gotten to the point now where we've blown through some of the points where we can even stop it from going up a certain amount. Like, we're already past the point of no return when it comes to reducing. So the goal used to be to reduce the global temperature by 2 degrees. That's impossible now. So now it's 3 degrees. Now it's 2 degrees because it's impossible to reach that target now because we've blown through it. It's not taken seriously at all. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money off of oil and gas and stuff like that, and they have a lot of money invested in muddying the waters and confusing people when it comes to things like environmental policy.
Okay, fair. Yeah, if I can't lie, if it's a contract, then we should definitely honor it and not break the contract.
Well, that's the thing is, even if Pierre Poilievre gets in and he gets rid of the carbon tax, quote unquote, he's still going to need some sort of carbon pricing. And even Stephen Harper had carbon pricing. It was a little bit different of a scheme. Like he had, I believe his was cap and trade, which is different. But he did have carbon pricing. So like Stephen Harper came up with the idea of it far before the Liberals were in power. And he, when he won in 2011, I believe they decided not to go with it because they had a majority government. They didn't have to work with anybody anymore. But I mean, he did come up with the idea originally, and a lot of the carbon pricing that we're seeing now is actually like conservative solutions to this issue, right? Because there's other ways to go about it, right? Are you familiar with like the idea of externalities?
No.
So, like a factory that produces widgets, say, and it's pumping pollution into the air, right? They pay for they have certain inputs that they pay for, and those are costs that they incur. Things like inputs, labor, to create the widgets. But there's certain things they don't pay for, and one of those is externalities. So when they pollute and they put that pollution up into the air, that creates a cost somewhere down the line, whether it's dirtying the water, dirtying the air, causing human health situations where people now have to like use more healthcare. Right, there's a cost involved with that. Like, it's not just free to pump pollution into the air. Like, there is a cost somewhere down the line. Companies aren't paying that cost, right? It's a cost external to what they're paying. Carbon pricing, whether it's cap and trade or carbon tax, is a way of making companies pay for those externalities that they weren't paying for originally, and so. It's a kind of a way of not allowing companies to get away with making society at large foot the bill for their externalities, so to speak.
Yeah, but like that's a fair point, and if everybody had this carbon tax, it would be excellent, right? But the reality is that our country is not really going to make a difference if we have this carbon tax. We have huge polluters like China, right? America, all of that.
We're doing our so we don't have to China's actually a world leader in green energy. Like they are advancing when it comes to that stuff as well too. So they are doing their bit for themselves, right? United States is a whole other story. I don't think they give a fuck about anything. But here in Canada, we're number 6 when it comes to per capita carbon pollution. So we are one of the biggest issues. And we're not carbon neutral no matter how many... I've heard, we're carbon neutral, this and that. It's not true. We do have a lot of trees, but you can't really just take how much a tree sequesters when it's fully mature and divide our carbon pollution every year by the amount of trees. Like it doesn't work that way, because every time a tree dies, it actually gives off CO2. Up until it reaches maturity, on average, it's actually putting out more carbon pollution than it's sequestering. So it's only sequestering once it's fully matures. There's a lot of variables that go into it, but we're not like, you'll hear the point all the time. It's like straight out of the oil and gas industry, propaganda book, is that we're carbon neutral. It's just not true. Especially now as the planet's warming up, because we've gone too far at this point. Every year more and more is being released from the ground that was frozen into the ground, and that starts to become exponential at a point.
Okay. I can't lie. Like at first, at the start of this conversation, I thought the carbon tax was like useless, but now I actually see it as like a price that's worth paying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like when it's explained, it makes a little bit more sense. I can see that, but is it the perfect program? I don't think so. But yeah, the one that we had was revenue neutral, so a lot of people were getting back more in rebates, especially if they're low users, right? And like I heat my house with propane, for instance. If I were to, spend a little bit of money and insulate my house better, I would use less propane and pay less carbon tax. So it's also a financial incentive to become more efficient and to use less as well too. So from that regard, right? And if I was to go fully solar, like if I was to get, it would take probably about 30 panels for all the electricity for my house. If I was to do that, then I mean that I would have to pay a little bit up front to get that system in place. But I'm going to be like if we still had that program in place, I'd be saving quite a bit. And it's like I would be reducing my usage by quite a bit, and my reliance on the outside grid. And because in Ontario we still use quite a bit of natural gas to produce electricity. I think it's like 30% of our grid, because Doug Ford increased the amount. We were going very green before Doug Ford got in, and now he's kind of reversed all of that, because the people that fund him like that. So because you get like politicians are gonna appease the people that keep them funded. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I have a question, right? This is like slightly off topic, but like, well, do you believe the polls, like, or not? Like,
oh yeah. So I go off of aggregate polling. So aggregate polling is I'm 338 is the example for that, right? What they do is they don't just take one poll and say this is the projection. What they do is they take all of the different polls that are being put out by all of the different companies, because there's different polling companies. There's Main Street, Ecos, Leger, all of those different ones. And each one of those gets a letter grade, like in school, from A to F. And that letter grade is based on their predictive, like how they predicted past results. So their polls, how it predicted past results, gives them a letter grade, and then they use that to weigh that polling data into an aggregate. So an aggregate being they take a bunch of polls and put it in and come up with an average or a projection from all of those different polls. And so it's pretty accurate. BC election, Saskatchewan election, New Brunswick election, Ontario election, all just happened within the last 6 months or so. And the aggregate polling was pretty bang on for all of those, right? It pretty much told us what was going to happen ahead of time.
Damn.
Because, like, if you're looking at a one-off poll, it's probably, it's hit or miss, right? But if you're looking at an aggregate of polls over a certain amount of time that are weighed properly based on past performance of each of those pollsters, it's a lot more accurate. People always say, well, what happened in the U.S.? Even in the U.S., right? People are like, oh, they said Kamala was going to win. Kamala was going to win. No, actually, the polls right before Election Day in the U.S. said it was going to be a toss-up. They pretty much had it at 50-50. The margin of error is 4 points, and Donald Trump got 48. So the result was within the margin of error as well, too. So, like, when you do an aggregate poll like that, it's pretty accurate.
So you believe, like, without a shadow of a doubt, Mark Carney's gonna win?
I mean, if the election was today, like, there's still a week left. So, I mean, we don't know 100% what's going on. But it's looking like, yeah, he's going to win. Whether or not it's a minority government or a majority government, I think they have, the last I checked, let's pull it up. I haven't checked it today, so let's check together. I check this shit every day, so I'm a bit of a nerd like that. You know what I mean? Ontario's starting to go down. The Conservatives are starting to climb in. Yeah, so the chance of a majority government is decreasing right now for Liberals. NDP seat count is increasing from, it was at like 6 last week. It's up to 9 and increasing right now. So I think there's a shift happening there. So the last week, the Conservatives had a 1% chance of winning a minority government. Now they have an 8% chance, according to this. So there's a 71% chance of a Liberal majority, 20% chance of a Liberal minority, and 8% chance of a Conservative minority government. And if we get a Conservative minority government, it wouldn't be the worst in the world, because the balance of power would be held by the other parties. So they would need to work with other parties to be able to get anything passed. They wouldn't be able to just pass whatever they want. If there's another Liberal minority, I doubt. If there's a minority government of any sort, I don't think it's going to last very long. But I do think that. Excuse me, minority governments are best case scenario, because it forces whoever is forming government to be able to work with other parties in order to get things done. So, which I think always turns out with the best. What's that, sorry?
Yeah, I said that's low-key better. Like, if all parties come together and not one party controls everything, if everyone's able to come together and agree upon things.
Well, that's why we need a new electoral system, which is what I wish people pushed for a lot more. Because right now we have first past the post, which means 65% of the vote can be thrown out in each riding. So more than half of the vote can be thrown out depending on how the vote falls between the major parties, right, in each riding. If we had something like mixed member proportional representation, we would almost never have a majority government ever again. And we'd be in a situation where parties had to actually work together to be able to get past legislation, right? We would see a lot in my opinion, we'd see a lot higher quality legislation being passed because it would have to pass the sniff test of several parties. And you wouldn't have to worry about, do I have to vote this way or that way to like, you could vote however you wanted. You could vote your conscience. You could vote for the party that you feel best represents you without worrying, because your vote would actually count in a mixed member proportional representation system rather than first past the post. Because in 2011, the Conservatives won a majority government with 39% of the vote. So 39% of people voted for them that actually went out and voted. And they got 100% of the power. They can pass whatever they want with only 39% of the vote. And the same thing happened for the Liberals in 2015. 39% of the vote, 100% of the power. So the way that it is set up now, it's not democratic in my view, right? Because we're not actually being properly represented the way that we want to be.
Yeah, there should be some changes.
Oh, for sure. And I wish that people would push for electoral reform. It's just not a very trendy topic right now, but I wish it was. And a lot of younger men, younger people in general, I can understand their frustration because, they're starting work now. They're looking to the future and they want to live a comfortable life just like everybody else. But things over the last 5 years have gotten tremendously more expensive, whether it be housing or groceries or stuff like that. And my message to them would be not to, don't feel alienated from the political process and be pushed to these like extreme ideas, but push for reform in the form of our electoral system. Because if all of us pushed for it, then it would happen. It would change, right? We need a change in that way. We need a change of the way that we elect people. And another thing too is, do you think that there's a lot of regular working people that are in politics? No, there's not, right? Because the barriers to entry into politics are insane. You need to raise something like $110,000 to be able to run an effective campaign that can win. And that's just unfeasible for most people, right? Unless you're like a doctor or a lawyer or a business person or somebody that's wealthy already. There's no shot whatsoever that you're going to be able to raise that money. So we're not going to have a lot of regular working folks that are in these positions unless they're really good at raising money somehow, like through fundraising. And that's part of the system as well too, is because money is very much involved in our politics. Every 4 years you have these politicians who have their hat in their hand out, asking for money. And if they're getting it from these developers or large corporations or rich people, CEOs, business people, that's who they're going to pass legislation for, right? It's not going to be they're supposed to be representing their constituents in their area, but if they're getting most of their money from these, special interest groups or business or developers, that's who they're actually going to pass legislation for, and that's who they're going to care about when they're voting, right? They're going to think, how does this affect, the people that are giving me money every 4 years? Because they want that money every 4 years. They need that money in order to be able to run effective campaigns, and so, they're not going to be beholden to their constituents. They're going to be beholden to moneyed interests, right? So that's another big thing that really needs to change, is to take money, the whole idea of taking money out of politics so that money is not a factor anymore. Everybody receives the same amount of resources, and then you run on your ideas. You run on who has the best ideas, who's going to actually do the best for their constituents in their area. You know, and then it's not based on whoever can just raise the most amount of money, right?
Yeah. But I don't see it changing anytime soon, I can't lie.
If we all came together, it could change so quickly. An example is in Ontario, where Doug Ford was gonna fine teachers $100 a day for every day that they stayed on strike. So every other labor union in the province threatened to go on a general strike. So they were like, "We're all gonna go on strike at the same time if you do this." And he literally changed within a day. He said, "You know what? You know, I was just joking, y'all." So as the working class united together in that sort of way, we actually have a tremendous amount of power to change things and to get things that are better for us as working class individuals. So
We just gotta push for it.
that's the thing, right? And it's, I see a lot of energy being pushed into the wrong directions these days. It is kind of frustrating and what do you call that? Demotivating. But I mean, I'm on here every night pushing my ideology. So
Yeah. And last question, I wanna leave with you, right? Actually, before my last question, wait, can you like explain to? Because I heard like something about Mark Carney trying to bring like 100 million people into Canada. Like, is there any truth to that, or?
No, there is a group of people that wants to increase the population of Canada to 100 million. But I can't remember the name of the group. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the group, but I don't believe that he's part of it. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen anything to suggest that. So, I'm not a big fan of Mark Carney or any of the policies that he's already proposed or done. But I don't believe that he is attached to that. The only thing that I really like that the Liberals have proposed recently is their housing plan. It's like they're gonna make a crown corporation to build homes for people, to make affordable homes available for people across the entire country. That's a good idea. That's what we did at the end of World War II. Is it the best idea ever? No, but it is definitely a very positive step in the right direction, in my opinion, of what we need to do in this country, because we are in a housing crisis. A lot of that has to do with unfettered capitalism, basically greed. People treat housing as if it's an investment vehicle. And so they're, buying up 10, 20 homes to either rent them out or put them on Airbnb and make passive income. But I mean, houses are for living in, and I would much rather see working families be able to move in and live in those houses than some dude make a little bit of profit off of somebody, right? There's tons of other ways to make money if that's what you're concerned about. You shouldn't really be exploiting other people's need for shelter in order to make a profit, right? And a lot of times they complain about how hard it is to do that anyways, so I don't know why they even try, but it's definitely a very popular idea to try to make money off of their investments in housing and real estate and stuff like that. Flipping houses has always been kind of popular, but it's become even more popular during the COVID times, right? Because people saw the price of houses like go up a ton, and so they thought, this is my time. I'm gonna make a quick buck off of I'm gonna buy a house, put minimal amount of work into it, and resell it. But I do appreciate you coming up. I'm sorry I came on a little strong there at the beginning. It happens sometimes. Oh, there he goes. I think he's getting a phone call. Yeah. Next up, who do we got? We don't got any opposition, it doesn't look like. If we've got any conservatives in the chat, request up. Hey, Panda. Hey, how are you? All right. I gotta do something quickly before midnight. I totally forgot to get it done before I jumped on here. If you are... Did I have any good ops? Just one. One last night. Sorry, my phone glitched earlier. Oh, no, you're good. After April 28th, I can say I worked for election at all 3 levels of government. Oh, right on. Yeah, no, we had one really good one last night. Make sure you feed Gizmo. Yeah, I got to feed Gizmo. Make sure that's done. Catherine Swampy, thank you for the squirrel. I did not notice that until now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Maybe what I'll do is this. What I can do is I will pull up. I'm gonna pull up the debate, I guess, from Canada debate. We'll pull up some debate. We'll pull up the full debate and show that off while I do what I gotta do. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Look at that beauty.
Live from the atrium of Maison Radio Canada in Montreal, 4 federal leaders will debate for your vote.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they just got into the ring?
Mark Carney, Pierre Poliev, Yves-François Blanchet, and Jagmeet Singh. They will debate the major challenges facing our country, from tariffs to the cost of living, public safety, energy, and leading in a crisis. Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, your moderator for tonight's debate. Each leader has agreed to the following: no notes, answer the questions, stay on theme, stay on time.
Stay on theme,
How much
baby.
each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks, visible to the leaders and to you at home. This is the 2025 Federal Leaders Debate. Well, welcome, leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable evening. Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate, and the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Poliev, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here. What would I do different? Well, I'll start by what I would do the same. I think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what I do, I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs, so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town, I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People lived on one side of the border, worked on the other, people traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada, but we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
Monsieur Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which are in Quebec?
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that Mr. Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle immigration. So we have the right to be different, and if this difference is being respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as partners.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. Okay, we now move into open debate, and I'll start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S. So that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poli, if you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border. You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal, no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas.
Good night.
How could
Oh,
you
yeah, no,
possibly
that's-
think it's a good idea to
not
give
my
the
bedtime
Americans
alarm, but-
a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure.
If
Yeah,
I
go
may,
ahead.
yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day, so free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the federal government to commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about
Sorry,
pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying
That's not
on
possible
provincial.
under
Yes, it is
C-69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
it
it's
is
not.
the
It's
impact
banned
assessment.
under C-69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move
Still
forward.
no
Yeah, I'll
Gotta let-
jump in
okay,
on this.
Mr.
Just-
Singh's turn, please.
The
Of course,
anti-development
of
law.
course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while, Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs, that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Poliev and then a response from Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, Liberal Law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single biggest export. Why would you not repeal this liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team
guess we just saw-
that is now making up your cabinet.
Guess we all just
get a
saw me
response.
creeping
Well,
that
let's,
guy's
let me pick-
profile. Hey, let's see. Okay, so we got somebody that wants up. We got somebody that wants up. Let's let them up. Hey, how are you? Hello? Nope, somebody pocket dialed. So I'm back. I've done everything I need to do before midnight. If you are a conservative and you're interested in coming up here and talking with me, I encourage you to come up. Let's have a conversation. Maybe you can change my mind. Maybe I haven't thought about something. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta turn up the DP on your mouse. He was running that thing across his desk. Too easy. Cole, come on down. Yeah, so C69 doesn't ban pipelines. It just means that you need there's a certain process that needs to be followed beforehand. Cole, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm better now. I'm excited.
So your prompt is just a little bit off, you know?
Why?
I mean I'll say like a really simple answer. I mean, the NDP has never formed government before, so it's not like they've really done much for themselves. But if you want to talk about like their other policies, sure, we sure can. But I actually would disagree and say the Conservatives have done arguably better job, especially under Harper, of doing things
Like
for
what?
people. Yeah, so like the federal government is mostly responsible for, managing the currency and national defense and stuff. So the Conservatives have done better for that. They've also run
How?
more surpluses.
I know a
than
lot of
Liberals.
people in national defense that say that things are much better not under the Conservatives, that the Conservatives actually defunded so many things, especially when it came to mental health care for our soldiers, right? They don't seem to have a problem with sending soldiers off to get all fucked up in the head, but as soon as they come back, they're kind of like, oh, you're on your own, right? There was actually a cap on the amount of therapy that they were allowed to receive when they came back, and they had to turn certain people away because they had already reached their cap for therapy. I don't think that that's I don't think that the armed forces is thriving under that system, right? So could you point out specifically what you mean that was better?
Yeah, so the thing that was better is that they actually prioritized building bases in the north. We used to have a northern base until I believe the 90s under Chrétien is when they got rid of it.
Okay.
Because when we're talking about national defense, the worst years was the 90s, right? That's when Canada lost most of
Well,
its
they cut a bunch of
capability.
funding for veterans under the Harper government, so that's actually really not good for armed forces
It's
personnel that have.
really because we can't afford it. I mean, we had the incident with the
So
Liberals
is it
and
so
Trudeau
when
told-
Justin Trudeau said that they didn't have the money for that
that's what I was
veteran and
gonna say.
everybody shits all over him, but now it's okay to say that about Harper?
Well, no, I mean, I'm backing it up with evidence that we don't have enough money because Trudeau
Right.
said we.
So,
didn't
but
have
you
it,
were saying
right?
that the armed forces were better under Harper, but yet they cut military spending. They cut spending on veterans, especially when it came to
nobody
mental
will-
health.
nobody will ever do as much damage to the military as Chrétien did in the 90s, right? That would be there's
Well, we're
there's
not.
no,
I mean, I'm not talking. We're not even talking about liberals at all. We're talking about. We're
No,
talking
no, no,
about
so-
Jagmeet Singh and the NDP under Jagmeet Singh versus conservatives, and you were using the example of armed forces as an example of how the conservatives have done better, but they actually shit the bed when it came to armed forces during their time in government. Right? They cut spending because you said like there wasn't enough money, and they cut especially money for veterans. Right? And so you have these armed forces personnel that are coming back after seeing combat, and they have things like PTSD, and they're told, well, best of luck, and like unaliving themselves in that situation is a huge problem. Right? We definitely have the money to send them off across overseas, right? To break them essentially mentally, but when they come back to the country, we're basically flipping them the bird and saying, walk it off, right? But one thing I will say, I'm not a liberal or a liberal supporter, but under the Liberals, they increased funding for mental health. So the money must have been there somewhere. They increased funding for mental health for veterans, so that they could actually
Was that
get
under
help.
Trudeau though?
Well, it would have been, yeah, because he was after
Yeah,
Harper.
because so Trudeau wasn't a fiscally responsible prime minister, because you had Paul Martin, who was fiscally responsible and a liberal. So I don't really know if you can equate Trudeau and overspending to good. And I mean, I don't.
You think that it's
the
bad to
main
spend
thing-
money on the mental health of soldiers?
Well, I think it's bad.
So
to
is it
overspend to a point that
I
our
really
GDP
don't
would get
understand your
reached
position.
upwards.
Is it we should be taking care of soldiers or we shouldn't? I don't get it. Like, and you're saying like we should build bases in the north, but we don't have money. Like, what is it? I don't understand your position.
Yeah, so it ties in with the problem. The reason we don't have money is due to lax resource exploitation in our country. But when it comes
Right, that
to
old song and dance, yeah.
Well-
So do you want to just... So is your position then that we should just, ignore the will of the people in Quebec or ignore the will of First Nations to not want pipelines to go through those areas and just force them through? Or
no, I don't think.
okay.
I
I'm
don't
just
think
having a
there's
hard time
any-
understanding your position because it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's not though, because you just need people who are in favor of it, and there was many instances of where the government vetoed projects, right, where they were in favor. So I don't think that's necessarily an absolute argument. I think there's certain examples you can point to where people are
Like
against.
what?
or
Could
for
you
either way.
point to an example to me?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, you can look at Northern Gateway as something that was actually wanted by people.
And that was what was the reason it was canceled?
It was vetoed for how they handled I believe how they handled the consultation phase. It was vetoed by a court ruling.
Did it like not pass environmental muster?
No. They didn't consult properly, and then the Liberals vetoed it.
So
because
people
the
didn't
company
actually
wasn't-
want it, is what you're saying? Like they didn't consult with the people?
No,
that
I
it
don't.
would
I don't
affect?
think you. I don't think you can equate that from that. Just
Right, and
because
so
the
also
company
like
didn't-
Johnny's saying, so then
go
you're
on.
saying that it was the courts and not the government then?
No, so it was the power of the federal government.
But
It
you
was
said the
new
courts.
law.
The courts are the ones that
Yeah,
stopped
it would have been
right?
it would have been found through a court case, and then they would have found it liable, and then Trudeau was the final one who signed off on the veto. So it's kind of like all encompassing thing.
Okay. And so you think that there shouldn't be proper consultation, like we shouldn't do proper consultation. We should just force things through.
No, I think we should do consultation.
Okay,
but
so
I think
but
in
if
a
consultation
timely-
wasn't done and that's the reason why it was kiboshed, then
but it's not an absolute though, because consultation in Canada is just insane, right? It takes multiple years when it could only take a couple of months if you do it
so
properly.
force it through is what you're saying.
In theory, no, but
Well, how's that
potentially,
in
yes.
theory? No.
Well, in theory, you could speed up the consultation so that it doesn't take as long. People could be on the same page faster. But I mean, both political parties that have a chance of winning have already said that they'll use any power necessary to get at least the government's aspect of projects done. So I think that's the reality that we're facing from both sides, from liberals or conservatives. But I think the NDP, I think their plan is
So what is
lackluster.
so you think pipelines are the solution to all of our woes as a country, right? Like
I think
just
it's a
building
piece
more
of the puzzle.
pipelines and then automatically it'll fix everything.
I think it's a piece of the puzzle for sure, but I don't
Who
think
owns
it's,
who owns
all
the
involved
majority
in-
of the oil that's in the ground?
Most of it would be private corporations.
Right.
to
Yeah.
do
So
line
is
work.
that going to actually benefit Canadians?
Well,
Other than the
depending on
couple
how
of
you
jobs
handle
that
it,
they
yes.
need to.
Depending on how you handle it, yeah, for sure. I mean, you can
How?
generate.
But like, I
revenue.
mean, if private corporations own, it's something like 87% of the oil that's in the ground, how does getting that oil out and to market help Canadians, other than the maybe like at tops like 1,000 jobs that might be created by that?
Yeah, so everything that can be paid for through the tax revenue. I mean, you think of those jobs.
Well,
those
no
jobs, they pay
no public
taxes.
taxes should be spent to help private corporations.
No, you
to
get
make
taxes out of that. You get taxes out of that. You tax the corporation.
money.
You tax the
Barely.
workers.
Oil corporations fight as
8%?
hard as they possibly can to pay any taxes whatsoever, right? Like corporations as a whole, their whole thing is to pay as little taxes as they possibly can and not
Well, yeah.
contribute to society, right? Wouldn't
That's
wouldn't
kinda- that's kinda how
nationalizing
supply
oil
and
be a
demand
much
works.
better idea? Like if we actually owned the oil that was in the ground and we actually benefited as a country from all of the revenue that was created from selling that oil?
Well, it depends, because then you put the risk of burden on the country. So when things eventually and inevitably fall through, then the country is the one who takes the fall. When if you do it through private,
But the
means
oil
and through
companies don't
taxation-
even take the fall, right? Look at all of the orphaned wells
when
that they've
oil
left
dries
behind.
up, yeah, they sure will. They
No,
sure
but
will
like,
take-
look at all the orphaned wells that they've left behind that they're obligated to clean up, and they were given, how many billions of dollars in order to clean it up, and they just took the money and run. It's still not cleaned up. So I don't think that they really have much risk at all. Actually, I think that the Alberta government spent $4,000 per person in Alberta as a gift to the oil and gas companies, and they essentially got nothing out of it. They were like scammed, essentially. Do you think that
Yeah,
that's
we
a
can
good? Do you think that's a
definitely blame
good
the
use of
representatives who
taxpayer
did.
dollars? Is to basically pay off the oil and gas companies to do nothing?
I mean,
That
if you
happened,
actually
right?
hold
Like
them
you can't
accountable,
deny
they
that
won't do
happened. That 100% happened.
Well, it did. But you can prevent.
Is that
by
good? Is that a
holding
good
them
thing?
accountable.
Are you pro that?
Obviously not. I'm obviously not. pro
Well, it's
the
not
things
very
that they
obvious
want.
actually, but I mean, I'm glad that you are against it.
You could avoid
What
situations.
about
like that if
subsidies
you
to
hold
oil
them
and gas?
accountable.
Right? We give over $6 billion a year in subsidies to oil and gas companies. Right? Imagine how much healthcare we could pay with that. If we weren't,
100%.
if we weren't
That's why
giving,
you
if we
use the
weren't
stick
giving
and
money
not
to
the
these
carrot.
private corporations that are already, in some cases, million or billion-dollar companies.
Yeah, and that's why you have to use the stick and not the carrot, right? Like the current government has been using the carrot, and the NDP is a party that's philosophy is the carrot,
The
right?
current
Like,
the current
that's
government
their
in
entire
Alberta is
philosophy.
not NDP or Liberal. It's conservative.
No, we're talking. I'm talking about the federal thing. I thought we were talking about
What federal thing? I'm
Jacobson and
talking. I'm
NDP.
talking about oil and gas getting
I mean,
billions of
that's-
dollars from the Alberta government, right? That's a
I
conservative.
mean, they get from the
government.
feds too. I mean,
They get
Carney
$6 billion in
actually-
subsidies from the federal government. Yeah.
So I thought
So
you were
we
talking
should
about the federal government.
just end oil subsidies altogether.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
down. I'm down for that. I think that's something we can both agree on.
that's a great idea.
Okay. That doesn't sound very conservative of you, though.
Well,
That's not
I mean,
something the conservatives would ever do either, right? Like ever in a million billion years.
Well, the track record is the liberals and their corporate welfare have been at higher rates.
They're both
than
so the
corporate-
liberals and the conservatives are both corporate welfare queens. Like I'm not going to argue that, right? Like I'm neither. I'm not a fan of either, right? I'm about as far left as you can possibly get before you break the gauge. But yeah, like I would much rather see our oil and gas sector totally nationalized, so that we actually make profit off of that. There's no the only risk there is, I mean, like you said, if the oil dries up, but I mean, we know how much is in the ground, right? We've known for quite a long time how much is actually left in reserve down there.
I'm talking about the markets, not necessarily Canada's amount.
Right.
So,
But
so you,
if the government is making less or the companies are making less, it doesn't change anything about the formula, right? Like they could just stop producing as much at that time when it's low, just like the private companies do, right? It's the exact same thing, except for that in the scenario where oil is nationalized, we actually reap the benefits as a society in Canada from the sale of those natural resources, because we can sell all the natural resources we want, right? But if it's being sold by private corporations, we're not benefiting from that in any way, right? Like they're making a profit off of it. We're not.
we can tax them though, right? And if we have,
but if we tax them, then
ends
people are
tax-
just going to complain that we're taxing them, right? Where the complaint all the time is that don't tax the rich. They're just going to move to U.S.
it's
or
not
whatever.
it's not tax the rich. It's tax if you tax corporations, you make things unprofitable for consumer or for them to consumers to sell at prices. But if you tax the ends, the rich people, there's no harm there. And actually, I'd like to say that Pierre Poilievre actually copied Jagmeet Singh's claim from 2021 to close tax loopholes, right? Because they're riding on the high of exploiting Brookfield, because Brookfield has been, Canada's #1.
Right. I find it super ironic and funny that the conservatives are actually going down that route, right? Because how many conservatives are actually exactly like that? It's just that they would hate if the spotlight was, put back on them. They're all for that stuff up until Mark Carney became prime minister and running against Pierre Poilievre. Then all of a sudden, conservatives are espousing leftist socialist talking points. All of a sudden, that's like the last guy said. That's super fishy, right? Like that doesn't make any sense
It's
whatsoever.
really not. It's a fiscally responsible.
It's
policy.
not. It's
really not.
It
really
has nothing
not
to
that
do
left-wing.
with it has nothing to do with fiscal responsibility, because they don't care about that normally in their day to day. The only reason they care about it now is because the person that they're politically up against happens to have that weakness, right? So now all of a sudden they're communists. All of a sudden.
It's really not communist to close tax loopholes, right? Like that's really running a safe economy. And I don't know why you're seeing that as fishy if it's literally a means to a tax
It's
cut.
fishy because it literally would never ever be a talking point from a conservative until now, until they're going up against somebody that they see that as a weak point, even though I've seen it argued that he doesn't even have any issues around that. But that's irregardless of the point, is that they see that as a weakness, and so now they're trying to exploit that rhetorically. That
I don't
weakness that
know
they're
if I
seeing.
agree with you though, because I've been following it for a while, and he's talked very negatively about lobbyists, right? Which is the root problem. Special interests are of course the root problem, and that's what he talks a lot about.
Special
Then I read
interests
on
and lobbyists
CBC.
are what fund the Conservative Party, and it's the reason why they have more money than any other party. That's why it's hypocritical and funny and ironic. Do you not get that?
Well, I mean, technically, you can consider all events that are hosted by a party lobbying events if you pay for them. If they host a dinner, it would be a lobbying
No,
event.
but like,
So,
where do the Conservatives get most of their money?
usually it's from donations.
Like,
That's
be for
mostly
real,
it.
for real. It's not from regular people donating.
It's
from large
donations.
corporations. It's from rich people. They are like the special interest welfare queens. Like they get all of their funding from large corporations, lobbyists, businesses, landlords. Like they are the party of the big corporation, the landlord, the special interest group.
I don't know
when
if
it comes
that's
to
necessarily true, though.
It's
I don't know if
100%
that's
true.
all
It's 100%
encompassing,
true.
Unless you
Like-
say the same for the liberals, you'd have
the
to say
liberals,
the
the
same.
liberals, it is the same too, but to a lesser extent. They don't have as
And
as
I would
much
also
money.
argue, though, if you want to come from that high horse, the NDP, like Jagmeet Singh's brother, of course, was connected to. He was working at a firm that was lobbying for Metro, which is another
Okay,
huge grocery
and so
conglomerate.
because his brother does something, that means that he's the same.
Well, inherently, connections are
Pierre
connections.
Poilievre's father-in-law just pled guilty to money laundering in the United States. Does that mean that Pierre Poilievre's connected to money laundering?
I mean, who knows? I don't know.
Be for real, bro.
I don't know. I'm not
It's
him.
these are
I
bad
actually don't know.
arguments. These are
No,
bad
I don't know.
arguments. I mean,
I
Pierre
can't tell you.
Poilievre's chief of staff is a lobbyist for Loblaws.
Would it
Like
be
that's
his
an even
stepfather or
closer
his
connection.
adopted
That's
dad?
somebody that's literally working for him. Jagmeet Singh's brother
Wouldn't
doesn't work
it be
for
his
him.
adopted dad?
What's that?
Wouldn't it be his adopted
No, his
dad?
father-in-law, his wife's father.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I thought.
No, father-in-law. It's
what
probably
you
because
said.
everybody's
Oh, okay.
spamming
No,
pivot. Yeah, no, his
I don't know.
father-in-law, right? Like
Oh, okay.
that's a
I
loose
heard about
connection,
that.
right? I would never say that he's connected to money laundering just because his father-in-law pled guilty to it or whatever, right? And just because
but I would
Jagmeet
say,
Singh's
though-
brother is a lobbyist doesn't mean that Jagmeet Singh has anything to do with that.
But-
Pierre Poilievre's chief of staff, somebody that works for him directly, is a lobbyist for Loblaws. That's
and I
a
mean, did you know-
solid connection.
Yeah, small town. Guess what? Loblaws has lower profit rates per grocery item than Metro does. Did you know that?
They're all monopolistic and bad. Like they're price gouging people. Jagmeet Singh proposed breaking up monopolies with his private members bill that was meant to break up monopolies. It was meant to strengthen the Competition Bureau. It was basically antitrust legislation.
It was the worst antitrust piece of legislation I've ever seen, though, because it disproportionately affects like mining companies and stuff that have monopolies, and it's not bad that they have monopolies. I think antitrust and trust busting it just can't be objective. It has to be very subjective, because when you just objectively break up every company in the country, most of them are gonna leave, like Brookfield left. I mean, it happens all the time.
Did they actually leave, or did they just open up another office in New York?
I mean, you can say that they moved their head of operations to the States,
Okay.
which would be most of their executive roles going to the States to avoid high tax rates.
So they expanded, but they're still here, right?
They closed down here, though. They
That's not
lost
what
jobs.
I've heard. That's not what I've heard. I've heard that that's misinformation.
Okay.
Do you have like an actual source other than Rebel News for that?
No, I read the Financial Post, so there's that.
Okay, so far right wing.
I wouldn't say the
Media
Financial
outlet.
Post is far right.
It's right wing. It's all
it's
of the
like
media
middle right
outlets.
wing.
All the media
Middle
outlets in
right wing.
Canada are right wing. Right. We know that.
It's not far right though. It's not far right. It's middle. It would be about middle right.
But it is right wing. Like all of these media sources
Sure.
are right wing. Yeah, like Financial Post, Globe and Mail, National Post. These are all right wing sources.
Sure, of course. But I mean, I also read the CBC, which is more middle left, if anything. So I mean, you just got to get a taste
Which one
of
is?
everything. I'd say CBC is middle left, pretty much in the middle.
CBC, yeah, no, CBC is right up
Some
there
of their
for
hosts are a little
factually
bit left.
based journalism for sure.
Whatever her name, Rachel, whoever
Gilmore.
she is, the one. Yeah, she's a little left wing, but other than that, it's pretty centrist. But that doesn't negate from the fact, though, that if your brother is a lobbyist for like a conglomerate, right? You don't think that there's going to be a little bit of special interest or like connection interest there? Because again, they are brothers, probably quite close.
No, I don't actually. I don't think that you can judge somebody by their family members and what they do, especially if you're proposing antitrust legislation, right? Like that honestly doesn't make any sense. Do you not think that if your chief of staff is a literal lobbyist for a grocery chain, that you're not going to be and he also, they used to have sex, like like they used to be together as well too, right? Like that's about as connected as you can get.
Yeah, give or take, but
yeah. So like, you think that just because
sure, they're about the same.
What's that?
I said like the connection to me is about the same, man.
Connection
like,
to you.
So
like your brother is a lobbyist, right? Your brother is a lobbyist, and you propose antitrust legislation that would affect the people that he lobbies for directly. And somehow you think that he has some special interest there, but literally your ex-girlfriend, your chief of staff, somebody that works directly for you, is a lobbyist for a grocery company, and you think that that's the same?
Yeah, I would say they both have pretty correct.
That's insane, dude. That is insane.
But I'm trying to tell you the whole point here is that you can't ride a high horse on this like special interest. Say the conservatives are worse. I just gave you an example about, and you even confirmed it about how they're just about the same. Like I would say they're for the amount of special interest that parties have.
No, the NDP really definitely does not have the same amount of clout when it comes to big business and special interests and such. Unions can't donate, right? Unions can't donate to political parties. So the NDP relies on many small dollar donations from people. That's why they have the least amount of money out of those three, right? The Liberals have way more money than the NDP because they get money from those sources, and the Conservatives have even way more than that because they are literally the party of big business, right? Of special interests, big business, financial interests, whatever you want to call it. They rely on money from these people. Like if you're getting all of your money from a large corporation, say a large corporation gives you 80% of the money that you need to be able to run election campaigns, which whoever has the most amount of money in an election is usually the one that wins most of the time. If you have a large corporation that's giving you 80% of your money, right? Who are you going to be beholden to when it comes time to pass legislation? Are you going to be beholden to your constituents like you're supposed to be? You're supposed to be representing your constituents in your riding. Are you going to be beholden to them, or are you going to be beholden to the people that are lining your pockets every 4 years so that you can even run election campaigns? Like, be for real. Like, we're adults here, right? I presume?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so who are you going to be beholden? You're going to be beholden to the people that are funding you, right? Is the NDP receiving a bunch of funding from Metro? No. That would make no sense because they're trying to pass legislation that would make them less powerful. So, out of all of the parties who are beholden to the working class...
It was a private members bill, right?
Yeah, it's a private members bill. That just means that it's proposed by an MP. Right?
Yeah, it's coming from a party that's not in power. They don't have enough seats to pass it. And that's their whole mantra. Of course they're going to try to ram that stuff. It's more political theater, just like... Well,
it went into its third reading, actually. So it passed the first two readings, and it was going into its third reading. So it was being passed. Parliament prorogued, so that's the reason why we don't have that anymore.
it was never gonna get through. It would never.
Why?
It would
How do you know that? If it's already passed 2 readings, how do you know that it wouldn't have passed?
because vested interests wouldn't allow something like that to happen.
You don't think that's sad?
I mean, I'm indifferent to that. I mean, I don't really think the grocers need to be broken up necessarily.
So record profits, gouging people for record profits, unfettered. Like, let's just let them, pull as much money out of the pockets of regular working folks. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 26.
Okay. How long have you been working?
How long have I been working?
Yeah. How long
I
have
finished
you
university, so like 3
Sorry?
years. 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, I got a full time that's not like that
Okay.
needs an education.
Okay. Jeez. All right. Well, that explains a little bit, but so you were just like kind of getting everything from your parents before then, or?
Yes and no. I mean, my parents paid for my university, so I was quite lucky.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, well.
So
That's a level of privilege that I can't understand.
Not really. It's really not that expensive up here. I mean, if it was in the States, 100%, it would be
Well,
insane.
I mean, most people out there don't get their university paid for by their parents, dude. I mean, to think so is a little bit out of touch, to be honest, in my opinion. Yeah, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it still doesn't. You still can't prove though that that there isn't a lack of competition in the grocers industry, especially because we only have a population of 40-ish million people.
There
I mean,
100%
it goes
is
up
a
and
lack
down,
of
but
competition.
I mean, you have 4 conglomerates, and then you have Costco and you have Walmart. You have a decent amount of competition per capita. I don't really know why we need to make a bajillion stores again.
It's not
that
as
will
bad
go
as
under.
telecom, but it's still bad. Especially when you have, do you remember the price fixing scandal that happened not that long ago? It wasn't even that long ago, maybe 10 years ago.
In which there's
Where
been a bunch.
Loblaws had to
The bread? Are you talking about the bread one?
the bread price fixing scandal, right?
Yeah, I
Like
remember
that
hearing about
happens.
it.
That's definitely an issue, and I mean that should never ever happen. Like we shouldn't allow corporations to just do that. That's so bad. Like the millions and millions of dollars that they basically stole from Canadian people. If I were to steal, $10,000, I'd be in jail. But they can steal millions of dollars and they just get a little slap on the wrist. Naughty boy.
Well,
That's sad. That's a
it's-
sad statement on.
yeah, because the laws aren't very defined, so it's pretty tough. I mean, technically, businesses can charge whatever they want, so it all really just comes down.
Well, I mean,
to
until
if
we
they're
get
talking
some
to
sort of
each other.
antitrust legislation and legislation for price caps on essentials, then I mean, we're in that situation. But we'll never get that if we just keep flip flopping between the two establishment parties. But I mean,
I would argue that the Liberals are the only establishment party that we have.
no, that's delusional. Anyways, I do appreciate you coming up. This is more and more. Oh, there we go. The Conservatives aren't an establishment party, y'all. They have the most money out of everybody because they get it all from businesses, but they're not an establishment party, y'all. Anyways. Unapproving. Oh yeah. Sorry, we were doing 1v1s. I'm hoping to get another conservative up. Shit, I forgot the first guy's name. Anybody remember that first guy's name? There's a few in the chat. Hey, chat conservatives in the chat. Request up. Let's do this thing. We all got $25. Woo! Yeah, no. What a slap on in the face, right? Rich kid alert. Yeah, no, exactly. I started to get that feeling the more and more we talked. Like, your parents paid for university for you. You're 26. You've only been working for 3 years. Holy shit! I wish I could say the same. One sec, let me find the script. What am I wanting to know? Come up, let's talk, let's chat. Change my mind, turn me into a conservative, if you have the testicular fortitude to do so. I mean, I can change my mind when presented with. I've been working full time for 5 years. I'm only 23. Yeah, no, that's because you're not extremely privileged. Like, I mean, imagine the amount of privilege that you need to think that way. I don't know. I've been working since I was fucking 13. Yeah, I've been working since I was 13. I worked Timmy. I started working Timmy's when I was 15. I've needed to, though, because I wasn't born with a silver spoon hand in my mouth. Spako, how are you?
Good, you?
Oh, I'm good.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah.
I've seen
I'm
you
not
in
going
the
to change your
chat.
mind. I can tell I'm not going to change your mind, and I don't want to change your mind.
Oh, it's very easy to change my mind. All you have to do is present me with evidence.
Yeah. I mean, I went on a live chat with some liberals last week, and they almost changed my mind.
Yeah. Well, I
And then I went
mean,
on
that's a
again, and they just
natural
started-
flip, right? Conservative to liberal is a pretty easy natural flip because they're
Yeah.
essentially
yes and
the
no.
same thing. But
Yeah. Yeah, with them it's more, what leader you prefer, what they might be presenting.
well, I mean, Mark Carney
That
is a
election or
conservative,
whatever.
right? That was a pretty smart move to put a progressive conservative at the helm, right? Because that flipped a lot of people that were going to vote conservative because they were just upset with Justin Trudeau and they wanted a change. Now they have, a center-right progressive conservative as the prime minister. That's a much easier vote for a lot of people that would have normally been voting conservative.
Yeah, 100%. But I don't believe he is a progressive conservative, though.
Why?
I don't. I feel like he's hiding something. I think the Liberal Party has always been very good at telling people what they want to hear, and not following through with it. And I don't think Carney is any different. And I think he's a socialist, to be honest.
Ooh, how? What the fuck? How could you possibly think that?
Just from what I
Do you know what socialism is? I'll get you to
Well-
give me a quick definition. What's socialism?
well,
Because I'm a socialist. I'm a communist.
no,
And I can tell
know
you
are.
that Mark Carney is is not a socialist in any stretch of the imagination. But I'll let you
No.
explain.
Well, he wants to have government control.
That's not socialism. That's authoritarianism. That has nothing to do with socialism whatsoever. But go ahead.
Well, okay, so maybe, but yeah, he's a control freak and he wants government control over.
Yeah, but that's
over
not so.
everything.
Government control is not socialism, right?
No. Well, yeah,
Socialism is the idea of the means of production being owned by the working class and not by the ownership class. Mark Carney is not going to. He's a capitalist, right? Like he is not going to move towards ending capitalism, right? He's actually made a lot of moves since he started that strengthen and embed capitalism even more, like stopping the proposed increase to the inclusion rate for the capital gains tax, right? They were going to increase the capital gains inclusion rate from 50% to 60% on everything over 250,000. He got rid of that, right? Like that's a capitalist move. That has nothing to do with socialism. If he was a socialist, he would probably increase the amount of tax on capital gains. That's what I would do.
So my wording socialist, I need to stop saying socialist then. 'Cause,
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense in this.
No. So with complete government control or like complete control, what would he be classified as then? In my mind.
Well, I
Like
mean,
what?
if somebody that wants complete control is authoritarian,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Which, I mean, you see that in the Conservative Party now, right? Like they want complete control. Pierre Polyev has proposed his plan to force through pipelines no matter what people think or want. That's pretty authoritarian, right? Like that's pretty government control.
I think that's taking his words and kind of stretching them a little bit.
It was like the shovel ready. He was going to use the notwithstanding clause to pass legislation. That's pretty authoritarian. That's pretty government control. Finding a way around the Constitution to be able to pass whatever you want. That's pretty authoritarian. You know, his shovel ready legislation where he's saying that you know, if they want to build a pipeline, they're going to build it regardless of what environmental aspects or First Nation says or what Quebec says, right? Because Quebec famously doesn't want a pipeline going through there. So they're essentially, it would be legislation to force it through no matter what. That's pretty government control. That's pretty authoritarian.
Yeah. Part of me kind of agrees with a couple of those things, though. Like, for one province,
so it's good if it's
in the
something
way.
you like. It's good to be authoritarian and government controlling.
No, I don't. I do not agree with authoritarian government, but you know, for a whole province just to say absolutely not, never, no chance, like zero negotiations.
But that's their right, is it not? Like, do you? That's what I mean. Like, do you think the government should be able to just ignore the wishes of an entire province and force something through?
Can any other province say that?
Yeah, like
Or just Quebec?
Yeah,
or
no.
just Quebec?
Like, I mean, if Ontario was to decide they didn't want a pipeline going through them, they definitely could as well too.
Yeah.
If like BC, there's a lot of pipelines that hadn't gone through BC because they decided they didn't want it. Especially in the case of like where it's running through First Nations lands, and the First Nations are like, no, we don't want that.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely happened, right? Like
no, I know that getting through First Nation land can be pretty tricky.
Well, that's what Pierre Poilievre's proposing, right, with his shovel ready or whatever legislation. Is like there's not going to be any consultation with First Nations. There's not going to be any environmental consultation. There's not going to be any consultation with anybody. It's going to be whatever whatever the oil companies want or whatever the Conservative Party wants is going to essentially happen if they have the power to do so, right? So
I forget which pipeline it was, but I remember they made whoever jump through all the hoops of getting approval, environmental this, environmental that, and we did all that. Everything was approved, and it still got shut down. So I forget exactly which one I'm referring to.
Are you talking about the one Keystone that went down south?
Yeah, it could have been.
Wasn't that the United States that ended up getting rid of that?
No, I don't think so, because I remember whoever was premier at the time was pretty pissed about it all, and so it seems like sometimes you can do everything right and still wind up with the negative result.
Yeah, so Biden ended Keystone, so that had nothing to do with our country at all. So we were ready to go up here. But I mean, if the United States is going to stop it, we have no control over that, right?
I'm sure the one I'm thinking of would have been like Trudeau putting a foot down on it or something. I know that maybe that's just my bias.
Trudeau bought a pipeline,
but he bought it just to shut it down, in my opinion.
No, he didn't shut it down. It's still running.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Are you from Alberta by any chance?
Yeah, I'm in Calgary.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Yeah, well, I mean, you're fed lies constantly, right?
Well, I'm born and raised in Calgary, right?
But I mean, like, That pipeline's still running. He bought that pipeline, which is a criticism that a lot of people on the left had of Trudeau, was that he bought a pipeline, right?
Right.
And it's still running.
It's still running under government fund, like government money and all that. Like it's still owned by the government.
Yeah.
Still. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean, it's better that the government owns it than private corporations, because I mean, then we benefit as a country from that. I don't know how much benefit we would get just from owning a pipeline, but I would much rather oil and gas itself be nationalized and run and controlled by the government. You want to talk about government control? I think we should be controlling the oil and gas sector. 87% of the oil that's in the ground isn't even owned by the country, right? It's owned by private interests, and so when that oil is brought up and being sold off on markets, they're making the profit off of that. Us as a country, we're not making any profit whatsoever on that.
Well, we get all the royalties, though, right? But yeah, but that's what
we get peanuts, right? We get peanuts.
Pierre Trudeau did with the National Energy Program, right? And that didn't work.
No, it worked. It was sold off by Brian Mulroney.
But
it was sold off to private interests by Brian Mulroney, because that's what conservatives do, right? They sell off all of our public things. They sell it off in order to look more fiscally responsible, because there's going to be a slight bump in the amount of money that we have, right? So they're like, look at how much money we have. But now we don't have we don't have the ability to make money off of that anymore, right? Now it's private corporations that are making all of the profit off of that. And I mean, crown corporations, their main goal isn't to make a profit. Their main goal is to provide a service to us as Canadians. Right. Things like Canada Post, right? Canada Post, its main goal isn't to make a profit, even though it does.
Well,
and we haven't given it any money since the 80s. Sorry?
I said that's pretty clear these days.
Well, how do you mean? They're still making a profit?
I don't know. Just
they're still profitable?
They shouldn't even be in business.
Why?
Right now. Rural Canada needs them.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is because they provide services to places that would never be provided services by private companies, because it's not profitable, right? The goal isn't profit. The goal is to provide a service to us as Canadians, which is a very valuable service for a lot of places, especially ones that are isolated.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that.
So, but they are profitable. We haven't given Canada Post money since the 80s.
Oh, well, it's
right. So they've made a lot of money. They went down $30 billion or something like that, but they were retooling. They were getting new trucks. They were getting new infrastructure. They were investing back into itself, which I mean, you're gonna see a little dip in there, but I mean that's to be expected, right? Like it's not to be run like a normal business, right? It's a service.
Yeah.
Which I want it to stay that way.
Yeah, no, and
we need more crown corporations,
around.
But conservatives have sold off so many. Like our railways used to be crown corporations too. They're not anymore.
Right.
It's private corporations that make money off of that. I have to take a train next week, and the money that I'm paying going into that, maybe it would be a little bit less if it was a crown corporation, because the goal isn't to make extract as much profit as possible.
Right.
Maybe more investment would be because if you have a corporation and you have shareholders and you have all of these people that you have to pay out from the profits that you're making aren't going back into the business, right? Maybe a little bit are, but the service would definitely improve if money was going back into these things instead of just out to investors and private interests.
I mean, yes and no, but yeah. So you think oil and gas would be supplied to Canadians at much cheaper if it was owned by the government?
Yeah, I mean it would be it would be about being a service at that point, right? Can you imagine if we so Norway is a good example of this. Norway has nationalized their oils. So they have now over $1 trillion in what's known as a sovereign wealth fund because they've done so.
Right.
And so now they have $1 trillion that they can spend on social services or other things that they need, because all of the profits from their oil and gas goes back into the public coffers, which is good. Like, we spend $6 billion a year in subsidies to the oil and gas sector. Can you imagine if we got that $6 billion back and we were able to put it into things like healthcare or education? I mean, if we put it into education, people would probably understand politics more, and I wouldn't even need to have this show. But
you lose your life. Yeah. Education's full of problems, and I don't.
We
think throwing
underfunded
money
in
at it-
Ontario, right? Like, in Ontario, they're trying to switch to a private model, so they've been chronically underfunding education for the last 6 years or 7 years that they've been in power. The Conservatives here under Doug Ford. People say that he's a liberal, but he does some pretty conservative stuff.
Right.
The Liberals before him, though, I have a lot of criticisms of them as well too, right? Like, for example, we have Hydro
What do
One
you mean?
here.
What was wrong with Kathleen Wynne? She was amazing, wasn't she?
I mean, she wasn't like the worst in the world, but she sold off 60% of Hydro One, which was our Crown Corporation electricity distributor here in Ontario.
Yeah.
So now 60% of that is sold off. That's a bunch of profits and stuff that we're not getting back in to the public coffers in Ontario, right? That they, and the same thing, they did that to look fiscally responsible. Look at how much money we have all of a sudden because we sold off all the fucking assets that we have.
And then you just blow all that money, and then you're broke again, and you.
Well, I mean, they did that on their way out. They didn't really have much time to spend that money. It's Doug Ford that spent all that money. I mean, he has the second highest deficit and debt of any premier in Ontario history, right? And the source on that is like the Fraser Institute, which is like actually a right-wing think tank. But we had NDP once in Ontario in the early 90s during the recession. Even during a recession, the NDP party here in Ontario was still able to bring the deficit down year after year. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I didn't vote for Rachel Notley, but I didn't mind her. I didn't mind her. She was an Albertan. She understood what Alberta kind of stands for, and the wants of our province and all that stuff, right? So
I mean, oil production increased under the NDP as well too. And I mean, oil production, people talk about resource extraction and using our resources, but oil production has increased steadily over the last 2 decades, right? We've only increased our, I mean, it goes up and down, but the trend is definitely upwards over the last 2 decades.
But if it was owned by the government and they wanted to just end it tomorrow, essentially they could, right? If the government had
but if the
control.
government owned it, they would have a vested interest in doing it properly, right?
Right.
And actually making, providing a service and then making it profitable as well, secondary to providing that service.
Yeah.
More like I said, like Canada Post, they have put money into it, but the last time was in the 80s. And since then it's been holding its own. And even now they've even got into parcel delivery and stuff like that too, which is a lot of where they were kind of being eaten up by other players. They own 80% of Purelator. Like Canada Post owns 80% of Purelator as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
So like they're doing well, relatively.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm all for more Crown corporations, not less, definitely. So thank you for the heart, me everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still. I don't like. I like listening to you and all that, but I'm not. I don't agree with government owning everything in our lives that we use on a daily basis because
You don't like things
it
cheaper?
just creates control. It just creates control. Like I got a
But
nasty
who's
letter
in
on my
control,
gut.
right? Like, are we, if a corporation owns it, are we able to change out the leader of that corporation if we don't like it?
I suppose.
We're not, we
Yeah.
can't, right? So, but if it's government controlled, it's
Oh,
controlled
not
by
of a
the people.
corporation. No, no.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
if a corporation owns it, we can't change out
No.
who's in there,
No.
right? But if it's a government
Yeah.
that's in charge of that, we can change our government, right? We have that ability.
Yeah. Yeah. As a whole, you can, but me personally, I can't. Obviously.
Well, no, I mean, if we were to get a better electoral system, then it would be even easier, right?
Yeah.
Our electoral system from the 1800s just isn't working anymore in 2025, right? So,
Yeah. Like I got a nasty note on my garbage bin last week. So telling me what I am allowed to throw in the garbage, and
yeah,
I just don't agree with that.
but that's
Like,
probably private company, is it not?
well, it's the city of Calgary. It's the city of Calgary takes our
They
garbage.
don't contract out a private company.
No, it's city of Calgary trucks.
Oh
do it.
wow, we don't
So-
have that where I am. We have a private company. It's contracted
Oh.
out here. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
all city of Calgary trucks and everything that does it. So
oh, interesting. We don't have that here. But yeah, I mean, they're what are they telling you can't throw out?
I don't know. I probably fucking threw it in the garbage, but I should have put it in recycling. I don't know. Like if they find a pop can in there or something, they'll say you can't throw that out. Or,
Do you have to have clear bags or something like that?
Pardon?
Do you have to have clear bags or something?
Nope.
Do you use a green bin?
We have the black, the green, and the blue bin, right?
Yeah. I don't use a green bin because I have a compost. Like I'm in the country and I
in
have
your
my
backyard.
own compost
In your
set up,
backyard.
so I compost all of my food scraps and stuff myself. Like I don't need a green bin. But I don't put the stuff that would belong in a green bin in my garbage, right? Because most of the reason why garbage will stink is because we're putting like food scraps and stuff in there.
Compostable stuff in there,
Yeah, like me personally, but I do recycle and whatever I can, and garbage for whatever else. I mean, I have a small kid, so
Right.
we produce quite a bit of garbage, unfortunately, but
Yeah. Well, everybody does. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And I know what they're trying to do is, eliminate what goes to the landfills, but, but don't tell me what I am and what I'm not allowed to put in the garbage, I don't know. Just stuff
well,
like
I mean,
that.
we're told what to do all the time, right? Like you can't just blow through a red light, you can't just blow through a stop sign.
That's safety concern. That's safety, health
Well, I
and
mean,
safety.
you
though.
can
It's
consider
different.
it the same thing for garbage too, as well, right? It's public
not
safety.
It's not imminent safety, though. Like
Yeah.
it's.
There's
I
an
don't know.
argument to be had there, though.
Well, is there though? Is there? What? How would it affect you if I threw out a hunk of steak instead of composting it, like as
I
opposed
don't
to
think you're
someone
supposed to
running a red?
compost that, but yeah, I
as
mean,
opposed
like
to
if
running
you're
a
throwing
red light
steak
going
in
100 kilometers an hour.
is it steak though that they're telling you not to put in the
Well,
garbage?
I was just trying to think of an example of something that you should compost rather than put in the garbage can.
But like, I mean, if you're putting in like propane tanks in the garbage or whatever.
Well, I'm not putting propane tanks.
Well, I don't
in
know.
there.
I don't know what you're putting, but I'm saying there's certain things that are
If you
dangerous,
put it-
right?
You should go to
Like-
jail if you do that. But anyway,
and also it's the landfill capacity as well too, right? Like if we're putting more and more garbage in the landfill, that's producing more and more leachate, that's producing more and more human health hazards overall.
yeah.
So I mean it is ideal to try to separate and do it that way. But there's that whole recycling scandal too as well. So I mean, it's not exactly black and white.
Yeah, I think recycling's kind of a crock of shit personally too, but I don't know a ton about that, so I don't want to. I don't need to. But,
yeah, another good point. Pencil crayons. Yeah, food could bring pests as well too, right? Like that. If you're putting a lot of food stuff in the garbage, right? That's attracting rats and stuff, which are rats and stuff like that are a human health hazard, right? So.
Yeah, well, they still claim that Alberta's rat-free, but I call bullshit on that. But yeah.
Oh, I've heard that is BS, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, I've never
heard there's
seen
a
one,
couple.
and I don't know anyone that's seen one. But don't tell me they're not out there somewhere. You know, come on. But yeah.
Well, there might be native rats. I don't know if there is out there, but it's specifically the Norway rat. That's the one that has come over from Europe. It's an invasive species.
Right.
Oh,
right.
yeah. Mighty Maccabee brings up a good point. It can't be rat-free because Danielle Smith is still there.
Oh,
shit. How do you feel? Do you think that she's a traitor to this country?
I like Danielle Smith. No, I'm a supporter. Yeah, I
but like
her.
she went down and like kissed the ring of Donald Trump and stuff. Like you don't think?
Well,
that's...
I mean, kissed the ring. I don't know. Yeah, that's an assumption, right? But
well, like she's basically basically offering up the province to the United States. Is she not?
How so?
Like, is she not like trying to go against every like all the provinces, all the premiers were kind of aligned, even the conservative ones, behind the plan, like together. But she's the only one that was against it, right?
Yeah, Alberta's always been a lone wolf. We've always gone against the grain, though.
Always a lone wolf, except for all of the subsidies and funding that you get for the oil and gas sector.
We'll take all that stuff. Yeah, we'll take that stuff for sure.
Yeah, but then on the same hand, also say like we produce the most, we produce all this money, we produce all this and that. Yet, like you wouldn't be able to do that without investments from the federal government, but.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
You seem like a cool guy, though. I don't think that you're a bad person. I hope you don't get that impression that I think that you're evil or anything.
No, I'm not evil. Okay. I'm not a bad person.
No, I'm saying I hope you don't get that impression from me that I think that about you, because I don't.
Oh.
I'm just... No. I do give people a hard time sometimes, and I think it's hard to...
You're allowed. Yeah. That's your job. That's why you're sitting there. You're giving people a hard time.
I wouldn't call it a job.
It's just people that yell at you and scream at you and call you dumb and uneducated. That's what I don't like. That's what I don't like.
I honestly I don't think that you've heard that saying, I'm sure, before. Like you get more flies with honey. I don't think that sitting here and screaming at somebody is going to have them agree with me, right? Like that's no way to. I
was listening to you the other night when you had like 8 conservatives on your panel, and they were all just fighting with each other.
That was hilarious. I didn't even have to do anything. I just sit back.
That was so funny. I was just I don't know. I made a couple of comments, but I was like, yeah, this is why the Conservative Party is losing the election, is because it's all the in-party fighting and nobody can agree on anything, right? So
do you think that they'll split back up into the constituent parts?
That's one of my worries is like, I feel like if Carney does as well as he's projected to do, it's the end of the Green Party. It's essentially the end of the NDP. And it's going to create lots of infighting with the Conservatives and potentially split them up. And then we're just setting Liberals up for a lifetime achievement award, right?
They are considered the natural ruling party of Canada, right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
I mean, Conservatives have only formed government once. Like this Conservative Party has only ever formed government once.
Yeah.
But they are like they're a combination of the Reform Party and the Canadian Alliance, which and the Progressive Conservatives, did the Progressive Conservatives turn into the Canadian Alliance? I can't remember how that happened. I was very young. I was in high school.
Stockwell Day was the Alliance.
He was. I remember Stockwell Day. Yeah.
And then Peter MacKay. Well, no, Peter MacKay wasn't the leader, but they thought that maybe it was going to be him versus Harper for the leader. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember it all, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, they lost. They lost that first election, I believe, but then in 2006 is when we got Stephen Harper.
Yeah. Because it went to. Why am I drawing a blank here now? The liberal golden boy, Paul Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Martin is more of a conservative liberal. Same with Jean Chrétien as well too. They actually made a lot of cuts to things.
Looking at what's been going on here, like Jean Chrétien, I mean, having him back would be such a breath of fresh air compared to. Oh man, yeah, but yeah.
You know who you'd get along with? Michael.
Michael?
Yeah, you know Michael?
I think I do know Michael, yeah. I think I know Michael. Why do you think I'd get along with Michael?
He calls himself a Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin liberal.
Oh, I hate Paul Martin. And I don't like Jean Chrétien, but just looking at what we have right now, I mean, I would love. But I've said, compared to Carney, I would have Trudeau back 100 times over Carney.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it about Carney you don't like?
He scares me. He's too smart. He's too smart, and he's going to push his secret. I hate using the word secret agenda because that's such a played out phrase, but he's not. I just don't believe he is who he's presenting himself to be. I think that he's got some ideas of how he's going to change Canada and the way we do things, and he's smart enough to implement them. And that's what scares me, Bob.
Well, we've been talking for quite a while. Let me see. I think I've got another. Oh, we've been talking for half an hour. If you don't mind, I'm going to drop you down. I'm going to talk to one more conservative before I call it.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do a full panel. So you're more than welcome to. I want to try to get more conservatives up when I have a full panel, because it kind of fills up with leftists, and as much as people might think the opposite, I actually don't like having an echo chamber. I like to bounce ideas off of people. So
100%.
You're more than welcome to come back up when we do that. So I would actually appreciate if you did. So
okay, sounds great.
All right, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
This person, are you a conservative? Oh no, I waited too long maybe? Oh yeah, I don't think they're still here. Dang. John, you're a conservative. John, come on down. You're the next contestant, y'all. Mark Carney's too smart, y'all. I mean, yeah, he's a pretty smart guy. La 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 la. Let's get one more conservative up. Conservative, come on. Oh, look at those pit stains, y'all. Yeah. I'm just literally sweating. Waiting. We've talked before, John? Oh, are you the John Are you the one that said that you were going to get your wife to peg me? Are you that, John? If so, you're up on YouTube and very popular on there. I posted a video of our conversation. John. Oh, no? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Disregard, John. Disregard. Hey, la, 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 la. Come on, we can get one more up, one more conservative. That's all I want. Go Leafs, go! Yuck, y'all. Ew. Actually, my one brother would agree with you, and my sister. I don't think John wants to come up. I can see that you're inviting him over and over again. I don't think he wants to come up. Is this my wigs? Oh, nope, that's not my wigs. Never mind. No uppies for John? Yeah, no, John doesn't want up. Oh shit, we got Eugene. Sorry, let me just mark this down. Oh, your mic is ass, yo. Eugene, how are you? Josh, come on down. Eugene, your mic. Fix your mic, yo. Eugene, are you like inside of a plastic bag right now, or what's going on with your shit, dude?
Is it working?
Oh, there we go. I can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on.
Okay. Have we talked before? I think you've been up before.
A little bit.
Okay. Not one-on-one though, eh?
No, never one-on-one.
Okay. So how old are you, sorry?
52.
52. Older and wiser than me. So you're voting Polyev, or you're voting conservative rather.
Yes.
Why?
Well, he's the only one that's held his ground on every issue that he's said for the last, I don't know how many years that I've watched. Like when Pierre, even before Pierre was the leader, I was one of those guys rooting for him to go become the leader when he said he didn't even want to become the leader. Mm-hmm. Like his policies and everything he's done.
What policies specifically?
like all the policies that Carney that you might think you like about him dropping the tax or cutting the tax, he's only dropped it to
I'm
zero
not
for
a
now.
I'm not a liberal fan, so
No, but
yeah.
you're an NDP.
Yeah, I support
he's
the
the only one
NDP, but that's
he's the
like
only
a
one that,
compromise.
He's the only one that all the unions have been backing publicly.
No, not all the unions. I think there's a couple.
Most unions.
No,
More
not
unions
even
should be
most
backing
unions.
him.
I think there's a total of like 10,000 workers that are represented by the unions that are endorsing him. There's millions that are represented by the ones that are endorsing the NDP. But yeah, go ahead.
And it's like, I don't know. Even Carney the other night at the end of his going on, and he was asked the question. It's like he said he didn't advise Trudeau on things. It's like, I couldn't endorse that for sure, because he had flat out lied about promoting Trudeau on lots of things, which we knew he did. It was in
He did
the Liberal
some.
website.
I guess he did some consultation work, but I guess it was pretty limited. Like he wasn't the only consultant for the.
No, he
Liberals.
wasn't the only one, but
Yeah.
he's also been a WEF member for a long time.
Yeah. So
I know
was Pierre
that-
Poli.
I know Pierre was, but
Yeah.
he also got out of it.
He got out of it when all the crazy people started going all crazy on WEF. Yeah, it was around the
Well,
same
when
time
everybody
as the
started finding out
convoy.
the truth about them,
What's the truth about them?
like all this, like look where the climate control policy or their carbon pricing policy came from. It came through the WF, through Mark Carney.
What?
Like Mark Carney's
I
book
don't
even
think that
states
that's
what
true.
his
Is
plans
it?
are.
Do you have a source
Like-
for that?
For what? Look at Mark Carney's book.
Have you read Mark Carney's book?
I've gone through parts of it.
Okay, so what did the parts that you went through say?
Well, there was parts where he wants government or WF to be in control, like or all.
His exact
All
words that he
policies to
wanted
be
is
under
that he
the
wanted
WF
WEF
climate
to be
policy.
in control.
They wanted the government to control what the people do as people. Like they're all
Sorry?
like they want the government to do what people want to do. Like they want the government to control how you spend things, like a social credit system. There's all kinds of policies in it that are just crazy.
Like what specifically though?
Just let me check here. I'll get into my notes. I have it here somewhere.
Are you familiar with the IDU?
A little bit, not a whole pile.
Well, I mean, Stephen Harper is the president of the IDU, and I mean, Pierre Polyev is definitely a part of that. And I mean, the policies that they want to pass are much worse than anything that the WEF wants to do,
I don't think
especially in
he's going to
terms
go
of
through with some of those
controlling.
policies either.
Right.
But, like, yeah, it's like in his book, there's a social credit system on page 222.
So
Like it has
what would
to
the
guard
social
against
credit
that.
system entail? I'm not too familiar with what that even means.
Basically, what they do in China about how if you get a fine, it comes out of your bank account. It's like a carbon footprint type situation. Every little bad thing that you do that's been recognized, or if you spend too much, you do too much, you can only fly so much, you can only travel so much, you can only do so much. Like, they want freedom redefined by bureaucrats, like in our own fucking country.
So you're a big
And that's okay,
freedom
my
guy.
fault. Oh, I'm totally about freedom. It's like
So Pierre
my grandfather
Poilievre's
didn't fight World War
policy
II
to
to have-
force through pipelines on people that don't want it. You're
I don't
okay
think-
with that government
I'm not
overreach?
okay with forcing anybody for anything.
Okay, but that's
I
a
don't
proposal
understand why-
that's a proposal that Pierre Polyev has made, right? It's his shovel-ready legislation, so that any proposed pipeline they can just force it through, whether First Nations want it or not, or whether Quebec wants it or not. They can just kind of force the pipeline through.
But I don't understand why some places are really against pipeline when they want to let.
Is
because
that
if they don't-
not up to them? Are you not a freedom guy?
I'm a freedom guy, but the
Okay,
thing is,
so
I don't
are you only?
You've reached your limit on
Oh, for
talking.
fuck's sake.
Shut the fuck up.
Somebody's paid to drop you, but one thing I will say before that though is that you shouldn't only be for freedom for the things that you want. If you are truly for freedom, then you should be wanting other people to be able to exercise their freedom as well. So I will leave you with that, but like I said, somebody has paid for you to drop. So thank you for coming up, Eugene, and we'll see you around. So sorry, y'all. Josh wants to come up. We'll do one more. I was going to do one more, but I guess we'll do one more since we got conservatives that keep wanting to come up. Josh, I believe you've been up before as well, too.
No, never.
No? Oh, okay.
I mean, I've seen you on TikTok, but I've never requested.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. I wouldn't want any. I don't want anybody to be subjected to that. That's for sure.
Well, I never.
So how old are you?
I'm
John?
20. I'm going on 27 this year.
27. Okay. What? I won't be too specific, but what province are you in?
I'm in Ontario.
Oh, okay, just like me.
Northern Ontario.
Oh, Northern Ontario. Shit.
Yeah, man. I'm from Sudbury.
I know that place very well. You must love environmental policy. You've seen pictures of what Sudbury used to look like.
Sudbury used to look like shit, but thank God for like Valet. I don't know if you know what Valet is. Valet is a mining corporation. Okay. Well, it used to be called Inco, but it wasn't really environmental policies that caused the rebirth in Sudbury. It was the mining company itself that committed itself to re-greening our city.
Were they? Did they do that on their own, or were they forced to?
They did that completely on their own.
Really?
Yeah,
I never heard that.
Yeah, so it was the re-greening effort from just the mining company as a whole because Sudbury looked like
fix the issue that they created in the first place. I mean, that's the least they could do, I guess.
Yeah, that's why we had the super stack, right? But
yeah.
But anyways, I noticed you on TikTok, and you're very big. I wouldn't say liberal supporter, but you're a very big NDP guy.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm conservative myself. I voted liberals when I was 18, and that was the biggest mistake I ever made in my life. And it was literally just because of the legalized pot. That's all I wanted.
You've never made a bigger mistake than voting?
No, that was the biggest one, man, because honestly, the way things have been, like, especially myself, like, you know, I just had a daughter.
Are you doing worse now than you were before?
Oh, way worse, man.
Oh, I'm doing way better than I was 10 years ago.
That's what I'm hoping to get some insight on, because I'm really having a hard time finding a reason why people would vote NDP or Liberal, well, especially NDP now, because like my family used to be a very big NDP family. Like that's what my dad engraved in my brain, because NDPs were for the unions.
There's
and I'm
a
union
working
worker.
class up there, yeah, like mining and lumber and all that, right?
Yeah.
So that's
and
why.
And that's what we.
Well, I mean, the NDP, they care about working people, right? That's why they have that support.
Jagmeet hasn't
it's actually Jagmeet.
Jagmeet.
Yeah,
Jagmeet hasn't. All he did, from what I've seen, and I've started really getting into politics because it started really affecting, you know, our country and the way, like, ever since becoming an adult and working, like, I've been trying to get into it because it affects everybody's life. And the NDP, as far as I know, all they did was keep Trudeau in power, and Trudeau.
What makes you say that all they did
because
was keep
every
him
time,
in power?
Well, every time, like, we tried to do a no confidence vote, which should have passed because Trudeau was not doing a good job.
But you know that they had a supply and confidence agreement.
Like the NDP and the Liberals, I know they had some kind of fucking.
It's called a supply and confidence agreement. Are you familiar with what that is?
Not 100%. All I looked at it was like an alliance.
The no confidence votes, right? Essentially, what the supply and confidence agreement was, the NDP said, we will have confidence in the government, so we won't vote against you in a confidence motion, but we want this supply in return. And the supply that they were asking for was a legislative framework that included pharmacare, dental care, child care, a national school food program, and at the same time they also got some anti-scab legislation passed as well too, which is very
Unfortunately that was only for the federal level, though.
It's only for the federal level, but I mean that's all that they have control over because they're the federal government.
Yeah, and I really thought we did have that law. A little off topic, my company just went through a vote, and the only reason we didn't go on strike was because the anti-scab law wasn't in place for us, and there was scabs already waiting across our fucking picket line, which really
Well, I mean, we have a conservative government in Ontario, right? They're not going to pass anti-scab legislation because the Conservatives don't give a shit about workers.
And that's one of the unfortunate downsides to voting Conservative. But
that's like
at the end of the
biggest
day,
downside. One of the biggest.
At the end of the day, for me, the only thing that makes sense at this point is Conservative. Like, I don't trust the Liberals. I think they're going to just bring the carbon tax back and just keep raising prices. Like, I buy most of my food at Costco.
The Liberals don't control the price. Like, they don't increase the prices, right?
Well, at the same time, they don't, but they cause it. With that carbon price, we've seen grocery prices go up because when you put a price on carbon, right,
the effect of
it obviously
carbon
costs
tax,
more. It
but
costs
the
more
effect
to
of
transport.
carbon tax on inflation was 0.1 to 0.2%. So that's not going to increase groceries by double, right? Like we've seen grocery prices increase a lot more than 0.1 to 0.2%, and that's because of corporate greed. That's because the grocery companies, who are now making record profits post-COVID, right? Because we had no other choice but to go with them, and they're near monopolistic, right? We have 4 conglomerates in Canada, and so they have a lot of control over the pricing. They're able to basically price fix whether or not they're doing it officially or not. And when you have so little competition, it means that you can basically charge whatever you want. And we've seen that pan out with record profits. Galen Weston Jr., who's a billionaire, is crying saying, oh, we that record profits, but blah 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 and all this, and trying to convolute the story. That's corporate greed that's doing that, right? Has almost nothing to do with the carbon tax. The carbon tax increase, because you have to think, when you're shipping cans of soup from the soup factory to the grocery store, sure, you're paying a carbon tax on the fuel to transport that, but you have to divide that carbon tax across every single can that's in there. And if you're filling that truck with tens of thousands of cans, the actual increase per price per can is 1 cent.
Well, when you go about it that way, 100%, but you look at even just on the consumers, fuel prices. I know Trudeau liked to say that 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back.
Yeah, they did.
I never got a fucking penny from that. And
are you living
I drive
at home?
a truck. I like to enjoy the things that my money.
Okay, but all right, Josh, I'm going to stop you there though, because everybody in Ontario gets that carbon tax rebate, right? Unless you're not paying your taxes. Oh, there was no need to mute him. Unless you're paying your taxes, or not paying your taxes, your taxes have to be paid. If you're filing your income tax jointly with somebody, with a wife or something.
I don't know if my what's going on with that, but I've
do you
maybe
live at
gotten
home?
one carbon rebate.
Do you live with your parents?
No, we live in a house, and that's another issue.
You have a
too,
wife?
Yeah, like I said, me and her, we just had a daughter.
So she's probably getting it.
No, she doesn't work. She's a stay-at-home mom.
So you file your own taxes?
I go through the H&R block.
You definitely got a carbon tax rebate. You definitely got it. Everybody gets
I've never seen it in a return. I've gotten returns on just based on.
It doesn't come on your
my
tax
dependent.
return. It comes as a check.
Yeah, see, I didn't even get Doug Ford's payment that everybody got too. So there's definitely something.
Yeah,
wrong.
there's
Maybe
something you need to investigate that, bro. That's a lot of money. Like for a family, that's $1,800 a year that you're just missing out on because you didn't.
But that's another thing too, is that like it just doesn't make up for the cost that I pay in fuel. Like I drive 60 kilometers one way to work and back, and when fuel is like $1.50, $1.60,
yeah,
it's just ridiculous. Like, yeah, sure,
I
I drive
drive 70
truck
kilometers one way to work. So
yeah, and it's just so expensive.
But I drive.
And then on
What do you
top of
drive?
that,
I
I just
drive a
don't see the
Civic.
need for a carbon tax, though. I just don't see the need. We're already a net zero country.
Not.
Like
we're
one of the cleanest countries in the world.
That's a myth. We're actually number 6 for carbon pollution per capita in the world. We're number 6.
But according to all these different sites and all these different studies,
which sites?
For Canada, 630 megatons of CO or whatever that we output, we would need average 70.8 billion trees just to absorb all the carbon that we're emitting. And we have over 300 billion.
So that's a myth. So that's a myth
that's
that's perpetrated by the oil and gas industry. It's not true. A tree does not sequester that much carbon until it's fully mature. And until a tree is fully mature, it actually emits more carbon on average. That, like, when a tree dies and decays, it's emitting all of that carbon back into the atmosphere. Right? Like, it's not sequestering anymore. It's actually putting carbon up. So the idea that we're carbon neutral because of our trees is a myth that's been perpetrated by the oil and gas industry.
But has that been proven, though?
Yes. Yeah, by scientists. There's a good video on YouTube by the Goose that actually explains it in depth. Just what I've explained now. And I mean, a lot of those trees are also up north where they don't grow to full mature size as well, as the closer you get to the Arctic Circle.
I don't know if you've ever been to Sudbury. We don't have the biggest trees.
Yeah, no, I mean, and in Sudbury too as well, right? And on top of that, it's not just industry also as well too. A lot of emissions are being released from the ground because, the permafrost is melting in some places. And all of that carbon emissions are going into the air. Methane as well too. Methane's even worse than carbon, and it's carbon dioxide. It's 4 times worse than carbon dioxide. We're not carbon neutral. That's not a real thing. We do need to do something to address climate change, which is very real and happening.
But that's my grudge with the carbon tax. Like, carbon tax doesn't stop bad weather. It doesn't stop the polar ice caps from melting. Even if Canada went net zero,
it's not about paying a tax to stop that.
They're the ones that need. Like, China should have a carbon
China
tax.
is a world leader in green
Canada
energy.
shouldn't
They're doing their bit to be able to. Gotta stop muting this guy. We're just talking. I can mute him if I need to. So.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
I don't know if you're doing that accidentally. Like, I'm not coming in here to be this dickhead conservative that's like, you guys are idiots for doing what you do.
I don't think that you're a dickhead. I think that you are misled in a few ways.
It's just, for me,
it's not your fault.
I just want to know what like, because, like, to me personally, ever since Jagmeet got in, like, I find everyone that I know has just been turned off NDP. And it's not because the guy wears a turban. It's not because...
It's 100% that, dude. Come on. Like, let's be real. We're both adults here.
Like, I'm not prejudiced.
Jagmeet Singh, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
That he...
But I'll give you an example. People criticize people criticize Pierre Polyev all the time. They call him Polyev. They call him this. They call him that. They call him PP. They call him Millhouse. They criticize him for his looks. Charlie Angus is known as like, people love Charlie Angus because he's out there fighting and criticizing all the time. But as soon as Jagmeet Singh goes to criticize his political opponent, they say, "Oh, why is he attacking? Why is he attacking? Why is he attacking?" And it's an unconscious bias towards people of color that says when they're criticizing other people, it's an attack. But when it's a white guy like Charlie Angus, or it's liberals criticizing Pierre Poilievre for his appearance, that's not seen as attacking. That's seen as business as usual. So Jagmeet Singh has put up with tons of racist abuse over the years.
I can imagine, absolutely.
I have to delete so many comments from my videos if I put Jagmeet Singh in there, right? Because people are vile and disgusting. It's definitely a thing. Whether or not people are conscious of their bias or not, it's definitely a thing.
I feel like that, like, again, like, I know this isn't about liberals here, but like the liberals brought this on. Like, we have so many people, like just in Sudbury alone too, we have so many people, East Indians.
Do you know how much immigration increased from the baseline?
Oh, fuck. I don't know the percentage, but I know it's a lot.
It's not, actually. So it went up about 75,000 people across the entire country, which is like nothing. Because immigration hasn't gone below 300,000 people in a year since the year 2000. And before, I only had data going back to that. I'm sure it was the same.
I think we were at 33 million in 2016 or 2015 when Trudeau got in. Now we're sitting over 40 million. Like, that's just insane.
There's
nothing
wrong with people immigrating here, though.
No. I'm not saying there's a problem with immigration as long as it's done right. Like, as long as like there's houses to put them in and there's jobs for them to have. Like, the housing market is just insane. I know it doesn't have it's not 100% to do with the liberals.
It has not. So housing has nothing to do with the liberals, federally. So housing is a municipal thing. Housing, like, you're in Sudbury,
thing bringing them like
housing. Yeah, I know, but housing is a municipal responsibility. Sudbury itself is the one that issues the permits. Sudbury is the one that does the zoning for those houses, right?
Yeah.
The province and the federal government can give them money to build more houses, which the federal liberals have done with the housing accelerator thing. I live in a small town of less than 10,000 people, and they're getting housing accelerator funds. I watched council meetings, right? I watched the council meeting where they explained that they're allowing 290 new permits for houses in my small town, which is only possible because they're getting extra funding from the federal government. The province, on top of that, gives financial incentives to municipalities that hit certain housing building targets, right? That's one thing that the Conservatives that are doing provincially that I can say is not totally terrible, right? Like, they're giving municipalities extra money if they hit building targets. Add that on to the federal government, which is giving housing accelerator funds. They're doing their part to build, right? It's up to the municipality to actually build those houses. Another issue that we're running into is 20% of homes in Canada are owned by corporations.
Yeah, that's the big one.
That's a huge problem. There's only one party that's going to stop that. There's only one party that even cares about stopping that. Right? The Conservatives want to continue that. And Doug Ford...
I thought they mentioned that they were going to stop corporations from buying into homes.
No. So line item 43 of the Conservative platform is actually to increase foreign ownership in companies and housing. So they want more foreign investment, they call it, into corporations and into housing. They want more, outside ownership of those things. That's been their position for like a lot of things. They are kind of now that the Liberals have a conservative as their leader, and who is our prime minister now, because he is a progressive conservative at the end of the day. They're trying to switch up and attack him from the left, which makes no sense because the conservatives will never follow through on those things. They are funded completely by big business and, those special financial interests. So they have absolutely no interest in actually changing the status quo when it comes to, corporate ownership of things and stuff like that. They might.
Well, the big thing, the biggest arguing point. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The biggest arguing point in voting conservative is I was too young to be into politics back then, but I remember when things were good back in the mid 2000s, late 2000s. I remember my family in particular. My dad worked at Valet, and we had a 5-bedroom house. And it was beautiful. It was in the outskirts of Sudbury. And I remember my parents always talking about it. It was $250,000. And we had a 2 carport garage.
Yeah.
It was insane. And now obviously we had Stephen Harper in office. And I find when the Liberals took over, just everything just accelerated. It's just that same house.
None of the housing stuff happened until COVID.
That's okay. Well, see, I can't even argue on that because I don't know what house prices were until obviously
I do,
when I
because
started
that's
work.
around the time I went to buy one. And I mean, house prices still increased quite a bit under Stephen Harper, and the big jump in house prices was after COVID, because of the breakdown of supply chains, people weren't able to build anymore, and so what that created was this situation where the prices inflated quite a bit. And the thing about it in Canada is that once the prices of housing inflates, it's very hard to bring it back down, because people don't want
wouldn't the
housing
inflation
prices
have been caused by the Liberals overspending what we actually have?
on houses. No,
not on housing, but just in general. The amount of money they've invested. I'm not saying what the Liberals have invested in is for a bad cause. Like you said, for the children needs program or whatever for schools and stuff, they're all not bad causes, but when we can afford it, it's okay. But
so
us as a country, our inflation is so badly.
The last budget was a $60 billion deficit. Stephen Harper had larger deficits than that, and
but how come things were so much cheaper and our dollar was worth more?
Because it was in the past. Things go
but
up over time,
what
right?
caused
our
us
dollar?
to have,
Our dollar actually
at one point
dropped.
It was talked about
our
that we had
dropped,
a stronger,
though.
more sound economy than the U.S.
Our dollar dropped 30 cents under Stephen Harper.
I'm not familiar with what it dropped to. I just
so
remember
it was at $1 something. It was worth
it went
more
up
than
to
American.
$1.10 or whatever. I remember my dad was all proud. He's like, our dollar's worth more than the American dollar.
Right. So what happened was in 2008 there was a huge recession caused by a bursting of the housing bubble in the United States. What was happening was they were selling bad mortgages, and when people defaulted on those mortgages, they were tied into funds that people were buying, and that collapsed a huge amount of the economy there. We have protections against that in Canada, so we weren't affected by that as much as the United States. So our dollar,
our economy would have just followed them.
No, we are very different in a lot of ways, and that's one of the ways is we have a lot more protections when it comes to that sort of thing. And so we weren't affected as much by the recession, which meant that our dollar was worth more, but because the Americans were doing so much worse. And then what happened is by the time that Stephen Harper was out of office, the dollar dropped 30 cents.
You're talking
because as the American economy recovered, it balanced out, and the ideal value of our dollar to American is 74 cents for trade. or that's what I've been told anyways. So, I mean, we're a little bit below that now, but people act as though like the dollar went down like 3 cents in the last year or so since Trump took over in the United States. It went down 3 cents. So relative to what we've seen in the past, it's honestly not. It's not that like it's a talking point. I get it that it's gone down, but it's comparable to what has happened in the past. It's really not that much worse. And I mean, the United States is I mean, they're really fucking their economy over hard right now. Really bad.
And it's affecting everybody.
It's affecting everybody, but I mean, I think that we're gonna just have a lot stronger trade relationships with other countries now instead of relying on having United States as our main trading partner, right?
Well, that's the great thing too. I just got to answer this guy. No, my dad does not tell me how to vote, buddy. I make my own.
Oh, I don't get that. I don't get that impression at all.
No, just this guy that said that. Like,
I do think you are a little bit misled in some ways. I don't think that I don't blame you for that because I mean, we're all inundated with propaganda, whether it's from whatever source, right? And social media is a bit to blame for that. You know, it is what it is. Like,
I'm not here like to bash anyone's political views.
Yeah.
I was curious.
I don't even tell people how to vote, right? Like, you should vote your conscience. You should vote for whatever you feel best represents you, right? Like, I'm never going to tell you, oh, you should vote this way or that way. I'll tell you how I vote and why I vote that way and why I support the people that I support.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I you know what I would love? I would love if we could get 85 to 90% voter turnout.
That would be great.
Imagine how amazing that would be if we actually got people to show up to the polls. In the 2021 election, there was only 62% voter turnout, which is way better than our provincial. But
you know what's funny about that is, like, I remember, like, I voted for, like I said, I voted for Trudeau when I was 18 because I wanted to legalize pot.
Yeah,
but
that's probably one of the only
2021 election. The only reason I didn't vote is because I had no idea there was a vote. I just woke up one day and seen that the Liberals got another 4 years. I'm like, when the fuck was the vote?
Well, they didn't get another 4 years guaranteed because it's a minority government situation. But
okay,
if they didn't have a supply and confidence agreement with the NDP, they wouldn't have lasted as long, right? But I mean, the NDP had the balance of power, and they were in a very good position to be able to pass very meaningful legislation like pharmacare and dental care. Pharmacare and dental care are things that we should have had decades ago as part of our
well, see
right?
that. So here's the thing. I see that all the time. What the hell is that? I don't. Do I even get that? Because I have benefits from work.
Yeah, so it's if you have benefits already through work, you don't need it, and so you wouldn't qualify for it. Same, I'm in the same boat, right?
Well, like I kind of do need it because like my benefits are like I'm assuming you work for a union.
I don't work for a union. I work for a company, and we're unionized.
Yeah, that's what I mean by work for a union.
I wish I worked for the union. That would be a much better job.
Oh, jeez, buddy, we'd be getting way more money than we're making now. Because I work for Glencore. I don't know if you know what that is,
no.
But anyways, it's like Valet and Sudbury.
You gotta unionize your workplace, brother.
Unions
I'm a very pro-union. I'm the president of my union local. I'm very when it comes to working class unionization, all that stuff. I am very.
Unions are the best way, man. They protect the workers, and I was a contractor for a long time, and I'll tell you, I subjected myself to a lot of nasty shit because I didn't have a union to protect me. And now that I do, I've been in the best health that I've been in, and I my company fight for my wages. But you see, that's the thing. Like, that's why I've always been an NDP person, but because Jagmeet, all I see. like I'm not obviously as educated as you when it comes to the NDP and their policies. All I seen was the news, like, oh, Jagmeet is keeping Trudeau in because like he won't do a no motion confidence vote, and like nobody liked Trudeau at the time.
Right, but I mean, they were doing it for a reason. They were doing it to be able, because essentially Liberals would never, in a million years, pass the legislation that they were forced to pass because of this. Right, like pharmacare and dental care, they would never have passed that. Childcare, like the $10 childcare, they
So
would
what is that?
So it's $10 a day childcare, which is rolling out.
What does that mean, $10 a day? Like, who's benefiting from that?
Everybody, me, you, anybody that has kids.
Yeah, like I have a kid, but like, what's that do for my daughter?
If you wanted well, I mean, you have your wife stays home and watches her, I assume, but like for me, like I work full time, my wife works full time.
Okay.
I have to watch my daughter in the morning, right? Because we wouldn't be able to afford childcare.
Yeah.
But now we would be able to, right? If it's
Well,
$10.
childcare, like, are you talking about like
daycare or whatever?
Oh,
yeah, daycare.
Okay. I thought you were talking about like healthcare. I was like,
No. Kids were the first ones to be covered by the pharma and dental care programs. But I mean, I'm sure those would top you off. How much do you make in a year? I don't know if that's too personal a question.
No, that's not personal at all, man. I'm very comfortable with what I make. See, for my company, it's very up and down.
Yeah.
My guaranteed wage right now for what I am is 30. I think we just went up to 39.10 under the new contract, and it's supposed to be. So I'll go into detail if you want to hear. I'm
like
supposed
per
to get $4.
year? Is that per year?
No, so I'm supposed to get a $4 raise over the course of 4 years. So I'm supposed to go up to 44 by 2028, 2029.
Okay.
And then, so that's just my wage, but we get a bonus like underground. So like all the different jobs there are underground, there's different job classes. Whatever I fall under for that day is what the bonus I'm making. But right now, it's going to sound complicated. I'm just going to simplify it. We're in a project status.
But how much did you make last year, for instance, like for the year?
Oh, for instance, I made 130.
Okay, so you wouldn't qualify for this now. It is for household incomes of $90,000 or less.
Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense. But like even myself now making $130,000 a year, I'm on track to make more this year.
Yeah.
So our bonus went up, but I still feel like I'm struggling. Like it's
I mean the cost of living is rising, but I mean that's we have to blame the right people, right? Like our provincial government is garbage, right? They've defunded. Well, I guess defunded isn't probably the right word, but our healthcare in Ontario is $21 billion short.
Oh God, yeah. Tell me about it.
Right, and that's the province that controls that. The federal government doesn't control our healthcare, and Doug Ford and the Conservatives, they're holding back $21 billion of funding from healthcare. Right, we're missing 30,000
against healthcare. I thought they were. See, this is like.
So the federal government only controls. You were right; they control immigration. You were right that, but they also control military, international trade. There's very few things that they actually control. Actually, at the end of the day, provincial government is in charge of education, healthcare, jobs, energy, and to a lesser extent, housing. They support housing for They used to be in charge of housing, but in Ontario, Mike Harris offloaded that to the municipality. So now the municipality is in charge of that. So most of your day-to-day things are actually under the provincial jurisdiction. Like the province, Dougie Ford's in charge of that, right? Did you hear how he got scammed with the spa?
Who?
Doug Ford got scammed with the spa. There was a spa that they built in downtown Toronto, or that they gave money to the company to build. It cost us all $400 each in Ontario in tax money to go to a private spa. I think it was just to build the parking lot. right? So this company said, "Oh, we own all these spas in Europe." They own one spa in Romania, and they have about $1 million in assets, and they just gave them tens of millions of dollars.
Wow.
Right? They got totally scammed, and now every Ontario resident is on the hook for $400 each.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's so brutal. And at the end of the day, I mean, we might make a little bit of tax money off that spa, but it's not like Ontario residents can go there for free. And it's not like the profits are going back into our public coffers, right? They're just giving tax money to private corporations.
No.
Like, it's so wrong.
There's so much that goes into politics, man. Like, I hate politics because no matter who you vote for, there's always something that's going to happen that you don't like.
Vote for me. I'll do it.
And yeah, if you run for you know who I do like, who I think should be the head of the NDP?
Yeah.
And I would probably change the outlook of the NDP is that Wab Canoe guy.
Yeah, he's good. He needs to
I have
stay
never
in Manitoba,
seen anything negative about that guy. And he has a good sense of humor, too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen him passing that bill. I forget what bill it was. It was something to do with the states. And he's like, this is a wonderful bill. It's a great bill.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he needs to stay in Manitoba because he's doing great things for Manitoba. Like, the Conservatives that were in power there before were the same thing as happening in Ontario. They were strangling healthcare. They were chronically underfunding healthcare and education. There was the missing Indigenous women, and they were like they're in the dump. Everybody knew that they were in the dump, and the Conservative Party said no, they're not. It'll cost millions of dollars. Yada yada. They did billboards saying it'll cost millions of dollars. Guess what? They found them. They were there. It's he's doing, and they've gotten so much better healthcare. Like, he's opened up primary care clinics. He's done well. It's not just him; it's the entire party, right? They're pushing for more healthcare for people in Manitoba, right? Public healthcare, not privatized.
Well, you see, I think there needs to be more education on the politics side of things because, like, as I've said, I've already voted. I voted Conservative because, like, the way that everything's been mentioned, like, you know, we need to get the pipelines built. We need to stop relying on the U.S. We need to start cutting. Well, like Pierre says, we need to start cutting waste so we can get inflation down, so we can start getting our dollar up. We need to completely scrap like the big thing for me is the carbon tax. That is just absolutely stupid. I do not agree with it one bit. But they just made everything seem like they can fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, like every politician does.
Yeah, I don't.
And NDP, I've just never given NDP the light of day because all I thought about Jagmeet was he was just, you know, don't mean to say it like this, but just, you know, under Trudeau's desk. Yeah. And I didn't realize that the NDP
it was the other way around.
Was putting bills forward. I like all the bills that go forward. I didn't know NDP had anything to do with that. I thought they were just doing it because Jagmeet wanted his pension.
Yeah, no. He was a lawyer before he got into politics, right? So he was already rich.
Who's that?
Jagmeet Singh. He's a lawyer.
Oh, okay.
So he already had a ton of money before he even got into politics. He literally is really only in politics because he cares.
I keep seeing comments say his name right. I keep forgetting it's Jagmeet.
Jagmeet, yeah. It's hard because it is spelt with an A, but
it's just naturally it just comes out as
no, for sure, especially when you're used to saying it. Yeah, I mean, Jagmeet Singh doesn't need to be a politician. He chooses to be because he cares. And I mean, his pension is $50,000 a year, right? Like the pension that activated is $50,000 a year. That's nothing to somebody
NDP?
That's worth. Yeah, that's nothing to somebody that's worth millions of dollars, right? Like he doesn't.
Well, no, it's still a really good pension. It's a better pension than I'll ever have.
$50,000 a year? No, you'll have a better pension than that, hopefully.
Well, right now, like with our pension, I don't know if you guys get the choice with when you start with your company, choice of pension, but I chose like one that I contribute into. I contribute a small portion.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm under 3 years of service with the company. I just have to do a 30 and out kind of thing. I'm only sitting at like 28,000. So by the end of my 30 years, I'll probably only have like maybe 400,000 or 500,000, depending on how much it grows. But if you add up the math, I retire at 54. Like, it's not going to add up to 50,000 a year before I die.
Dang. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that I have a healthcare pension because I'm in healthcare, which is one of the best pensions in Ontario. For every dollar I put in, my employer puts in $1.60. So.
Oh wow, that's actually really good.
Yeah, I have a really good pension. I'm very blessed and lucky in that way. I'm very fortunate, and I have a lot of privilege. And I honestly just want everybody else to be the same. Like, it hurts my heart to see people working, in some cases harder than me and getting less.
Unfortunately for me, our union is very shitty. They're not the best. They're not very strong in negotiating. And this guy said maybe work another 30 years or work more than 30 years. Yeah, no, I want to retire in my 50s and enjoy life.
Yeah. You should get involved, bro.
Why do I think I'm privileged enough to retire at 54? Because I started at my company at the age of 23, just before I turned 24. And my company, like, you're eligible with our pension plan to retire at 30. That's what people do in the mining industry at our company. You do a 30 and out. And most people at my company don't start until they're in their 30s or 40s. So most people don't retire till they're 60 or 70. But I started early. I started mining at 18, so I got lucky. That's why I can retire at 54. But right now, I don't think
my suggestion is to get involved with your union, bro. I was in the same boat. I never got involved before. Because there was somebody that was involved that I trusted, that I knew. But, I mean, I've gotten involved. I'm part of the bargaining team now. So I'm part of the team that bargains with the employer.
Oh, 100%. And that's what I'm getting into. I've already talked to multiple guys about that. I'm taking
you have to be voted
to
in, but I mean, if you have friends that are on board, you can get voted into that bargaining position, and then it's up to you, right? And then you're representing everybody. And if you're that passionate about it, I guarantee you, right, you're not going to just be complacent and take whatever deal they kind of like throw at you.
Oh God, no. Not unless they hand me $100,000 check, of course. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, for real, like, I went from being a steward. And then I started as the secretary, like when I first got involved. So I was like taking notes and stuff like that. Then I went to vice president, and now I'm the president of my union local. Because, I mean, I didn't feel like there was anybody involved at that time that was pushing hard for the things that I want to see.
Well, exactly. And you got the new generation of workers coming in. You have all these, like, I think it's like 30 or 40% of our workforce is eligible to retire in 2 years. And none of them give a shit.
Yeah.
Because we have our contracts every 4 years. They're about to retire. They don't give a fuck what we get in the future, which is bad.
And I mean, if you have the opportunity to vote those people out of positions in the union, absolutely do that, right? Especially with the passion that you have for it. I think that you should. Because like you said, you had shitty working conditions before, right? And you being
that
unionized,
I'll probably pay the price for when I'm older, to be honest.
100%, right? And that's why we need to bargain for better. People always talk about better wages. It's not just better wages; it's better working conditions as well too. Like, this is not good. We need to change.
100%. Yeah. And like, people always say I'm overpaid because right now with our bonus we're making like mid 60s, almost 70s.
Yeah.
But you look at our wages, like, this is almost the same wages guys were making back in the early 2000s when we were getting stuff like nickel bonus. Dude, people are getting like $15,000 a month just for the nickel we were taking out of the ground. Now we don't get fuck all.
Yeah.
It's I love how this turned into a union talk.
Hey,
politics.
Nothing I like talking about more, actually. So,
dude, I'm all about unions, man.
Good. Continue to be, because I mean, we need more younger people that are that passionate about that, and like you said, getting involved and becoming getting on the bargaining teams and pushing for better working conditions. Like where I am, we wear ballistic vests, and one of the things that I would like to see is better equipment, right, so that we're safer.
Yes.
Yeah, like a bulletproof vest.
Oh my God, what do you do?
I'm in protective services.
Oh Jesus!
I work at a hospital. I protect medical staff.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
No kidding. I was going to say.
So I'm trained in use of force, verbal de-escalation, mental health. I'm trained in all sorts of different ways to deal with different communities of people, like with the elderly or people with brain injuries or mental health situations. Most of my job.
That sounds like a lot of training involved with that position in particular. Like, I hope you guys are compensated well, at least.
Oh yeah, I make last year I made close to 80. There's people I work with though that make like 140. Because they do overtime. I'm a family guy, so I can't, and my wife works full time, so I can't really do the overtime to get up.
See, I wish that you could live on one income like you used to be able to. Like, I'm fortunate enough that I make enough that I can support what we need, and I have an amazing wife who stays home and takes care of our daughter,
which
who's
is
only
a
4
big
months
job.
old. And
that's a big
I see a lot
job.
of people saying why do that? And it's like, well, it's good for our daughter to have someone at home, and I don't want my wife working and have to pay for daycare. Like, it's an unnecessary expense. Especially
it adds a whole other layer of stuff, right? And I mean, her being at home is a lot of work too, right? Like, taking care of kids is a lot of work. Like, I do the childcare in the mornings for my daughter, and it's a lot of work. Cleaning up after her, and also feeding her, making sure that all the stuff that's going on. So and so the $10 a day daycare would also help with that, though, if she did want to work. So
$10 a day daycare. Like, my sister, on that topic, she had to put my nephew in daycare, and it was never close to $10.
No, it's super expensive. It's super expensive.
So this $10 a day daycare, she would have qualified too. She only makes 30-ish grand a year, and I don't know.
I think everybody qualifies for that. I don't think there's any qualifiers for that.
But how come people aren't paying it right now? Especially in my local area, no one pays $10 a day for daycare.
I don't think it's fully rolled out yet. It takes time to roll these things out, because if they were to roll them out immediately, people would complain about how much it costs, right? So they try to do it slowly, but I know that it is coming to Ontario. Oh, your daycare has to sign up.
Oh.
It has to be, there's my wife, have to be part of the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if your daycare is not a part of the program, then...
So they need to expand it, obviously, but it is a good idea in theory, right? Because that helps to support working people.
Well, that would save a lot for the working class, and then unfortunately I find there's not a lot of that nowadays. I see a lot of people in the comments saying privilege. It's it's not privilege. I bust my ass off at work, even though I'm unionized. We're a project status, so we're set to less than adequate working conditions, and we should be we have guys working in 40-degree heat down there, breathing in dust, pulling copper dust.
And that's not good. I've been to Copper Cliff before. It smells like metal.
No, it's not healthy, and a lot of guys die in their 40s. So when people say privilege for what we make in mining, we're extremely underpaid, because we're putting our health at risk every day, and there's guys that die there there's people that die underground every day. I've had close calls myself, and there's no privilege in making $60 an hour, putting your life on the line, not knowing if you're going to see your daughter at the end of the day, or if you're even going to make it to surface. Because I take a one-way trip down, that's it, and then I get a one-way trip up.
Yeah.
And
no, I get it. I totally get it.
People work their asses off for their money and to be able to retire. And for me, in my case, I get to retire at 54. Yeah,
I think
it is
what
a
they mean
choice,
by
and
privilege,
it's a
though,
choice that people need to make. You got
I
to work.
think what they mean by
provide for your
privilege
family.
is that we're just very fortunate to be in the position where we can do that, right? We're able-bodied. We're, we had a good upbringing that brought us to this point where we had the resources to be able to go after these things. Their privilege means a lot of things. There can be a lot of aspects to it. It is kind of, I do feel sometimes it is a little bit dismissive of people that, like, I mean, I've worked hard my entire life. You sound like you've worked
100%.
hard your entire life, right? So it's kind of, there's a knee-jerk reaction when we hear that. But
It
yeah,
is.
like, I do consider myself very privileged because I was, I was raised by parents that loved me and gave
Well,
me
you see, and
things that I
not
needed.
everyone gets that,
Yeah,
right?
Like that is a privilege for sure. So
I was privileged until that recession in 2008, 2009, and
Yeah.
then Valet took over our local mine site, which was called Inco.
yeah,
And then everyone went on strike for over a year, and scabs
Yeah.
went across. And then I lost everything. We lost our house. I started living in motels. My parents started doing drugs. They split
Dang.
up. I started witnessing my fucking parents smoking crack and shit. And then I pretty much had to raise my baby sister. So like, when people see, when you see things like privilege and why do you do this, why do you do that? It's like not everyone understands that you need to be able to provide for your family, and like everyone
Yeah.
comes from somewhere, everyone has their own challenges, and I've witnessed the darkest side of what family can do when
yeah, and I have the privilege. I never had to experience that. My dad did lose his job because of his factory moved to Mexico, right? So I mean that sucks, and like he became a teacher after that. But he doesn't make the same amount of money that he did when working for the factory, right? And that's part of free trade, and that's a whole other conversation. But
Yeah.
but I'm privileged in the fact that I didn't have that situation happen to me, right? Too. So it's hard to not have a knee-jerk reaction to that when you're not used to it. But I would say that
You have guys that like you have a family, you understand. Like, unfortunately for my generation, there's not a whole lot of engagement and working class. Like there are those of us that do. And then again, it all leads back to politics. A lot of us don't like this. This is really our first important election for my generation. And people need to make the right choice, and that's what I came here to just get some insight. Like I didn't come here to, people to say, "Oh, he's just a fucking stupid conservative and he's a racist." Like I'm the furthest from.
I've gotten into fights with leftists before because I don't think that you should call people racist just because they vote conservative.
Yeah.
I think that it does a lot more harm than any good that could possibly come out of that. I think all it does is serve to alienate people politically. I don't think there is any good that can come out of that except for making yourself feel better. So one of the things I'm trained in is verbal judo. It's called verbal de-escalation. And one of the things we learned in there is if you feel good saying something, you shouldn't say it. And that's a really good rule, is that if you're saying something and it's going to make you feel better, like, you shouldn't say that thing, right? Because it's probably only going to escalate the situation even more, right?
The only time I do that is when I talk shit to a Leafs fan.
Yeah, no, it's hard. As human beings, it's very hard for us not to do that, right?
I was
It's
just
something
thinking
that you need
because
to
you're
learn.
a Habs fan and I'm a Habs fan too.
Oh, are you? Hey,
big-time Habs
check
fan.
out this hat. Look at my wife got me this.
You
Look at that.
lucky
I got
son.
the Real Tree camo Canadians hat.
We're going to the cup. No,
Yeah,
I'm just joking. We're not
baby,
winning the cup
baby.
this year. I wish we would, but we have a good future.
All right, well, I'm going to go get a snack. You're more than welcome to stay.
Well, I feel like I should give someone else a turn there.
We're going to go full panel now. We're going to
full panel.
We're going to open up the floodgates. We're going to let in as many people as we can. Look, it's already starting.
Right on, yeah, let's go.
All right, so I'm going to go get a snack, and while the panel fills up, I'll see you in a bit.
Small town. I just have a quick question before you. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, he's gone.
Small town's already gone.
Yeah, it is what it is.
He's very serious when he means he's taking his breaks.
Yeah.
When you need a snack, you need a snack, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I know, I've got my salad next to me.
I'm here. I'm just going to mute my mic because I'm going to be doing some loud shit. But if you guys want to talk to me, just say my name.
Well, what's everyone here voting for? Let's get a conversation started.
I'm personally voting NDP. I live in a small British Columbia town, and our MPs have always been amazing with getting us representation and stuff. Same with our MLAs. Like a few years ago when gas prices skyrocketed, our MLA actually went in and looked at what the cause was, and it was just corporate greed. And he went and found that out and told us that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I personally voted Conservative on opening day there, and I mean, I'm also small town in BC. It's and I mean, there's a lot of things that the NDP do, which I like too. I was kind of on the fence about which way to go.
I already voted Conservative too because, like, when I was doing my research, like, obviously I didn't go too deep there because obviously the NDP aligns with a lot of my views because I'm a union worker.
Yeah.
But I just find that, like, before talking to him, the NDP didn't represent any of my values. Like, my values aren't paying a carbon tax. My values aren't paying overpriced groceries and having my money be worth nothing. Yeah. But obviously there's a lot of other factors that go into it. But for me at the time, it's just where I need to go because the last 9 years, my money has just been getting less and less valuable. Yeah. So now making 130, 140 grand a year feels like I'm like low making class.
Like 70, yeah.
Well, I feel like I'm making 70
I get
grand.
What you mean. It's not that the actual wage itself is bad, it's the spending power of the money, right? Like it's
well, that's the thing, and people are like, oh, you make lots of money, what are you talking about? It's like, I really don't. Like, yeah, when you're making $17 an hour to, you know, work at McDonald's or something, that's not a lot of money. That's what I made when I was a student. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even then it wasn't even that much. I was only making 11 or whatever minimum wage.
Right. Yeah. Like, I mean, shit, I got paid cash on my first job and got paid under minimum wage. But I mean, I was like, I don't even count that as a job, really. I mean, I would have been like 9 or 10 just picking up garbage at a local campground. But
well, I was babysitting at about 12, so that's kind of a job.
Yeah, it's a good side hustle. Like, babysitting's important too. I mean, because that helps. That like directly helps people. So that's a good.
Yeah. But it's like I started working full time at 18, and I've been working full time since then. So it's like I've been working full time 5 years of my life already, and I'm only 23. And I even thought like $19 an hour was good at one of the. I worked in healthcare in the city when I was going to school and stuff, and I was like, oh, $19 an hour, this is great. And then I moved here and I was making like $23 an hour until my union fought with CLBC to give us our raises. Like, they went after the government and they went, we're doing this job, you're underfunding our employees, pay us more. And then I went up to 26, and as of yesterday at least, I've been making $28 an hour.
See, that's another problem I find with this government. I wanted to bring that up to small town is like minimum wage needs to stop going up. I know there's a lot of people that, you know, try and survive on it. It's got to stop going up because that just drives prices up. I've seen it locally. You know, when I started working $11 an hour minimum wage, shit was cheaper because store owners could, you know, didn't have to raise their prices to make up for that wage. Now we're going up to like $17, $18 an hour. We're talking about raising it even more. And like, I personally seen the prices go up in like my small town pharmacies and my like corner stores, grocery stores, like local grocery stores. All those prices go up with minimum
the
wage.
wage going up. The wage is not the issue.
Well, I think wage doesn't help the issue necessarily, but I mean, there's more factors than just the wage, right? Like,
Well,
I mean,
of course, there's obviously a lot of
like,
factors.
because there's people that make minimum wage, and raising minimum wage obviously helps them. I look at it as like a 3-tier. There's like people that make a few dollars over minimum wage, right? Those are the people that get hurt most by minimum wage raising.
Well, that's
right?
exactly right. Like my wage that I at work, like I said, I've already told everybody what I make.
Mm-hmm.
People were making only $2 less back when I was a kid, and minimum wage was $10, $11. Now it's up to 17, and our wage is only $1.50, $2 more. And then, like I said, it's not the only factor in stuff going up at the stores, but it is a big factor because they either have to raise prices or they have to lay off staff, because a lot of small businesses and small stores can't afford to pay that extra minimum wage.
Yeah, it ends up hurting. No, I when I was an apprentice in my trade, I was barely getting by. Like the first time getting my own place or whatever, right? I was like, probably I think I just turned 17, and I was like, "There's no way. I'm just dead." I was making $20 an hour, right? Which I mean is a solid wage, but like at that point, I was like trying to go up, and $20 like could get me by, but I was stagnant, right? Like I wasn't. So for the 4 years there, I was pinching pennies, but
yeah. And this guy just said raising wages helps improve productivity and retain workers. That's not always the case.
I think that's the case for if you have minimum, like
do you think someone who is making $11 making a coffee at Tim's is like working 3 times harder to get your coffee out the window making $17 an hour? No. And it's not about retaining workers. Like, and another thing too, you can't live off minimum wage. You can't. It's not meant to be I know they say
That's
it's
not
supposed to be
true.
the
Minimum wage
amount.
was invented as a concept to be the minimum possible wage.
It was. But can you live off it now?
So again, the responsibility of corporations raising profits for the sake of profits.
No, exactly. Corporations raise their prices. A minimum wage, like every wage needs to go up if minimum wage goes
Stop blaming
up.
the minimum wage. We always talk about minimum wage, but nobody ever talks about a maximum wage. Capitalism is a ridiculous idea because you have to account for infinite expansion of a market with limited resources. That doesn't make any sense. So it forces them to drive the prices up to make themselves more money.
So what would be
the problem?
solution?
Is you have greedy people who don't give a shite if you can feed your family.
Here's your solution.
That's the problem with
Here's
anything.
your solution. Here's your solution. Stop overpaying the managerial shareholder class. They sit on their asses doing nothing, making money off your sweat.
Straight up.
They are off making memories with their families at your expense, making it impossible for you to do so.
Well, I think we can all agree on that.
Problem.
The problem is they heavily influence politics with money, right?
Yes, and we
I
need
can't
to stop
influence
allowing that
politics.
to
I don't
happen.
have any money, right? But the people with lots of money, they can tell you whatever to think. They can put whatever propo they want in front of you to get you to bite whatever hook they want. Like, think about it. You just said you voted conservative, right? You voted against your own self-interest because their propaganda was that good that you bought it. Right? That's what they do. They want you to buy their crap. Because when you buy their crap, they can continue to make their rich buddies more money. You're in Ontario. I'm originally from there. I left because of Doug Ford. Pretty much.
I voted conservative because at the time it just went with what I thought was going to be best for my future.
Because you bought the propos. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're inherently bad or good. I'm saying you bought the good propaganda. That's what they do.
But just look at all the sellout sing comments that have been in this live even. They say he's a sellout when Pierre Poilievre has spent the most out of any federal leader. He's also been campaigning for 2+ years at this point, illegally.
Which is illegal. Josh, nobody is trying to say anything negative about you. What other people are trying to tell you is that you were sold a big bill of fucking goods by people with a lot of money and influence to do so.
Well, I feel like no matter who you vote for, you're going to be disappointed no matter what. I already talked with Small Town about that. Like, obviously, like, I just
do you think the people I'm going to vote for, do you think I think they're perfect? No, they're not.
No, of course not. You'll never live in a perfect world like that.
There are lesser evils, though, man. There are lesser evils.
I agreed with the fact that, like, obviously, like, as a country, we're spending too much money.
No, okay, but okay.
But there's a difference between good and bad debt, though, right?
Yeah, and there's a good difference between good and bad spending. Like, for example,
100%.
Why am I choosing to vote green? Okay? I'm choosing to vote green because at least under some of their policies, the money will be spent on infrastructure instead of disappearing down the back pocket of corporate interests. Number one. And that's the minor one. Number two, the Green Party federally have been an extremely steadfast and staunch supporter of increased disability supports. The other parties are not. In fact, the Liberals deliberately screwed the disabled, and the NDP helped them do it. There's another reason. I'm still waiting to hear back from my Green Party rep. Because I want to know his stance on Palestine and whether or not he's pro-BDS. Depending on that answer, I will be voting for him. If not, I'm going to vote for the fucking Rhino Party because none of the rest of these people have any use to me whatsoever.
I don't even think the Green Party is in the riding anymore. They weren't even invited to the debate, which is another thing that's kind of fucked up because Quebec Bloc Québécois has less ridings than Green Party, and Green Party wasn't invited because, not that Green Party has ever really had a strong chance, but...
Dude, I'm not voting for the fucking Green Party just because they have a strong chance to win. I'm voting for them so I can look myself in the fucking mirror. I am not going to vote for a party I can't believe in just to follow the crowd down the merry path, number one. Number two, the Green Party has 2 seats. The Bloc have way more than that. Way more. I was going to say something else and I can't remember what it was. You need to look at a map of which...
I just don't understand a union worker voting conservative. What are you
Sorry,
doing?
what? I can barely hear you, dude.
I said I just don't understand a union member voting conservative. It's
well,
insane.
I don't either, but he did, so there we are.
It's because... Is my mic even on?
You are, yeah.
Like I said, so you look at everything that's happened the last 9 years. How could I ever vote Liberal again? Like, I know he brought up a lot of good points. There's a lot of outside factors. Like an NDP, like I just...
Then don't vote for them. There's plenty of other options. You do not have to follow the merry train down the last.
I'm not following the merry train, but the number one thing for me before the Liberals paused the carbon tax was the carbon tax, because that is just a useless tax. It is a useless grab.
It barely affected your life.
Vote on that.
No, it affected my life when gas jumped up 30, 40 cents, and then prices at the grocery store.
That's because oil and gas companies use the carbon tax as a scapegoat to raise prices.
Well, exactly. So if there was no carbon tax,
that's my point. You're saying, oh, it's the government's fault because of this tax, but you're not holding the greedy executives accountable at all because they raised prices because they knew you would blame a tax.
I'm not defending
It was like cents on your groceries, man. It was cents on your groceries.
Listen, no, they're not cents, man. I've been to a grocery store and I refuse to go to grocery stores.
Cents.
I go to Costco and even Costco is too expensive.
Look at Pierre Poilievre's voting history. It goes against everything the working class would ever need.
Josh is always has.
On him, you see, that's where I was talking to Small Town about, and he was filling me on some of the things the NDP does good, and like why they were keeping the Liberals in power, because they were getting some bills through, and bills that were for a good cause, but bills that I haven't seen positively influence my life. But
it's voting only about improving your own circumstance or the majority of people?
Well,
I mean,
in my
technically
case, I care
speaking,
about
voting-
what me and my family can do and what my money is worth. Like, I care about supporting my family. I don't care about supporting anyone
What
else's
your
family.
community, Josh? Do you care about supporting your community? I'm going to talk over you because you've been talking over everybody all night. So do you care about supporting your community? Do you care about supporting everybody who's at the bottom of the fucking food chain? Or do you only give a shit about yourself and your immediate surroundings, Josh? How about that, huh?
What can
I'm
I
going to continue
do?
to talk over you now even more because you just continue to talk over people the entire fucking night. It doesn't fucking feel very good, does it? When people are trying to fucking get a point across and all you do is fucking talk over them.
I don't know why you're so angry, but
Oh, because you've been pissing me off all fucking night, buddy. I've been raging in the
because of
comments.
my political
You are fucking
views.
privileged beyond belief.
That is not. I do not care if you voted conservative, but you're sitting here saying, "Oh, well, I did it for my family specifically." The bills that the conservatives will put in place if they win will not help your family. They won't help anybody except the ultra rich. That has always been the case.
Yeah, that's
I don't
the
know if that's
only-
always been the case. But I mean, this term it definitely seems that way. Like this election, it is a lot closer.
all I'm saying is from my experience, the Liberals have not done anything good for me.
And you have no life experience.
I think I have plenty.
You have a fucking, 9 years of one government leading your life. That is not life experience.
I've been working since I was 18, which is 10
And
years,
I've
which
been
isn't a
working
lot.
since I was
compared to other
14.
people.
You're probably confusing the provincial government for the federal government. That's
Yeah, many
I've been
people
working
do.
since I was 14. And you know what that got me? That got me fucking disabled, Josh. I worked so fucking hard because that's what I was told to do that I fucking worked myself into disability.
Well, why did you work yourself into
Because
disability?
I chose to
why
work in the
would you?
food industry, and you're supposed to work hard and fucking show yourself off in that industry. I worked so hard, my brain split. I had a fucking mental breakdown, and I fucking threw my back out. And then I was fucked for 3 months. And so nobody would fucking hire me after that.
Well, you see, that's not right. That should never happen to anybody. You should
Well,
never
you
be
know what?
pressured.
That's what fucking hard work gets you, Josh. That's what doing your fucking damnedest gets
Josh,
you in a fucking hard in this
risks his
industry.
life at his job.
I've worked my ass off since I was 18. Like, I'm not
18.
saying
I've
I
been
worked-
working since I was 14.
I'm not
I am
saying.
older than you.
I'm not
I've been
saying
working
you
longer
worked.
than you haven't had a career.
I'm not saying you worked any
But
less
fuck,
harder
man,
than
when
me.
I talk about privilege, this is the shit I'm talking about.
Josh, you know that most of your interaction with the government is provincial, right?
Yeah, but I'm getting back to this guy's point. He's.
I'm
really
not a guy.
heated
Don't
at
fucking call me
me.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. His pronouns are sorry. Her pronouns are they
It's
them.
they them.
Okay, well,
George,
they are
sorry,
angry
Killer,
at
I'm
me.
sorry, I did it myself. I apologize.
And I'm not trying to upset anybody. And what happened to you is not right, which is why unions
And that's
are
what
very
conservatives do,
important.
Josh. That's what conservatives do to people like me.
That's not the conservatives didn't do that
Yes,
to you.
it
though.
is. Yes,
Yes,
it
they
is. The conservatives
did.
have legislated me into disability or into poverty. That's what disability is. Legislated poverty.
Yeah, but they didn't make you
That's
work.
conservatives. Because I live in Alberta and we have had a conservative government for 50 years, Josh. That's what conservatives do.
Yeah, but they didn't make you work to the point where you had to break
Josh.
yourself.
But
You-
they're-
you
They
never
had
should
to
have
work
done
at that point.
Josh,
Because
capitalism
conservatives
does
made it
that.
so hard for everybody to live.
Yeah.
So wait, this is my. Can I just like get my
so
opinion out there?
fucking dense.
So right now we can all agree that many of the issues that are happening in Canada are from corporate greed, right? I think most of us can agree on that. Like a lot of the issues, like related to finances, are from corporate greed, right? And just
We all hate corporations, man.
So,
Big
yeah.
ones.
So if like let's just say if we look at this ethically, how can we say that it's the whatever party of government that caused
Because certain
Q,
parties.
let me finish, please. That Killer Q's situation is obviously terrible, right? And I'm not disqualifying what he says, but like if we're blaming corporate greed for these things, then how can we also blame the government? Is it I was just wondering, Are you just blaming the government for allowing this corporate greed to happen? I think
it's because certain parties give over deference to corporations.
Well, it's not just that. It's more that, okay, people look at the government as being the purveyors of capitalism, and they are not. Government is a tool of capitalism. If you want to stop it, you need to stop spending money in certain places. That's one thing. Stop electing the same fucking two parties over and over and over again, and it's really fucking easy to not vote for them.
It is! It's so easy! Stop saying, oh, this party will never get in! Fucking vote for them! They'll get in!
Right now, I am supporting in one way or another 4 different fucking parties. Because I want the smaller voices in, because I live in hopes that one day I'll wake up to no more first past the fucking post, so that having many small parties gives everybody a more egalitarian voice, so that everybody gets everybody's concerns get more address and more attention, instead of the same 2 fucking federal parties for over 150 fucking years, and people keep bouncing back and forth. Congratulations, good for you. That was a good one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that.
But we've had the same 2 fucking parties for over 150 fucking years, and people keep expecting that somehow, if I vote the Liberals this time, it'll be different. If I vote Conservative, it'll be different. It's never fucking different. It's old white man politics that needs to fucking die.
Yeah. So Pencil, my question for you, just I'm kind of playing the devil's advocate here.
Please don't do that. I find it really fucking irritating. If you have a question, just ask it.
Don't do what?
Don't beat around it. It's bullshit. It's a waste of energy.
I'm not being okay. Someone's angry. I'm not.
I'm not angry. I just don't find it useful.
Well, you're angry. Like I didn't even finish my sentence.
Please don't tone police me.
Just get to the point.
Okay. You know what? It's good. I'm not gonna bother. It's one of those days.
Just ask a question, dude. If you have a question, just ask it.
It's all good. I'm not even gonna bother.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh,
fuck me. Oh, fuck me.
Like, this doesn't have to be a heated debate. Like, I don't know why people get angry. Like, you can just talk.
Because why do we get angry? Okay, here's one reason. You voted for a government that will. Okay, let me go backtrack a little bit. You said the conservatives don't hurt people. Back during the Mike Harris days in Ontario, he cut ODSP by 25%. Okay? Which means now disabled people who depend on that service are about 50% or more below the fucking poverty line. Because of conservatives.
They didn't ask for that life.
I'm not saying that everything that the conservatives do is great. I'm not saying that I voted.
Everything bad that has happened to this fucking country, to your province, to my province, has been in the hands of conservatives. When our fucking debt skyrocketed, that was fucking under Mulrooney.
I want to point out something to Josh that a lot of people don't think about when they're voting, and especially in regards to disability. Okay? You think, not you, and I mean you in a general sense, not you specifically.
Yeah.
You think that disability is something that won't happen to you if you don't think about it, or you think it's a moral
not
failing.
At all. That is something I think about
dude,
every
stop.
day.
Let me finish. I'm not talking to you specifically.
Okay, sorry.
Okay? Disability is currently 27% of the population openly identifies as having a disability, and that's just the people who understand they have one. There are a lot of people who have disabilities who don't realize they have one or can't admit it. Okay? Disability will impact almost every single human being in one way or another, whether it's through a birth defect, a congenital condition, injury, illness, accident, or age. It will impact every single fucking person, permanently or not. But conservative governments consistently vote or act in ways that are contrary to the needs of this very impactful societal situation. Because most people do. Most people are what's the word I'm looking for? Not socialized to look at disability as a fucking side quest. Like, it's not going to impact me, so I don't have to think about it. But if you keep voting for governments that do not provide support and undermine what support there is, that support is not going to be there for you.
Yeah,
or your loved ones when you fucking need it. So you need to stop thinking about your me today in my backyard and look outside of that. What is my future going to look like if all the social supports are gone?
So that's where I lead back to why I voted. So not everyone is able to work.
You voted for your backyard. You didn't vote for your future. You voted for your fucking backyard.
I voted for my future because it does not affect me. I work, like I said, not everyone's privileged, as people say it, to work for a union and bust your ass off, first of all, for 5 years to get into that union. But I have disability through my company. So I get 80% of my wages if I get hurt at work or...
Yeah, at work, dude, but not all injuries happen at work.
That exactly. Not all injuries happen at work, but I do get money to make sure
Yes,
I'm
you
okay,
do.
and then
I
you
know.
could always defer your payments if you need. There's lots of options out there.
Like, I'm on disability, and in Alberta,
Are
I need
people
extra
saying that
fucking
liberals
coverage.
did stuff
Or
for
like for-
disabled people? Is that what I'm listening to, or am I confused?
No one in this room is a liberal supporter. Get the fuck off that mindset.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, man.
There's
Chill
a
out.
mix.
I'm a
I think
communist.
pencil crayons is green, and then Josh and I
Dude,
are conservative.
I'm gonna interject here for a second. I am not my political view. The party I vote for is not my fucking personality trait.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I was just giving Jay a
I see.
introduction,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
So,
Yes,
so
I plan to vote green. If not, then I'll vote Rhino. I swear to God.
I didn't know. I was just asking a question.
Yeah.
man.
So like me, Mango, and then Josh are conservative, and then I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I think everyone else is NDP, right? I believe.
Okay.
I don't want to
Yeah.
assume anything, right? But
Yeah, I'm just trying to
I
get
vote socialist, but there isn't anybody running in my riding that is. So.
I've been a primary caregiver for somebody that's been in a wheelchair and need of BiPAP and had multiple surgeries and stuff. And I can just say that I'm pretty educated on the Disability Act in where I live in Canada, and it's just been terrible, So I just wanted to know what political party you guys were with.
What province are
all.
you in?
Yeah.
I'm
what
in
province?
BC. I just moved to
Okay.
Ontario and
Okay.
sorry,
sorry
I moved
about-
I will say-
from Ontario. Sorry. Even
no,
the
that's okay.
sidewalks.
As
here
someone
are-
from BC, the NDP is working more for people with disabilities than the cons or the liberals were. The liberals were cons here, but anyway. And I've seen it as someone who works with disabled adults.
Yeah.
Like, they're getting a lot more than they did under the old Liberal Party.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sorry to tell you this, Jay, but if you've just recently moved to Ontario, I apologize profusely
No.
for the existence of fucking Doug Ford, the man who
no,
considers disabled people to be useless eaters.
No, I'm sorry. I moved. I didn't explain myself properly. I moved
that's
from
okay.
Ontario to BC. And
I'm sorry. I
the
thought you said
amount
you had
of,
just moved back. Sorry.
no,
I'm sorry.
he
I
misspoke.
apologize. And,
That's okay.
but the sidewalks are terrible for wheelchairs in BC. The amount of
It's the same everywhere.
people not
Everywhere,
well.
guy.
Ontario seemed a little bit better. I gotta say, and
I'll walk the streets in Alberta. I'll take you on a
even
lovely
the-
stroll.
the automatic doors even
See-
are redundant here in BC
Yeah.
compared to Ontario.
This
I gotta
is
say,
why I
it's
was.
weird.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
it just
sort of
might be
what-
my town taking care of the people in our town. Like, the company I work for has been a big part of this town for years.
Oh, that's
So
good.
we have a lot of like accessible areas for people.
What is your town? or your city or whatever.
Near the North Island. I'm not going to get more specific than that, but I'm in the North Island riding.
That. Yeah.
This is sort of what I was driving at with what I was saying about building a future. Disability needs to become the focus for all infrastructure, both physical and social, because we're all going to experience 100%. It. The population is aging, for one thing.
That is the one community that is intersectional across fucking everybody. Everybody.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't care about your financial status, the color of your skin, your religion, or anything else. Disability, if it wants you, it will fucking come for you.
Yeah. I think there's a very big divide on disability. Like, as a conservative voter, I know there are a lot of rude and unwilling people to hear different sides. And the big divide is a lot of conservatives look at disability like people from my generation milking it for money. And that's where a big divide comes from. I'm not saying those are my views. I'm saying a lot of people that I hear from are like, oh, people just want their disability checks and this and that, but people don't see what other people
below
have
the
gone
poverty
through.
line? That's we want that. We're looking for that.
The rate of
that was just adding to the conversation.
The rate of the rate of disability fraud is extremely low.
Yeah, they've already done studies on that. It's very low.
No, I'm not talking about the actual percentage and what the numbers are. I'm saying the views of that people have.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know what you tell those people, Josh, do you know what you tell those people? Go fucking apply for it and see how fucking easy it is. Do you know how many times I had to fucking appeal? I needed lawyers to deal with my fucking application. Lawyers!
Yeah, see, like that's...
Josh, part of the reason this happens is it stems from... Honestly, it stems from Ronald Reagan's welfare queen bullshit in the 80s, and it just never died. That's where it comes from. And the assistance is automatically, using and a useless.
Yeah. Well, I've applied for disability.
Moving from Ontario.
Yeah, go ahead.
Moving from Ontario to BC, guys, and I've noticed a difference. I have never, ever in my entire life. I know it's getting worse. I haven't been on Ontario for about 4 years now. Okay. But when I first came out here, the amount of people hunched over, sleeping when they're standing up, I have never, ever witnessed anything like that in my life. Now, I live in a suburb of BC. I don't live in Vancouver. And I lived in a suburb in Ontario. And I'm telling you guys, we got a big problem out here, man. It's so bad.
That's everywhere.
I've never seen anything so catastrophic in my life.
Josh, you cannot say it's bad everywhere. People are sleeping on top of each other in Vancouver streets, okay?
Yeah.
You do not know how bad it is in Vancouver.
It's happening in Nanaimo as well now.
I don't know if you've ever been to Sudbury, Ontario, but we have a pretty bad crisis here. And
for the size of a city like Vancouver, for an entire fucking
No, I'm not saying
area?
It's any better or worse than Vancouver. I'm just saying the problem in general is bad. I'm not saying any one city is worse or better.
Stop trying to one up.
I'm not trying to one up.
I'm sorry, who are we trying to deny and gaslight here down in the chat?
So, Jade, quick question, if you don't mind me asking. I'm a fellow BC resident. What part of BC are you in?
I'm in Burnaby right now.
Oh, okay.
I was in Langley, but my job took me to Burnaby, and I've never seen anything like it in my life, man. I got to say, I was shocked. And maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm a virgin to all this stuff. I never lived downtown Toronto. I lived in a small city outside of Toronto called Oakville. But
you're in me. I'm in the Hamilton.
The Hammer. Yeah.
I will say the
I call Hamilton Hamilton.
Yeah.
Why not?
I say over like the past
people.
I've lived in both Toronto and Vancouver, and it's much more visible in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's worse. Things have been.
It's 100% more visible in Vancouver.
Yeah, and even I will agree with that. It's worse, and it's worse there.
Your
And,
heart
like-
breaks. You're like, I drive around and my heart breaks, man. The amount of tents and people, like, they look totally normal and they're just
They
standing
are. They
up.
are normal. They're
Yeah,
just
they're
normal.
small
town.
Yeah.
But, like, I'll say my
you know what I'm
hometown
saying?
has
Like
been-
they got nice clothes. They're not like these homeless people, and they're just standing upright. Well, not upright, but they're bent over, man.
A lot of those people got dealt bad hands, man. It's
My hometown has been building housing for them, and
addiction,
we've
man.
seen
It's
a
addiction.
decrease of that stuff on the streets.
Breaking.
And they
It's
also
sad
get to
how
work
easy it is to get
with
into
mental
it.
health professionals. Like, that's the kind of programming we need in these big cities.
I really,
Those are the
Hey, thank you
programs
for
we
the
need,
donut.
and yet we're not getting them. And
Wapkins
even
been
in my
doing.
hometown, you hear complaints about it all the fucking time, that they're building new homes for them, but it gets them off the street. And it gets them the help
first
they
is
need.
absolutely the way to go.
Yeah, housing first is good.
I've experienced the addiction firsthand, like watching my parents go downhill. Like I was telling Small Town earlier, like I was one of those privileged kids growing up that had a nice house, nice toys. My parents had good jobs, and then that recession happened, and my dad went on strike, and we lost everything. And they fell to addiction, you know, smoking purple heroin and.
Oh man, I'm
and all
sorry.
kinds
Joe.
of fucked up shit, and it fucked me and my sister up royally. But I think we did pretty
About
okay
fleeing
for
a fucking
ourselves.
apartheid government trying to kill you.
But
How's that
Sorry,
fuck you up?
Josh. That's
It's-
terrible, man.
Well, I'll get back to Killer. Like I know you hate me for my vote. I don't hate you. I don't hate whatever you vote for, and
I don't
have
hate you. I hate that you refuse to acknowledge how much privilege you walk with in this fucking world.
I have been dealt shitty hands. You've been dealt shitty hands. Everyone in this panel has probably been dealt shitty hands. And
At
I'm
one
not
point
here
or
to say
another,
any
I mean-
which person is better off or worse off. I'm not that kind of person. And you know, in reality, just because I voted conservative doesn't mean I hate people that have disabilities and like I judge people. I don't judge people, man. Like you hurt yourself and you're struggling, and I hate that for you. No one should have to struggle.
Yeah, and conservatives never give a fuck about people like me.
And that's the thing. Like I'm not here to be selfish, but I'm not.
No, but if you do care about people like me, Joshua, then you would never vote for somebody like that.
It's just when
So
I
don't
go.
give me
when I-
that two-sided bullshit. If people gave a shit about disabled folks or folks who are vulnerable or marginalized, we would not still have marginalized communities. They would be brought up already. Don't tell me you fucking care. You don't. Because
care.
until your privileges, comforts, and freedoms are at risk, that is when you fucking care. Do not fucking tell me. I'm
As I've
fucking sick
said,
of this.
I've applied for disability, a physical disability, because I threw out my back doing intense labor underground. I was out of work for about 6 months. I lost my vehicle. I lost everything. I couldn't afford a phone. The disability applying for it was hard, and when I did get it, it wasn't enough.
So
That was pre-union.
But the thing is,
It's
you voted for a party that's going to help people with disability the least.
But that's the thing, like
So don't tell me you fucking care when you're talking out of the other side of your mouth.
I'm a third generation miner. I've seen what disability does to people. I've seen what it does to my grandfather. I've seen what it did to my father, and I've seen what it did to me because I got injured before.
And yet
I'm
you
not
still voted
voting-
for the party.
I'm not
that
voting on a
takes things
party.
away from those people.
I'm not voting on a party because
You're
I
voting on a
want
party
more.
because you fucking hate the liberals. That's fucking why. That's what you first said when you first came up.
I
Because you were done
don't
with the liberal
agree with-
government, and
I
so you
don't
were just
agree
wanted
with what the
someone
liberals
else.
Said, but it's not that
You
I'm
said that
immune
voting
to
for the liberals was the
disability.
worst decision of your life.
It was.
That was dramatic. That's fucking dramatic.
It's just in my own personal opinion.
Yeah, and that's why I say you
myself.
have no fucking life experience if the worst mistake of your life was voting in 2018.
Sorry,
My God!
In my political whatever life, it was the worst vote that I cast because I was only thinking about marijuana.
Dude,
And was it
Guys,
good
we
shit
gotta
though?
try and stick
It's
together.
already
man.
legal. It was already
Gotta
legal.
try and
You mean
stick together.
2015?
It got legalized when Trudeau got in 2015, yeah.
whenever the fucking vote was.
We gotta stick together, guys. We're all Canadian.
We're
man.
all on the same team here.
I'm
It's
South
just we all have
African. I was
different
forced into
flavors.
this country because of fucking murdering racist governments. I'm South African.
Josh,
Forced on this country.
If we're all on the same team,
Chicken jockey.
why did we have a government that, despite being begged not to, tried to change the MAID program to make it easier for disabled people to die before they would give them enough money to live? Whose fucking team is that?
Well,
It's
you see,
not
these
my
are all
team,
things I've
but I'll
never
tell
heard
you,
of, like
they
that.
offered the person I was talking about with a disability to offer MAID. Okay, and I said no. But
Okay,
was
I'm
it
sorry.
for me? Was it for my selfishness? Because it was my mom. All right.
Yeah.
And you know, like I'm just trying to say, like we kind of lost the fact that we're Canadian and we're together and all this, and I'm just trying to stick us all together, man. I don't know,
This country
political
has been deeply
differences and all
racist
that.
and refuses to acknowledge its racism as well. We are not a perfect fucking country.
No, we're
We
not.
have never
I
been.
couldn't agree more.
I'm just saying, like, we got to try and glue this back somehow.
The
There's
problem
never
is,
been one thing together.
I think the first step to gluing it back and getting us to where we want to
Gluing
be
it back
as
means
a
gluing the white
peaceful,
people back.
just yes, in a way, like what I'm saying is that we need to listen to.
Can somebody
the
get rid of
people
Mike?
that-
He's using slurs.
we have to be listening to the people that are having the most issues and prioritize their issues more so that it becomes even, and then we can prioritize everyone evenly once everybody's
But-
on the same level, if that
but-
makes sense.
You think
The
Canada's
conservatives
too
don't
broken?
listen to people with
I don't think
smaller
it's too
views.
broken. I think we can change. Would you say,
You
Crayon?
think I like honestly? I don't think we're ever going to get back to the way it was, man. I think
It
we're-
seems
I think
that
it's
way,
broken.
but I think we can get there eventually. And sorry, Crayons.
I don't-
What did you say? I
I
missed
don't
it.
know what back to the way it was version you're thinking of there, buddy,
well,
because
so
it
I
has
don't-
never been. No. Can I?
Okay, my bad.
Jesus
My bad.
Christ. It has never been easy for people of color, for disabled people, for queer people, for anybody who is not a cishet, white, able-bodied man. And back to the way it was only means going back to the point where we're racists. We're better at hiding their racism.
So
has nothing
yeah,
to do with racism.
You're right. Okay.
Nothing.
So
I'm talking
when
about
I said back to the way it was,
normal Canadian values and
Yeah,
the
what
way
are
that
those normal values you're talking about, buddy? What normal
everybody
values?
having a great job and being able
Okay.
to survive and you
I'd
know
like
everybody
to know
getting
when that
along.
existed.
You know that's the
When
way it
did
was
that-
when I was growing up. We didn't have
When
any.
did that exist? When?
That's always existed.
year are
That's
you
why
born?
Canada's
Well,
always
I mean, we
I was
used to
born
have
in
more
19
unionization.
I was born in
Yeah.
1958. When did that exist?
That existed
Okay.
for
We're also-
me in
we're
the
also, like-
1980s, and I was probably
we're also,
you know
like-
right around
we're also-
14. I didn't see any of it.
Canada
No,
is
We're
then
know,
you
also
didn't
fighting
look.
like
Then you
we're
didn't
also
look.
fighting like a shitstorm of Americanized politics coming to
We're supposed to
Yeah.
be one of the most democratic and peaceful countries in the world. We're supposed to be the most welcoming.
We're
Like we
not.
never
That's
had
just
gay.
PR, though.
yet-
That's not fact.
that
though.
I
anymore.
hear
man.
so much racism from conservative voters, and I hear so much
Well,
racism
that's not all
from
of us.
conservative
There's
party
an age-old
members.
expression,
I mean,
though.
we see racism
That's-
from
That's
all
not all. You see
parties.
racism from
But my
everywhere.
point just
It's not-
is-
a
it's not just 'cause you
conservative
vote
exclusive
conservative.
trait.
They're gonna keep fucking going. My point is, fucking one of the fucking people running to be an MP in BC denied the existence of residential schools, said it wasn't a genocide when it was.
Well, then they shouldn't be in because my wife is indigenous and like I'm the furthest thing from a racist, and I do not agree with that. That MP should not be.
And
That
yet,
doesn't
Pierre Polyev is
represent.
fine with him still running.
Well, that
He
should
said he said nothing wrong.
Well,
Pierre
just-
Polyev looks up to
Pierre
John A.
Polyev
MacDonald,
doesn't
who
mind having-
started
Pierre
all of this
Polyev
shit
doesn't
against
mind
Indigenous
having
people.
Dinner with
There is-
with the Proud Boys. So if he'll sit down to dinner with the Proud Boys, I don't know how anybody would vote.
Why
for
does it
that.
feel like if I tie my shoelaces, I'm a fucking racist?
Oh,
like
come on.
anything I do, I'm racist. I'm wrong. I'm this.
He
I'm
went
that.
to dinner
and
with
it's
the
it's
Proud
getting
Boys.
out of
Okay, there's
hand. It's
age-old
getting
expressions, though.
ridiculous. Like,
Here, I'm
get
down
a
to
fucking
dinner.
Say your
grip
piece, Jay,
already.
and then I'll
Dinner
take
with a
it.
Get a
racist group.
fucking grip, man. Like,
The
I'm
only
so
thing
tired
I've
of this
noticed
shit.
about
Like, it's
racism
just,
How do
is
you?
the only
it's
thing I've noticed about
retarded.
racism is that
Yo,
Okay,
you
we
can't
don't
say
use
this.
the
Oh,
word
I just said
retarded,
retarded.
please.
Oh,
It is a
fuck, I'm in
slur.
big trouble. Like, give me a break, guys. Come
Why did
Well, this.
No,
Oh,
No.
see,
seriously?
there we go.
Why would he?
let's dial it back. I liked we were peaceful for a little while here.
well, we
Let's,
should be peaceful.
dial it
Like,
back.
You know,
so
yeah.
far the concern. Like, I'm not trying to like group people here, but everyone
Can
who's voting
I point
conservative
something out about being
hasn't
nice?
called out anybody, hasn't been rude. We've been very understanding.
He just called people retarded.
Who?
The one that just
That
got
guy did.
dropped.
Jay literally just said that. Like, he was
Yeah.
the one not being peaceful. All we pointed out was the shit that Pierre Poilievre has done and said that can be seen as racist.
I just find there's a huge stigma with people who vote NDP or Liberal or anyone who's not conservative. They just look at us like we're racist, we're pieces of shit.
I literally just had this discussion this morning that I do not care who you vote for. It's when I'm pointing out that the party leader is doing racist things and people just keep denying it.
Well, Justin Trudeau did blackface and like
I don't like Trudeau.
Let it go.
I would not vote
I'm
for
not
him.
I'm not using that as a political stance. I'm just saying like everyone likes to point out things about political leaders just because like he's not doing anything about that person I
But
had
he
no idea
doesn't
about. That's
continue-
obviously not
he
covered
doesn't-
on the media well enough for me to know about it because like I've never heard of it.
He
Dude,
sat down
dude,
to dinner.
You've convinced me not to vote for Justin Trudeau because he did blackface.
Yeah.
That's not what I was trying to bring up. I'm just saying,
Do
like,
you-
just because,
but I mean, Pierre
just because
Poilievre
Justin-
himself is famous for saying that Indigenous people just need to learn hard work and stop looking for handouts.
Well, no, what I was saying is that just because Justin Trudeau did blackface doesn't mean liberals were racist for voting him. Like it's not. It's not.
My
about
point
what
just
the
was that
political leader does.
people voting conservative is not inherently racist. It's when you point things out and they do what you do, which is deflecting.
And talk
Guess
over
what?
people.
I don't think he was deflecting. He
No,
was.
he was. He brought it back to
in
Justin
his
Trudeau,
point.
who I'm not
Well, no,
defending
so-
at all.
I would say that the Conservatives have the most amount of racists.
Does anybody know what a talking stick is? Because we need to start using.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'd like that. We just get it going in a circle.
I say they do because I've experienced it firsthand.
So, okay. This is kind of my viewpoint on.
All right, who's
on
yanking
this
it? Stop it.
situation. Who's taking the number 3? But hey,
I
no.
wanna-
So, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I just have a point to make about people who talk about, oh, we need to be calm, we need to be nice, we need to be polite, blah, 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 blah. Do you know that those sorts of comments have generally only ever been used by centrists and those more right than that to silence marginalized voices? It's the sort of thing, that rhetoric that's been used against women. Oh, if you were nicer, maybe we would help you.
Can I push
It's
back on
used
that a
against
little
it.
bit? I'm the
Okay,
furthest
you may.
left person that I know. And I think that debating things calmly with people actually changes minds, whereas the opposite
you're
doesn't.
not wrong. You're not wrong.
But I mean, that's
not
the
what I'm-
opposite of what you just said.
You got to pick.
And
your-
I'm not
not
right wing
explaining
in
this.
any sense of the word
Killer
whatsoever.
would like up.
No, I get that. I think the point I was trying to
He
make
wants
though is that
uppies.
usually that only ever comes out of people when they're trying to shut you up.
Yeah,
Oh, I hear
she's
it all the
saying-
time.
Yeah.
I heard it at
saying-
work all the time because I had to be the perfect trans person, the perfect queer person. I had to be so fucking polite to people who
You're
thought
saying-
I
you're
shouldn't have
saying that-
rights.
You're saying it's used as a tool to silence people, right?
It has been used frequently as a tool to keep people quiet.
Personally, it's been used
sanctioned
against me in
cruelty.
that way, but I wouldn't say it's for everyone.
And I'm not sure about frequently. Don't get me wrong. I believe that it does happen. That people will use statements like that in bad faith just to silence opposing viewpoints. But I don't think that.
Is there another moderator here?
I think I think that there should be some sort of decorum if you're truly trying to make a good point. And I'm not saying you personally, but in general, like if a person is trying to make a good point and actually change people's minds about something, I think there's something to be said about their decorum while doing so. Like if you're able to stay calm and present your
You know that's not
viewpoint.
possible for everybody, right?
Hey, thank you for the hat,
Well,
mustache.
I'm not saying it's possible for everybody, but I'm saying that there are people where it is possible who choose to not be and let their emotions take over. And I get that there are I get that there are disabilities where people will have like tougher times, like ADHD and bipolar disorder and things like that can cause people to lose that decorum, so to speak. And in those cases, we need to be accepting of those disabilities while still listening to their viewpoints.
I agree. I think.
But every time I've tried to express
vastly-
my viewpoint, I'm seen. But recently, even like I was working at a house and I had a coworker who's very heavily religious and very heavily conservative leaning. If I even went a step out of line in his eyes, I was told that I had to calm down. I had to be the perfect fucking person. I had to think about every word I said, otherwise he'd twist it and make it seem like I was a bad person for what I felt, for what I want to see in the world. So no, it happens all the fucking time.
Yeah,
Well, you
there's
see,
no.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it does happen all the time, and I think
Yes.
that everyone in general needs to.
Well, I was trying to say
Be
something.
more accepting.
I was just
sorry.
going to say that what he said, bad faith, I think is the key word there. You know, it's used in bad faith to quell someone's, emotions.
You know from who? Do you want to know who does it most frequently? White able-bodied men.
Well, I don't think that's like
No,
that's
you
a whole
don't, because
trend.
you're a
That's
white
whole.
able-bodied man.
Well, it's nice of you to assume that, but I'm actually not 100% white. But that's the problem with our society is we generalize people because of the actions of few, like conservative voters. Not all of us are bad people. We just voted based on what we thought would be best for us. And then the same what you just said, most of the comments come from white able-bodied men. Not all of us are bad people.
I never said you were a bad
She
person.
didn't say most. She said most.
I didn't say most men do it. I said those comments most frequently come from men.
Well, men in general or just white men?
Mostly white men.
Well,
But I've seen it happen from others. It's happened to me from others, but I give them shit just as much as I give it to anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just sucks because we all want the same thing. We're all Canadians. We all want to see this country do good. We're not against each other here. We all think that who we're voting for is going to do the best job for this country.
And that's what the Americans thought when they voted Trump in.
Well, I feel like the American situation is a lot different than ours.
I think that Pierre is following in his footsteps. You hear the same verbiage. You hear the same slogans. You hear he is.
But what footsteps is he taking?
They are also both part of the IEU. They want
look
similar
like Trump?
things.
Because Trump full out said he was going to do tariffs. He full out believed that there was only two genders.
So has Pierre said there's only two genders.
Yeah, PP's saying the same thing, man.
He's saying the same shit.
Well, whether there's male and female or whatever else there is, it's whatever their own individual person believes. We haven't made it federal to just be men and women. When I was growing up, there was just men and women. That's what I grew up believing. I'm not going to shit on someone
If he's saying
for
that in a debate, he is going to do something about it federally. He is saying this is the way it is. And every time he's been asked, that is his response.
I think.
Well,
he's opening the door to that by mentioning the notwithstanding clause. If he mentions it for one thing, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that son of a bitch will use it for everything he can.
If there's only one thing, and I might get shit on it for, is that personally I believe that there's men and women. If you I'm not saying you're you're not allowed to be gay, you can't be trans, you can't do whatever the hell you want with your body. It's your life, you're your own person. But
Can I?
like
I'm
when
going
it
to
comes
rebut
to
that.
like
I'm rebutting
identification,
that,
like
Josh,
driver's
because I am
licenses,
both. I was
Science
born
says
with
otherwise.
genitals, and I was born with a vagina. So what gender am I, sir?
I didn't hear the first part of it, sorry.
I was born with both genders. I was born with testicles, and I was born with a vagina. What gender am I, sir?
Yo, that's actually a crazy build if you think about it.
I don't know.
So
It's called intersex.
I know what it is. It's called intersect, and when I was younger, it was called a hermaphrodite, which is fucking disgusting. But so you're telling me that there's only two genders. So what am I?
Well, you were born with a set of male genitalia and female genitalia.
So what am I? If there's only women and men, what am I?
Well, in most cases, most people aren't born with both. But
So what
if you
am
are
I?
born
You
with
say
both,
there's only two genders. What am I?
what were you declared at birth?
They didn't give me a declaration.
Well,
Josh, you're confusing sex and gender.
Yeah, he's confusing sex and gender.
Gender is a social construct. Sex is what you're born with.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know. Okay, I thought we were talking.
Yeah, so male and female and intersex is sex, right?
Right.
There's a lot of information out there, Josh, that will explain to you like sex, like biological sex and things like chromosomes like X, Y, Y, X, XX, that.
Yeah.
Those markers, there's a lot of information out there that can explain it to you. And there are a lot more genetic markers than just think exist. A lot.
Well, for me, it's just whether or not you're born with a penis or not. But
Yeah, that's sex, man. That's sex.
Yeah, okay. See, that's what I was confused about because, like I said, when I was growing up, we didn't have all this gender talk of like.
Yeah, you
'cause
did.
it
You
was
just
put
didn't
under the
know it.
rug.
We did.
Do you want to know what happened to me? I got the shit kicked out of me every time because I can't go in a women's bathroom. I can't go in a man's bathroom. I have boobs. So tell me what.
I've never heard of that situation before, so I can't answer.
Somebody
There's
who was
more of us than you
intersex
think
as
there
well.
is.
Yeah.
I knew somebody who was intersex when I was quite young. I also have a friend who was born without a uterus. So where does she fall?
And I was born in the 50s. So I have put up with this bullshit for many decades.
Decades, your entire life, yeah. Yeah, the kid that I mentioned that I knew who was intersex, I don't know what was done, like what kind of testing was done, because this was back in the 80s. Yeah. And he, I say he.
Obi, I have red hair too.
Yeah.
It's gray now, but born with red.
Hi, friends. I'm also
his
intersex.
gender. Are you? Cool.
Yeah. I was born with XY chromosomes and ambiguous genitalia, and I am intersex and I identify as non-binary. So, but I was born in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I wish
but this kid, his sex was chosen for him.
So was mine, and my male genitalia was cut off.
Yeah, they went the other way.
If I had been able to have the choice, I would not have been female.
Would you have wanted to be non-binary, do you think? Or what do you think?
If there was such a thing, yeah, I probably would have been. That's how I would have identified. Like growing.
Totally.
Now
Just curious, is that like an androgen insensitivity sort of thing?
Pardon?
The last
Mine?
thing. Yeah.
So mine is I have been on hormones to try and regulate things, but essentially I just have a higher level of testosterone than a woman would typically have, and I have a lower amount of estrogen than a woman would typically have. So I really am just kind of I don't know, in the middle.
I couldn't carry a female baby to term.
Because I use there's androgen insensitivity of different levels, and that's the example I use when talking about how sex is actually not binary either. It's actually a spectrum, but yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely
100%.
it is. And that's, just to take this back a couple of conversation topics ago, this is why it's so frustrating to deal with people who want to, quote unquote, go back to the way it used to be, because that would mean that Flutter would you know, and I can't read your name. I'm sorry, Norbert.
Norbert, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, like why both of you would have had no recourse, because this would have meant a place where neither of you would have been recognized as what you are.
Well, do you want to know what? I didn't know that
I
didn't know there was a place for me to belong.
Yeah.
Until one of my children asked me to help with Pride, and they went, well, this is because one of my kids said, well, Mom's both sexes. And so someone said, and I said, yeah, I'm hermaphrodite. And they said, no, that is not what you call yourself.
But you know, you have a place, you see, and that's specifically because we didn't just stick in the way back, you know, we progressed.
Yeah, let's not go back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
Even in the early 2000s, I heard so much casual homophobia in growing up.
Yeah.
It's why I was terrified to come out as a kid.
I don't know.
I mean, I was actually 15 when I came out, but I was still terrified. Like, I casually heard it from my aunt, uncle, grandma, all of them. They call people like me freaks.
I don't, like, you guys grew up in very harsh environments as far as what I'm hearing. Like, I grew up in what I would call a very, like, what you guys would say 50s, 80s, like, mentality neighborhood. And like to us, like there was gays. It was normal. Like we were taught it. There's gay people. There's trans people. Like no one ever made fun of that.
I bet you I would have got beat up in your neighborhood too.
I don't think so, because my neighborhood comprised of mostly like 60-year-old, very, very nice mannered people who.
Okay,
my cousin is a lesbian, and she was very she was welcome. Like no one.
Okay.
Where I grew up, it wasn't normal for people to get mistreated because of being gay. Like, this is completely new to me. I've never even seen it in person, people get mistreated for being gay or trans or anything. It's very well accepted.
Your 60 and 60-year-old grandmother is the age group that beat the fuck out of me as a child.
Guys, I will admit, back in the day, I called somebody the F word on Halo 3 when I was 5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people used to be very.
I think everyone did that back in the day, our generation, anyways. But
I would never have
I have never done that in my life.
The point of the topic is the gay hate
around my generation.
The gay hate, like I find that only started brewing once, like. It just started becoming everywhere. Like I still don't discriminate because I have gay cousins and everything.
You're so sheltered, buddy. You are so sheltered.
I'm not sheltered at all.
Yes, you are.
No, it's just it's not a normal practice for people to do that. And until
you know what, my husband's uncle spent time in jail for being gay. Jail.
Well,
it was illegal.
Are you talking about pre-80s before it was legalized? Because I'm talking about now.
Okay.
I think
I
think that maybe people don't realize, people who aren't gay or people who aren't trans or intersex or whatever, I think those people don't really realize how rampant it is because you're not the ones dealing with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, because it was normal. Like there was nothing not normal about it. And like
even in my community, which is accepting, I was still told that I should off myself while I was just hugging my girlfriend in the hallway at our high school.
Yeah.
Like, just because it seems accepting on the outside, it isn't always. And that's the point Flutter is making.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say, again, what I was trying to say before about disability. Like, it's just like the ill treatment and casual, I don't even know what word to use, like the casual discrimination against disabled. Ableism, thank you. It's one of those times in the morning where I have forgotten words, and thank you.
Oh, totally.
The casual ableism is just, like, it's to the point in some respects where ableism is so accepted as a societal norm that if you don't say something ableist, people don't understand why you're not. Like, it's so... People are so comfortable about discrimination against certain groups that possible to explain it to people who aren't experiencing it.
Well,
you
the
know?
thing you don't have to be a minority or someone who's in that class to experience it. Like, actually, if anything, I've experienced more discrimination than anything. Like, and I'm not even 100% white, but like, I'll give you an example, and this is just from my town. I don't know if small town has ever experienced this, being in a unionized work or anything, but my company in my city, not my company, but a company in my city, Vale, one of the biggest mining companies in the world, had a big hiring process in our city. And like, it was huge because there were so many unemployed people here. And it was to get into Vale, you had to have experience. You know, back in the day, you had to know what you were doing. You were hired based on what you knew and what you knew how to do. I was training a fellow coworker who's still good friends with me to this day. I consider him a close friend. His name was Ray. I called him Ray. He was from the Philippines. He immigrated to Canada, and he was working for my small contracting company for about 6 months. I had been underground for 5 years with lots of experience. We both went the same day in the same vehicle to apply for this massive hiring. I never got so much as a call or a text or an email. He got a call the next day with 6 months experience, and they required minimum 2 years. And later we found out it was part of a diversifying hire.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, Josh? Just so
go
I can
ahead.
clarify something here.
Yeah.
Do you present as white?
I guess I look white, yes, but I'm also part Indigenous.
Okay.
You're still white passing is what's
But
going on.
that's the thing nowadays. If anything, there's more discrimination against, like, I'm straight,
No, they're
and I
fucking
guess I
shit.
present myself as white, but like Ray got a call the next day.
I'm
Okay,
calling bullshit. Mighty would
Yeah,
like to
that's
speak.
bullshit.
How about we give Mighty?
there
Mighty
was
has
another
asked.
friend of mine
Mike,
who was
Josh, you've
not
had lots
male
of
or
time to speak.
female.
Josh, you've had lots of time to speak. Mighty needs to speak now.
So I just want to talk. I'm going to say a couple things about myself because not everybody in this panel has heard me talk before. And I just wanted to wait because, like, I was hearing groups I don't typically hear from speak. So I decided, you know what, I'm just going to patiently and politely wait. So I wasn't trying to be annoying in the chat. I was just letting you know I'm still invested and interested. I just was waiting politely for you to finish your points and such because I didn't want to, like, cut in. So I wanted to start with that. But I am a federal correctional officer. I am a public servant. And I have worked long enough that I have seen how things work under both conservative and liberal governments. I'm not actually going to even jump on that train right now. But as a federal correctional officer, I've seen all kinds of horrible things. And the worst things that I ever experienced in my life didn't even happen in corrections. It happened when I was a kid. And this is exactly what happened. Was my sister's best friend was camping at the same campground at the same time as us. And just because she was a gay woman that was bipolar, she was attacked, she was SA'd, and then she was unalived and found hanging from a swing set. And I'm one of the first people that found her. No, it's okay. Like, I've been through a lot of therapy. That's the only reason I can talk about this. Like, it's...
Yeah.
And I got a bottle of white wine in me. I'll be honest. I've been just kind of listening and drinking, but like, not in a bad way. Just
I thought you were going to say the worst thing you ever been through is when your oldest brother tied you to a chair and said that he was going to feed you to the rats.
That's a fond memory. Anyways, so she was a very good person. And for years from the trauma that I couldn't even remember her name, but the perpetrators responsible were young men who were connected to significant politicians who happen to be conservative. I'm not pointing the finger, okay? I'm just not. It's part of the story and it's a fact. And these folks were protected from further police questions, and her death was ruled a suicide within 4 hours. And that's not even that's not even the end of, like, seeing somebody I actually gave a general shit about who was gay. And what bothers me most is they just couldn't leave her alone because she just existed as she was and they couldn't fuck off. Apologize for the language. But moving on to another trauma, one of my very good friends, who I was one of the very few people that would go out of their way to help her have someone to go out to field trips and such, like going out of my way to be a sense of community and be a safe person for them to be with. She also came out as gay, but her family was very, very religious and against it. And she went through a lot of public humiliation at school, and people were just generally shit. And it all culminated till one day she just kind of seemed off when she went home. I never really thought anything of it. And then the next day we all found out she'd taken her life because she just couldn't deal with it anymore. And do you know what one of the biggest, loudest conservatives I know in my life had to say walking through the hallways after she died, literally the day that she died? He saw two women cuddling and kissing, and the only thing he could think to say was, "Oh, two dykes, are you guys going to kill yourselves as well?" Okay, that's why I'll never vote conservative. Because when it comes to people who are marginalized, who I gave a shit about, it was a big joke when they were dead. And I'm not saying you're like that, but my grandmother had a great saying, okay? And she was born in 1931. I know we were dropping dates. That woman fought to have a bank account.
1932.
Thank you for the correction. She fought for the right to vote. She fought for the right to get a bank account. Okay. She was a pioneer. She married a native man. She married a man of color when there was absolutely no benefit to do so. Do you know what I mean? There was no benefit as a white woman to marry a man of color, and she married him because he loved him and he loved nature. And that's what she loved. Okay. So like, there's not an excuse to be a crappy human being. And I think, I'm not saying that conservatives are inherently shitty people, but when you welcome the support and you welcome the party room for those shitty people, it makes the world a worse place. And people say to me all the time, how can you not vote conservative? Well, first off, I'm going to be honest. I'm a communist. I want everybody to be taken care of. I know I'm not talking about Stalinistic, crazy ass, authoritarian communism. That's good for no one. But, you know, I'm talking about everybody's okay. If I want to work on an apple orchard for the rest of my life to make sure you got apple jam, that person's got apples in their fridge. It may be a small thing, but it's not inherently bad. And I'm not saying you can't make money in private industries, but the way it is right now, it's rigged up so that basically everybody gets screwed, including people like me, and I'm a public servant. How do corporations affect me? Well, they're trying to make money in prisons. They're trying to make prisons for profit, and that's good for no one. Not at all. So that's what I'm saying is like conservatives constantly push to make my job for profit. And that's not good for anybody. I'm not saying you can't make money in prison industries. We make mattresses we sell all over the world. That makes money to take down on the cost of corrections. Personally, I don't think you should make money off people being incarcerated. I think it should be a burden to incarcerate people because it's not normal for a person to be incarcerated. So there should be a cost, whether it's a societal cost or like a physical cost, that's the cost. I don't think you should make money off because it's inherently corrupt. As soon as you start making money off people being incarcerated, you're like, oh, buddy, you unpaid parking tickets and you have the wrong grass in your neighborhood. Well, we're just going to lock you up for a good and steady 50 grand. That's the problem. It's literally about locking people up for profit. So you can't do that. It's inherently corrupt with locking people up. And that's just one opinion I have. You know, and all those things interlace to who I am as a person. And that's just kind of what I wanted to say is that I'm an ally in the room. And that's where I'll finish my point. And that's why I won't vote conservative. Not every conservative I've ever met is a racist. That's not factual. It's not fair. But every racist I know votes conservative. Yep. They do not vote liberal, and they would not vote for NDP because of Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet, my bad. Jagmeet, because I won't even say how they said his name. It was so disrespectful, but that's my point. Those are the people you're sharing space with. We're not saying you're like that, but you're sharing space with people like that. And that is inherently problematic. If you want to be like a more progressive conservative, then you need to say to the racists in the room, get the fuck out.
That's why I try to, as someone who does vote conservative, I try to not only educate people with other viewpoints, but also people that are also voting conservative. I try to educate them and get them to a more progressive standpoint, because lots of them will blindly stick to the name conservative just because they were indoctrinated into like not all of society, but I guess a family or whatever. They're stuck with the mindset that racism is okay, right? Or things like that, right? And they'll just blindly vote conservative without actually thinking. Yeah,
that's inherent. I see that all the time at my work. I'm a correctional officer. They're like, yeah, under the conservatives, we won't get any pay raises, but they'll sure make it easier for us to do our jobs in here. Well, no, what they're going to do is get rid of inmate programs, which is going to piss the inmates off, which makes them assault us more. But I mean, yeah, I guess that's tough on crime if I get, what's called a fecal matter bomb thrown on me. Thank God the conservatives made it tough in here so I can have that done to me. And it has happened within 6 years of a career. So that's my point. Is that better? Oh, we're tough on crime, so the correctional officers get assaulted more.
You're also going to be more
or I'm with the Liberal government, and they have all these things that make it less safe, but not like in the same way. It's like, for example, we have the prison needle exchange program. That's giving inmates access to needles, right? We were asked, prison needle exchange program where they have access to the needles and can do the drugs in their cell, or supervised safe injection sites. And we as correctional officers voted for supervised safe injection, because if they OD or there's something wrong, they have medical staff there present. They're not doing it in their cells where we might miss them and not be able to medically intervene to save their lives. That's part of my job, is to make sure that they are safe and they are humanely doing their sentence for the people of Canada for whatever crimes they're there for. My job is not to make their life a living hell. My job is to make sure that they're humanely locked up. Right? So, go ahead.
I want to add a thought to what you were just saying. You were talking about the corruption of the prison system if it becomes corporate, and you were absolutely right. And here's how I know that. In the United States, when they repealed slavery, there was only one class of person still on that thing. The U.S. enslaves its prison population. It is legal to have slavery in the prison system. And they're all for profit. Do that
just
math.
to add on to that, that is part of why they heavily police black neighborhoods.
Yeah.
It's called the broken window method. What they do is they go into, and I'm saying this in hyphens, it's very hard to do when you're talking and not on camera, but they call it the broken window theory, which is you charge from everything from jaywalking to everything to get offenses up, to get people in for bullshit 3-month sentences where you make money. They do it all the time.
Yeah.
And it's just specifically targeted areas where they know it's more problematic, so they're going to get less of a fight in the courts. And that's more of like an enforcement. Like, I'm in corrections, right? So it's like a different thing. But even in corrections, in private institutions, writing citations for charges that get paid to the DOC is higher in for-profit institutions than it is in state-run nonprofit, because they make money off the citations, right? So, for example, to compare it to something in Canadian corrections, it'd be done differently a bit in the U.S., but say you have inmate canteen, right? So they make purchases from the canteen and you make money off of it. Interesting fact, Stephen Harper owns most of the contracts for the canteens in prisons and makes a hefty sum off of it, something that most people didn't realize he did. And I'm just saying that as I continue on. But anyways, so you have canteens where you make money, right? That's a casual income, where in a non-for-profit like us, we make, we make some money, but it's more about balancing the cost of keeping people incarcerated, not so much making money hand over fist, right? So like in the American method, it'd be like, no, I don't care, because if they buy commissary, they may buy it or they may not. But if I rate a charge, I can take money right out of their commissary account to make money. That's why it's inherently corrupt.
I used to do transcription for a living. And as part of that, even though I'm in Canada, I did transcription of a lot of prison phone calls in the U.S. They charge for every fucking thing in the commissary. It's disgusting. It's just, oh my God. Like, because most of the phone calls were these guys calling home begging for more money so they could buy toilet paper.
Well, and here in Canada, it disproportionately goes against Indigenous people.
Yeah.
That's why the police system started, was to keep Indigenous people in line.
Yeah, that's what the Mounties were for.
Yep. And then...
the Gestapo of Canada, the RCMP, the Gestapo.
And that's why we should defund those motherfuckers.
I think, honestly, you're going to need a federal service, but a rebranding couldn't hurt. Like, look at it this way. How would it look if Germany after World War II was like, I know the Gestapo did bad, but we already have the uniforms, so we're just going to rebrand them. Like, would that go over well at all? No.
It's also going to be a problem, because getting police into the north, and RCMP are the only ones there, and how are we going to replace them? I don't want them on the reserves that I worked on up there.
I have
there
a question.
needs to be some sort of policing.
You know what? I have a question that somebody maybe can answer for me because I actually don't know. Now, I know that in some police services in North America, you are required to have at least a bachelor's degree before you can join, which I think should be mandated for all police services. You should absolutely have a fucking degree in something before you go and do that, because you should
They
not
do
be
that
an
for our
18-year-old
wardens.
kid with no life experience policing.
So in my job, I'm actually more trained than most police when it comes to things like mental
Well,
health.
and I'd just like to ask Crayons
As a psychologist, I think an RCMP officer should not be dispatched when there is a mental health issue involved.
Yeah,
As someone who had to deal with the cops for those, they absolutely should not be. They 100% do not help out.
They make it worse.
In Ottawa, they have special mental health trained police that respond. They're not in uniform.
What about
they're not
use
in
of force orderlies to go with the mental health professionals, though? Because there still needs to be somebody there to take the punch.
I agree with them going, but I think
a case by case kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying, but like the orderly should still be there. They won't have anything lethal, maybe pepper spray, maybe something to tip the scales if it's a big mofo, pardon my language. But like I worked in private security as well, doing something similar to what Small Town did. And what I can tell you is when I see a 6'9", 390-pound man, and they're saying the only thing we have is a Pinel bed, you know what I'm thinking? We should probably call the cops because I'm a big dude. I'm 6'2", but that's a big man. You know what I mean? Like there's a limit to even tools. Like even pepper spray can only help you so much.
For sure.
So like it's all I get the per scale basis.
So what
but
you're
if you
saying is
become
that you've got
angry
soft
individual-
hands.
I have soft hands. Well, they did have lotion during COVID because of all the alcohol rubbing on your hands.
I think this is like
There's
a good bit of like nuance to this kind of thing, but like it really doesn't make sense to me to have like people who are trained in like the most violent, dangerous situations responding to like welfare checks and traffic stops and that kind of thing. Like I feel like we should everything if we want to like deal with crime, the best would be to like address the root socioeconomic factors that lead to it in the first place.
That's just commie talk. What are you doing?
You've been brainwashed by the commies. Sorry, that's shit I hear from my aunt and uncle all
Well,
the time.
no, like I mean, obviously, if people's basic needs are met, crime goes down, social cohesion goes up. We need to take care of people's basic needs if we care about things like crime and stuff like that.
Well,
I work in a semi law enforcement role or quasi law enforcement role, and I can tell you.
I'll say it. I'm law enforcement. I may be what they call, and pardon the expression, it's just a correctional expression, but we're considered the redheaded stepchild of law enforcement, and all that means is we're not treated with a lot of respect as law enforcement
But
officials.
in my it would make my job so much easier if people's basic needs
That
were met.
offends, but yeah, no, that's how they refer to us because they don't consider us real law enforcement, but we have to enforce laws with people who inherently do not follow laws, and we have to do it in a humane way. And the thing is, you always have to balance
How about them poop?
Oh, and you know what was
missiles.
a big problem? We want to talk about conservative politics and how it affected my job. When they shut down all the mental health hospitals, that screwed us. It flooded corrections with people who needed mental health help, and we had absolutely no funding for it. Absolutely, 0%.
Actually, I'm curious
people,
because the conservatives want to shut down these safe consumption sites. Do you think that will have an effect?
absolutely, I think it's
100% it will.
It's going to drive prison populations up both provincially and federally. We already have people who are serial offenders, not because they want to break crime, but it's cheaper to get back into prison. Right? They have services, they have their dental. And if you are truly, you have no one, like no familial attachment, anything else. And there's a point in the system where you can survive. I mean, I'm not saying I don't judge them because I don't. This world's a horrible place and none of us choose to exist. But
how are there mosquitoes already?
Oh my God!
I got a question on the topic of like the prison stuff, if I may.
Can I just want
Sure,
to
but
make an
understand I can
interjection,
only
Josh,
answer
and
in
then
limited
go.
capacity.
Yeah, I just want to request that everybody in here who's able-bodied and able to do so, go get a naloxone kit and learn how to use it. Please go ahead.
I had to learn for work, so I do already know how to use them, luckily.
Wait, go get what? Sorry?
Naloxone.
Kit.
Narcan. If you want to talk like different brands.
allergies?
You can get them for free at like your local drugstore. Usually,
Any
you can go to the
pharmacy.
counter.
Yeah.
And
Any
they'll train
Yeah,
pharmacy.
you can just
to
go
use
up to a pharmacist and say, "Hey, can I get an naloxone kit?" And they can give them to you for free.
What's a
questions asked.
Naloxone kit used for? Just
It's used to
random
combat
purposes?
opioid overdose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's
And
the
there's
one that
different-
works? Oh, sorry.
Pardon?
Finish what you were gonna say.
Yeah, I just got to say, there's a couple of different kinds. There's an injectable and there's a nasal one, and I think somebody said there's an oral one now, but I don't know anything about that. So you can request one of those. If you're not comfortable injecting people, you can use the nasal one, which is a lot easier to use.
I was just
That
about
is
to
all I
say
wanted to
nasal
say.
is so much easier.
Yeah.
I luckily know how to use both.
I will say that as someone who's went through first aid training for my line of work, only level 1, but I feel like because like that's like the basic that everyone needs to know, right? Like CPR, things like that, like first responding type of first aid, right? I think it's important that stuff gets worked into those because I mean I have to renew my first aid every 3 years or so, I think, maybe 5, but it would be cool to see that the information of those things, especially with the rise in drug use over the years, it would be nice to see those worked into the first aid course for sure. Because I didn't even know what you were talking about. Like, I know what Narcan is from cop shows, but like, I've never seen
that's
it.
the American. The Americans tend to use something called Narcan, but in Canada it's more naloxone. I think it's
Okay.
the same stuff. It's just different brand names.
I think naloxone's just a certain delivery method, like the nasal, like up the nose. There's many forms of Narcan because all Narcan stands for is narcotic cancellation, right?
Yeah, I knew
So,
that.
like, yeah, it's the same as like how heroin is not the exact same, but heroin's a brand name, but the actual name of the drug is tetracetromorphine, right?
Yeah, and that's too hard to say in conversation, so everybody
Well,
just
I
goes
mean,
with
like
age.
I just said it, but like I'm not even sure I said it well.
You're smart as shit, dude.
Oh, I'm not smart as shit, man. I just tried listening. to
Mango,
other
do not inflate this man's ego.
Wait, okay,
absolutely.
yeah,
This-
that's what I was going. Okay, I have an actual question here. You guys are related, right?
Yeah,
We're
we're
brothers.
Yeah,
I didn't
we're
even
brothers.
notice that. Doug, I am so slow. I didn't even notice that until like I finally looked over his picture. I'm like,
because I'm politer than he
what
is.
the
so
fuck?
people
You
don't
told
get
me
that.
earlier in the stream.
Yes, Falcon, my little
But I will
brother
say
is
thank
a
you.
corrections officer as well.
But like I had
surrounded by conservatives.
hate
Since
I just
you
want
guys
to say
both worked
thank you
in
to
the
both
same-
of you.
I have a question
talking
for
stick
small
people,
town.
talking stick.
Eventually, sorry.
Well, small
'cause
town.
both
I don't know if
small
you can
town-
hear me,
Both
but
Mango and
Nick,
Josh had
yours-
something to say.
Yeah, it's just
I also have
so
something
since
to
you guys
say.
both work in like basically the same industry, I need a little bit of light on like why the conservatives are bad for that industry. Like
Depends on
there's
the
so much-
industry. Are
there's
you
so much
talking
said-
about?
There's so much said on like the
I'm
liberal catch and
corrections.
release program. And like the mental institutions and all that stuff. Like for instance, just as an example, the guy that beheaded a guy on a fucking
Right.
transit bus, and he was
I
sent
know
to a
who you're talking about.
mental
Yeah.
institution. Then he got released into the public 5 years later.
Okay, but
Like, should
yeah,
that
but
guy
you're
not be
upset
getting
about
life
him.
in prison?
Oh, you're upset about him, but are you upset about like the super rich doctor out of Ottawa who murdered his whole family, pleaded NCR, and then got out in a year and a half and was holding in a photo holding his niece after murdering his own daughter of the same age?
Oh my
Well, that's what I mean.
No,
Should-
that's my
would
point.
the
Everyone's
conservatives'
pissed off about
harsher
Vincent
prison
Lee
sentences
because
be better?
he's not white, though. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's pissed off about Vincent Lee. That's the problem. And I'm not saying it's everybody, but everybody sensationalizes as soon as somebody's not white. But let's be honest,
Yeah,
some
we
of the
hear-
worst, some of the worst monsters in Canada were Caucasian. Okay.
Oh, dude,
You've got Paul
that's
Bernardo, you've got Colonel Russell Williams, you've got what's his face out here in Miramichi. What's his name there? Alan Legier, who chopped off an old lady's head and left. They were all white, man. That's what I
Jesus,
mean.
dude, you
I got
gotta.
picked in.
That's
TikTok already wants me to kick you off. You gotta calm down.
I
but
will
yeah,
say,
sorry.
as a white
That's not
dude,
that's
we
not what I was
definitely-
asking. I was asking, wouldn't the conservative prison plan be better since
they're
we're
gonna
locked
flood-
up
they're
those
gonna flood
criminals?
it.
No, can I
Can we go one at a time?
explain why not from my perspective?
Yeah, that's
You
just
go
in my
ahead.
So
opinion.
the
That's
conservative
another
plan
big
is to
thing that I
cut
voted
social
for.
services, which is only going to make my job harder. So I work on the front line, so to speak. I work in healthcare. So when people are in crisis, they come into the hospital, and for whatever reason, they need, they act out. It's called. It's me that has to deal with that, and my comrades. So when people's basic needs are met through things like housing first policy, social services, things like that,
dental care,
all of the things that help support people,
mental health support,
then that what happens is that crime actually is reduced, because one of the largest contributors to crime is poverty. So when people are in poverty, they're in a situation where it's, do crime or starve, or just openly piss on the mic.
Mango, are you pissing?
But like the liberal catch and release thing that a lot of conservatives.
Well, they're
talk about,
not
what's
catching
that
and
about?
releasing enough, because 80% of people in Ontario, you're in Ontario, 80% of people in Ontario that are in prison haven't seen their first day in court. And 51% of those people,
that's disgusting.
51% of those people won't even be convicted. They'll be released, either found innocent or whatever. So 80% of people that are in there haven't even seen their first day in court. 51% of those people won't even stay there.
Is that a staffing issue? Or is that
you can look that up. You can look that up. I did, because when I first heard that, I was like, that there's no way it's 80%, and then I looked it up and I was, holy shit, it's 80%.
Is that staffing or is that political party issue?
That has nothing. That has to do with not having enough. They're not moving things through fast enough.
Yeah, like
they
not
don't
enough
have the judges
not
to
enough
move
lawyers.
things through. They don't have the that. It has to do with the justice system not moving quickly enough.
So could that be fixed by a political vote, or
That's
is that just
that's not going to be
something-
fixed by shoving more people in prison. That's for sure.
No, but like, which party could do anything about that, or is that just a problem that we've always had?
Well, a party could technically do something about it. It would have to be provincial, right?
Fix your
You have to hire more judges. You have to get the system moving quicker.
But also part of the problem which small town
sit there longer.
Yeah, part of the problem which small town highlighted is that by removing social programs like the conservatives want to do, it pushes more people into this line of poverty. And like I've also heard Polyev be very tough on crime, kind of like slogans.
Yeah.
Like being tough on crime means more people behind bars. It doesn't mean adding more judges. And more people behind bars and less social programs and not enough judges means more of a clog of the system and no real change coming
And
about.
that's exactly it. Like if we had more social safety nets, more social programs, if we had a housing first approach where we were guaranteeing housing, people actually had housing, people's basic needs are being met, there's going to be less people that need to go to jail anyways, because less people are going to be doing crimes because they're not going to be pushed to that point, right? They're not going to be backed into the corner.
The only problem with that is that you have to have people that are willing to do social programs. Like, not everyone does. Obviously, it's not a perfect world, but
they should be.
You have to rely on the people to
More of
actually
them-
go to them.
More than not would rather have the social programs and not have the red tape and not have strings attached to a home, to food. Because to go get food, you usually have to go to a church. Like most outreach programs are connected with strings attached to something. If you took those strings off and we cared about the people sitting next to us in this country and the person that's sitting on the street, if you stopped and helped them, give them a loaf of bread, some peanut butter, that kind of stuff. But if the government was doing it, people like me wouldn't have to go out and walk the streets to make sure the people in my neighborhood are fed.
Yeah.
See, I didn't think that was a problem.
I will say
as someone who
You're not
works,
looking if you think it's not a problem, because I have lived all over
No,
Canada,
you
and
didn't
I've
let me
seen it
finish. I was
everywhere.
letting someone cut me. I said it's not a problem where I live because we have the thing called the Samaritan Center, and the
Yeah, and
homeless get free
the
meals every
Samaritan
day.
Center has strings attached to it, so some of your homeless are not going because they don't like those strings.
Also, the fact that it even exists is a sign of societal failure. The fact that food banks have to exist is a sign that we have fucking failed.
It says that the government has failed their people.
Like there's enough money in this world, even in this country, to keep everyone fed, to have everyone be housed, to have everyone have free healthcare. We live in one of the most amazing countries in the world. Like we're one of the G7 countries, and we still have homeless people. Why?
That's because the country.
Because housing
doesn't
is for
enough money
profit,
on its
not for
That's the
people.
problem.
Yeah, because it's for profit. Because profitable enterprises.
Yeah.
The conservative governments in the 1990s removed a lot of.
The source of the problem is always capitalism. It is like
Pretty much.
always.
It's been proven.
Yeah,
Unregulated
always.
capitalism leads to 3-year-old chimney sweeps.
Well, not to bring Ukraine into this, but we're sending how many millions and
And we
millions
should
of dollars
send more,
worth of
and we
shit
should
over
send
the
more
ocean.
money over there.
Well,
We
it's
should
not
send more
like
money
you're
over
relying
there.
on the ground, though. Money or
Why aren't we just putting
personnel,
money into our
rather.
own country?
I want to drop down to give somebody else a chance to come up because I've got to actually go do some adulting shit. But,
Yeah, actually, no. Thank you, Pencil, and you've been fantastic. I want to say there's another correctional officer who wants to jump in here and answer your correctional
Yeah,
questions.
that's
and they're
why I wanted to drop down. I saw that, but Mango
Okay.
had a question for me a bit ago and didn't get to ask it, so I
Okay.
just want to let him do that before I go.
Thank you so much.
Not
We
gonna
love you,
lie,
Pencil.
I forget. It's all good. You can
Well,
go.
that's no fun, brother.
Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, well, you guys have a good night. I will.
Good
go
night,
do my
Pencil.
adulting
Remember
shit.
it. Good night,
Can
Pencil.
I the Ukraine question? Can I address the Ukraine question?
Sure.
Okay, the Ukraine. We promised to protect them if Russia ever attacked them. I think Canada has always been a country of their word, and we need to be that country of our word.
And
We
what's
have
more
not
Canadian
stopped.
than helping people in need? Like that is like the most Canadian
our own
thing.
People
I
need
will
help.
send-
Our own people.
Yeah,
need
but
help
but
first.
is our provincial government helping those people?
No, exactly. What I'm saying is all that money we're sending off that we don't have, we should be putting that into our own people and make ourselves stable.
Josh,
and
that money's
before we help
they've
others.
been sending money from the federal government to our provincial government here in Ontario, and they're not fucking spending it on people though.
Same with my
In
province.
theory, yes, your argument makes sense, but there's no shortage of money being sent to the provincial government. They're just not spending it on people. They're spending it on private enterprise.
Right,
They're
right.
defunding healthcare by $21 billion. They're defunding education by $2 billion. Public education, public healthcare, right? They're putting money into private.
That's disgusting.
Right? So even if they had all that money and they give it to the province, they're still going to sit on it. In New Brunswick, right? They just got rid of their conservative government because people were getting unalived and waiting in the ER because they was chronically underfunded, just like here in Ontario.
Yeah.
And they had
In Alberta,
enough, and they got rid of their government, and now they have a liberal government.
I think
In Alberta,
I think
we're spending money
healthcare
for the oil wells to fix the problem that they are supposed to be fixing.
Right. Yeah.
And also on the subject of Ukraine, Canada has the second highest population of Ukrainians outside of the
Yes.
Ukraine.
Yep.
Yeah,
If you've ever been to Alberta,
Wait, so when you
everybody's
say
Ukrainian.
why shouldn't we be keeping the money here and helping our own people? By helping Ukraine, we are helping our own people. And second of all, the money that we're sending, it's not actually money. We're sending them military gear. We're sending them not even actual troops because the Ukraine wants to fight their own war. And so we're sending them support and we're sending them intelligence and we're sending them drones and such. All of that is the money, but it's not actual money.
Yeah, it's not actual money, but still.
We're sending
supplies.
military supplies
I think
that we don't currently need because
So
we're not
what's-
currently fighting a war, right?
what's the cost though if we let Vladimir Putin steamroll Ukraine and then they decide to go to Poland, and then you know what? He's like, you know what? I'm gonna summer in France and then I'm gonna move to Italy. That's the problem. It's better to send.
Also, Joe's making a good point in the chat that I haven't even thought about, and that's that the money that we're sending Ukraine is frozen Russian assets, so it's not even our money.
No,
That's hilarious. That's the best grifter move ever.
So,
I love that.
So we're not even. It's not even Canadian money. It's money that's been seized from frozen Russian assets.
Is it 100% of it, or is it just
Joe.
some of it?
And I get a chance here.
Well, I mean, Joe knows his stuff, so.
Well, no, like,
Joe
I was
knows
in
more
a
than me.
I was in a live with Joe yesterday, and like it was all people that I didn't know, and I could tell they were very like not everybody in there, and they were nice overall, but I knew that they were going to get really cultish and defensive if I said that I voted conservative, so I lied to him. I said that I voted NDP, but Joe was the only one that I knew in there. So I just want you to let you know, Joe, that I'm sorry that I lied to you. I did vote conservative, but I didn't want to say that in front of the pack of wolves there. I will admit I was a coward. I just didn't want to I was too tired to deal with the whole, getting a train ran on me on TikTok.
You voted for what you believed in. No one should ever be judged for what they vote for.
Yeah. Yeah, we knew, he says, yeah. I would be surprised. I just didn't want, I could tell right away that it was going to be very, rah, when,
Well, on that note, I will judge every single person who voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Like unless they say that they've like made an effort, they realize what they've done, and I see Polyev as a Timu Trump. And so, like, I'm not saying that I'm judging people.
He has a lot of the same
directly.
talking points.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm judging people directly for voting for Timu Trump, but I do think that reflects something.
It's definitely Timu Trump, and you want to know what? And Trump is a Timu Hitler.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta say, mustache man.
I think, and
Like,
Yeah,
I
same
don't think
as
he's
they
good
did.
in any
The
way, but
camps
he's
weren't in
not
Germany.
killing millions of people. Like, you can't really say he's like Hitler. Like, he's doing
Oh,
fucked
no.
up shit.
He's
but-
definitely.
I mean, he's already deporting like legal
Yeah.
citizens. to,
He's doing a lot of
death.
He's
messed up
going
shit.
after
Like,
legal
especially
Why do you think they can't send the guy home, man? He's probably dead.
Well, especially the
Not a lot.
Canadians. He's doing.
No,
fucked up
they
shit
they
to
didn't they do an
Canadians,
interview with that guy recently?
You know what? Two of my
They did. They
two of
saw
my
him.
husbands-
They
Yeah,
saw
no, they did
him
proof
where-
of life, dude.
Two of my
They did proof
husband's
of life.
cousins got deported for going
Thank
grocery
goodness for
shopping
that.
across the border because they were brown-skinned in the grocery store. When they stormed the ICE stormed the grocery store, they got deported. So they're deporting.
Pierre also has said that he will deport protesters who are in support of
And
Palestine.
the SS did the same kind of stuff.
Just ridiculous.
And they take their ID away when ICE rounds up, they take their ID, they put them on a plane, and they get rid of them.
Oh yeah, it's disgusting what they're doing. There's no court appeal. There's nothing. There's no due process. There's nothing. It's disgusting.
When you say it's not a mustache man move, Trump is doing mustache man moves, and Pierre is copying.
I just
And
think
look at all the
it's
violent criminals that he just pardoned, right? Like all those violent criminals that he just pardoned. They were attacking police, right? They were attacking police.
They're
and
all
he's just
for
like,
the police, unless
they're fine. They
were
like
fighting
me,
them.
so you.
And I don't understand why Polyev is compared to Trump, because Polyev has never
He
won.
repeats a lot of the
Because
same
he's got
talking
his
points in his
verbiage.
rhetoric.
He uses the same talking points.
He did.
Diet Trump.
Yeah, but
He's-
what
Very
talking
tough on
points are you
crime,
talking
like
about?
how
though?
Trump-
He's been dialing it
Appealing
back
wokeness,
recently.
appealing to tradition.
100% recently.
on crime.
But he also did recently say that he would.
bragging about like the size of his crowds.
Well, not
like
that,
that.
but
Crime.
he has been doing that. But I'm thinking about
Small town.
what he was saying if he gets into office, which is
Hugh wants up.
he wants to give himself executive power to do whatever the hell he wants.
I thought Falcon was coming up.
Executive
Yeah, I thought
power
Falcon
to
was
do
coming up
what?
as well. But anyway, he said he wanted to give himself that power so that he could pass laws that would not go through in Parliament necessarily. And so, like, that was a big Trump thing. Trump is now going after judges who disagreed with him.
Yeah, no, Trump, what he's doing is completely fucked up. I don't see how Polyev is even comparable to Trump.
I
'cause
see the similarities.
He's not
I
sending
just
people
think
off the. He's not going to be shipping people.
Elon
off-
Musk
off on
literally
the
like
boats.
endorsed Pierre.
Elon Musk endorsed Pierre. Trump had endorsed Pierre and then tried to pull his
Trump
reverse Uno
endorsed the
card
liberals.
and endorsed
Trump
Carney.
Yeah, the same way that like
Oh
Putin
my
endorsed
God.
Kamala Harris.
Switch to the liberals
It's like a
One at a
reverse
time.
psychology move.
He switched to the liberals after it was no longer advantageous to incentivize the conservatives. Come on.
Yeah,
No,
and
no,
then
I'm
right
just
after
saying-
that
You
is
had a
when Danielle
92%.
Smith went down to Mar-a-Lago and begged Trump to stop tariffs so that Pierre Polyev could win.
You
No.
You also have 92% of
Danielle
Canadians
Smith
saying
said
they'd
that
never want to become part of the U.S. So, like, that's a reality check. Right now, we're pissed off. We're being disrespected. We want to be treated with respect. So, anybody that is even hinted to be bending the knee to Donald Trump, do you really think, as a Canadian who wants our sovereignty respected, so that we as Canadians can deal with each other as we see fit, not as some dictator or Timu dictator, I should say, decides? He's trying to bully our economy and get us to join him. He's not he's not at all a good person.
Plus the fact
And,
that Pierre is part of the IDU and multiple people in Trump's cabinet are part of the IDU. So Republicans and conservatives are working together as one so that they can pull things that are similar.
One of the mission statements of the IDU. One of the mission statements of the IDU is to help each other's other members get elected into and form government in other countries. They were successful in 2 South American countries. Argentina was one of them. The guy who gave apartheid Clyde the fucking chainsaw on the stage of the DNC, and then I don't know who. I think it was. It might have been Chile. I don't know who the second one was. They attempted the same thing in Amsterdam, and then they were successful with fucking Trump. What these people do is help each other get elected.
Is that the same thing that happened with in Alberta? The what's her name?
No.
Danielle Smith.
No. There was an investigation into the leadership campaign of Jason Kenney. Jason Kenney the RCMP had enough evidence to say that Jason Kenney's election as leader of the UCP was very fraudulent, but there was so much convoluted evidence that they just couldn't properly form a case in court because of how convoluted the fucking evidence was. They knew that they knew he did something, but they couldn't prove it in a court of law in a succinct amount of time because of how the witnesses and the so many fucking. It was the fucking test run for fucking Timu Trump, and it fucking worked for Polyev because CSIS fucking reported that the Indian government had a hand in the fucking. Not that it made a difference, but the Indian government played a hand in fucking electing Pierre Polyev of the leader of the UCP and taking down Aaron O'Toole. It was tested through the UCP, and it was successful.
Not to mention that Danielle Smith also was on that podcast saying that Polyev was very much in sync with Donald Trump and that they expected like the same vision for Canada, like they would be very much in sync, in line. And then Polyev also has people in his party who associate very strongly with the Trump campaign. They wear MAGA hats. There are people who go to his rallies wearing MAGA hats.
There are Canadians on his team who wear MAGA hats. They are seen.
Yeah, like these people, their ties go way back. And if you're not seeing these ties, I think you're not paying close enough attention.
You're willfully living blind.
There's nothing about it on any kind of media or news outlet. Like, I'm not seeing any mega
That's not true.
ads for conservatives.
You're just fucking willfully blind. You stop being an idiot. Seriously,
That's
I
not
fucking listen to you. Shut your fucking mouth off for hours.
Okay.
There's no to say
You're the only one that comes at people with disrespectful language
Like we
I
don't
don't
do
care.
that.
You've been talking
I
over every
know.
fucking woman this fucking entire night, and I'm fucking
Yeah.
sick of your fucking bullshit attitude.
I
Okay?
think
You
I've
can sit
been
there and
I'm
shut
a
the fuck
trans
up,
guy.
sit quietly, and shut the fuck up. Sit quietly while these people talk to you. Thank you.
I think I've been
Norbert
very
was
polite, but
I just,
all right, you have your own
Josh,
views.
I want you to look up Polyev MAGA hats. Like, just Google that, and you'll see plenty of articles.
Chicken jockey.
This, like, I don't know if you're talking about the hats that he says take it home or whatever, but that's
No, I'm talking about
MAGA!
full-on MAGA hats. MAGA.
You
I'm
are
not saying you
willfully
guys are
ignorant.
wrong.
You are
It's just
being willfully blind. We are telling you this shit exists, and you're like, oh no, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Well, we're telling you it exists.
you're the only one that can have a calm
I don't
conversation
care.
in this group.
I don't fucking care, Josh. I don't care. Fucking come at me more about how I fucking come at you. I don't fucking care.
I just don't understand the
Welcome
need for
for
the
anyone here.
aggression.
I like you. Sorry, Q. Like I absolutely love your passion, and we need peppery people because they keep us honest. But like, the discourse is very important, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, my opinions are holier than thou or anything like that. It's just like if we're gonna be able to talk about multiple topics in the time that we have, like I'll be straight up. It's 4:30 in New Brunswick, but I love this conversation, so I'm like right into it. But we gotta maintain some civil discourse, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm the the guy who runs this place's brother. I'm just saying, let's be civil, because I find that the best way to change someone's opinion is to have a calm conversation, and when they have time to digest and steep what you've said, there's thing. And I absolutely love peppery people like you. You're so important because you are our allies when we need to go against those fiery bigots, and I've met them, and like I'm not trying to talk about myself too much, but like.
I think you're
like,
just a nepotism hire.
The
for
thing
Mod.
is, like, we're not being aggressive. We're not
Nepotism,
forcing our
that's
political
funny.
views on you guys, but it's people like that make conservatives who they are.
I'm just trying to respect my brother's vision for his room, right? And it's to have civil discourse.
Josh, he was
But like I said,
You
I can have the calmest conversation with someone, and all because I'm trans, it just gets ignored. Like, it is ignored for multiple reasons other than just if I'm passionate about something or not.
I don't think it's because you're trans. I think people
Michael,
just
No,
you don't
Michael,
know
it
other
is.
people's experiences.
I have been told it's because I have a mental illness being trans. Like, it's not. You don't get to speak on my experiences, Michael.
Yeah, and I don't believe that she's saying that every person she talks to is that way, obviously, but she has experienced it, right? Or they, sorry, my apologies.
But also,
People
these are their experiences.
Grayson's
So,
a bro. Right,
Like, we're
Grayson?
all having.
I've been a bro since childhood.
Yeah, bro.
Played GTA with my dad.
Broheem.
The main reason I went conservative is because people like that lose their shit on me when I express my views.
Yep.
And then I feel unwelcomed, and it pushes me away. And like I know you're saying you need guys like that, but when it's attacking people who aren't attacking you, and we're just peacefully discussing politics and what's best for our country, and I'm being called an idiot and a racist.
I don't agree with any of that, first off. So
Like,
don't
it's
assume I
just
agree
not,
with it.
it's not Canadian. It's not the way we should do
Well,
things. We should be able to peacefully discuss amongst each
There's a
other.
lot of things that are Canadian, though, right? Like if we're owning everything that means to be Canadian, it's not just a simple diagnosis.
I'm just talking about
Good and bad and
politeness.
ugly, right?
I
Like,
also
I
get
didn't
you,
attack
Josh,
you
but you
guys.
also did say that you felt super discriminated by when somebody else got a job over you. So some of these
I-
things that we all say, some of them sound kind of bad, right? So I get it, but also we can't pretend that we're exempt from saying things that also sound bad.
Well, no, of course. I'm not saying that. It's just like there's no need to attack other people when we're not
I
doing
understand what
anything
you're
right.
saying. You're saying name calling is not constructive, nor does it build a better discourse for change. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. All I'm saying is that those fiery people keep you honest and non-complacent when change is needed. That's what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily saying the manner in which they spoke to you was the most respectful nor constructive nor building the best anything. All I'm saying is that those people are important to remind some of us who, I'm a little more like, laissez-faire, a little more lax. I can be peppery for sure. Absolutely. When something really drives me and someone's being a really big bigot, that drives me absolutely up the wall. But all I'm saying is I understand. You're getting called all these ugly names, but you've called no one ugly names. So I understand what you're saying. You're talking about you want civilized discourse, and there's nothing wrong with that. And all I'm saying is that people like you are valuable, but you also need to understand that in the peers that you share a group with, and an individual that I had a conversation with, you need to understand that this person is a live, breathe, bleed blue, okay? They will bleed and die and vote conservative till the day they die, okay? You share space with people who are residential school deniers. Okay, straight up, you share space with those people. The residential school deniers aren't voting for the NDP. They're not voting for the Liberals, okay? And I know this person very well, and I've known them for a very long time. And I always hope in my heart that they can heal enough to open their heart to other people. But you need to understand, when you share space with those people, there's an age-old expression, okay? And I'm going to change some terms so it's cleaner for like the clean talking guidelines. But if you are at a dinner table with a fascist, and you let the fascists talk, walk, and act as they want. You do not oppose their values. You share their space. They break bread at your table. There's not one fascist in that room. There's one commander and 9 followers. Okay? So when you allow space for those people, unfortunately, you get grouped in. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what happens. I'm kind of explaining the causality of it to a thing. And I'm not saying correlation equals causation. I'm not saying every conservative is racist. I'm not. I'm saying you have a lot of racist people. And if the progressive conservatives ever want a chance of being taken seriously with that name, progressive conservative, you really need, just because they give you voting volume is why those people are welcomed, because they add to your numbers, right? But do you want to be known for what you stand for, or the numbers in which stand in the room with you?
Well, what I stand for is what I believe in for myself and what I believe in for this country and for the people around me. If I had a conservative voter in here that was discriminating you guys for being gay or for voting NDP or voting Liberal, I wouldn't stand with that person. I stand with what I voted for, not for the actions of another person. So if a person like that and many others are going to come at me just for my vote, it's not what this country's about. We're supposed to be a happy and peaceful people that can, because we all want the same thing. We want this country.
But is that truly who we are in our demonstrable histories and past, or is that just the PR we've sold to the international world at large?
It's just what I've gotten from, like, just from this conversation. Like, everyone's gotten along, as far as I know. Like, yeah, we have different.
Yeah, no. Like, I'm not attacking you, but you need to understand that there's people who have been shat on for a long time that feel they don't have a voice. And the biggest problem with humanity as a whole, and I say this from a total privilege point, and I want to identify my privilege. I'm a white hetero male. I understand that. There's different battles I face, but those aren't important right now. But like, straight up, I understand from that perspective. When other people are telling me what they've gone through, we have 2 ears, so we should be listening twice as much as we're talking. And the problem is, I don't find the Conservative Party often listens twice as much as it talks. I find they often talk as probably 3 or 4 times as much as they listen.
Yeah, I've had a lot of conservative people talk to me about trans things and trans issues, and it's just them talking over me, the person who's actually going through a transition.
Right.
Even though I'm the one who has those facts.
I want to support you. I want to show you love. And I want to give you a community that loves and respects you and makes you feel safe. But I have no fucking idea what you're going through. And pardon my language. It's just the short and curlies of it. You have no idea what someone else is going through. So, like, the best thing you can do is try to always vote in a conscious sense that are the majority of Canadians, as in the people that make up the membership of this country, that pay taxes, that work their asses off like I do, are the majority of us going to win under this policy and platform, and that is how I vote. And I've explained why I can't vote Conservative, because they share space with people who would have thought it was okay when the 2 gay folks I described who mattered a lot to me were openly discriminated against by people that they share space with in the Conservative Party. Again, it's not all all of you, but people you share space with. I can't share space with those people. Doesn't mean I don't want them to be happy. Doesn't mean I don't want to see them successful, or having bread on their table and fed, but I sure don't want them around me. And I sure wouldn't want them advocating, thinking that they speak for what I want for other people. And I honestly don't think you, Mango, or Josh are bad people. I want that on the record. I'm not saying that. But sometimes these, especially with the more money they have, you have to understand these are professional interest groups that are good at hiring actors, PR, and spreading BS to make us, honestly, the big three, it's kind of disillusioned and everything else. And you know what? I'm just going to be that guy that kind of says the Quebecois is kind of a neat thing because it kind of gives Quebec an independent voice. But I don't necessarily think that's the greatest thing for civil discourse in our country either. But at the same time, I think when the majority of Canadians win, that's what we should be voting for. And I think the first step to that is getting rid of first past the post so everybody has more of a free and fair democracy. Anyway.
Yes. I think this country is just so divided right now and people are turning against each other. Like, just in my experience, I've had a conservative sign up. I've had people tear it down and break it. And I don't know what your guys' experiences is with NDP signs or Liberal signs, but I've never seen people going and destroying those. You shouldn't be doing that.
I've seen people
it's everyone's
destroying
right
Liberal
to
or
vote and
NDP
support
signs
who they
personally.
want. But there's videos all over of like people just destroying conservative signs.
That happens on all sides. That's not a.
Those are authoritative.
I just wasn't sure. I was
They're
asking.
not liberal.
I know instances of conservatives driving their trucks over liberal signs and stuff like that.
Can I just say something? It doesn't matter about the political party. You're talking about authoritarians. They don't give a you-know-what about anybody's but their own opinion. They think the fact that you put that sign on their lawn, how dare you? It is their right to tell you who to vote for, and they're going to do... It's not limited to one party. It's one type of person, which is an authoritarian, which can be delivered right wing, left wing, or the center. It can be a drum or a flat. It's up to you. Anyways, I'm just making jokes.
Michael!
Okay, thanks for saying that, and thank you for finishing your point. Now, it's been brought to my attention somebody's threatening my big brother, Small Town's big brother. Let me tell you something. You don't play with us. You don't play with us, and we say that with so much leeway.
Did someone threaten me?
No,
I don't
Hey,
think
brother, you here?
I mean, there was that one time I locked you in the dog kennel.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's fine. That's just brotherly love. You know, that taught me to be resilient under pressure and to try to...
Maybe that was like foreshadowing. That was foreshadowing to show you what you're going to do in the future.
I made my sister sit in my closet one time and I sat on the door so she couldn't get out.
So for you...
Hey, y'all got jokes. Wait, hold on. I was in another live. When I got the message to come to Small Town platform, Big Brother is in trouble.
No one was threatening him, just...
I want to know that, because this is why I'm on this platform. Don't do it.
So, wait, did you hear somebody threaten Small Town or threatened his little brother?
Falcon, this isn't Big Brother either. That's my other brother.
Yeah.
I have two brothers.
Or rather, Small Town's the...
Everybody knows my first name. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I just try to respect
confidentiality. Okay, I get it.
I've had a little wine, so
I'm not gonna lie, I forget your first name, and we're friends on Facebook.
Oh my god, dude! Come on.
That's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, man.
No, just Mrs. Smalltown was like, "Oh, hey, there's another CO."
Yes. Yeah, that's me. I'm the
That's
CO.
why she was saying you should come up.
Well, we had some questions from Josh and Mango that were related. So they asked Logan initially because he works as like a protection officer in the not criminally responsible sector, which is kind of like the same coin as corrections, but like more on the mental health side.
We don't really have NCR where I am. That's you know where the NCRs go. They go to Brockville.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I work in the hospital. Fun stories. But no, all I was saying is like people were asking the questions to him, and then I thought it'd be great because like I'm only a correctional officer with 6.5 years experience, right? So if you've got more time than me, I absolutely respect seniority and understand that it absolutely is a thing, especially when dealing with things pragmatically and just experience things that come along the way. So I was just gonna say they had some questions for corrections, and it'd be great to not just have one limited perspective, which is mine.
You know, as
Okay, so wait, let me get this straight. Nobody threatened my big brother that I don't.
No, there's been no threats. Not that I'm aware of, but honestly, I haven't been paying attention to the comments, and I've just been drinking red wine, so I've just been having a blast.
I've been drinking vodka.
Nice. It's Passover, so I'm drinking my red wine hard.
No threats towards him. So for the conservatives who are supporting Pierre Polyev, for the
Michael, can you stand down for a second? Because I only got a couple minutes before I have to go to daily shit. So let me explain something to you, chat, how this works. When I get a message saying come on someone's small town platform or go to JB's platform, Big Brother in trouble is a chat. No, this chat did not say. I am looking at a threat.
Hey, thank you for the. Oh, that's going to Josh. Josh is getting tiny dinies.
So for conservatives,
Nobody threatened my big brother, which is small town, big. I don't know. Which one is big?
So
nobody threatened my big brother. Right?
Michael, just give her a sec, man.
Okay.
No one threatened my big brother. I just
No. We wanted to bring you on the panel because you're in corrections the same as I, and we thought it'd be nice to have two people on the panel. That's all.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Obama.
Now, why y'all talking in a sweet manner? I came up here on this platform ready to cause hell.
Well, yeah, I understand you're a correctional officer. Most of us are born under the sign of Aries, so that makes sense.
Oh, yeah,
I'm a
that's
Pisces.
crazy. I'm an Aries too.
Well, I'm Pisces as well. That's from one of my favorite books, the whole Aries quote. So just yeah.
Oh, fuck, you all got me.
I'm a March 25th baby. That's,
No, yeah, all good, Falcon. I just wanted to get you in here because you're fellow CO. That's all.
I'm a late
No, bro,
February child.
thinking I had to go. Listen, I don't know small town. But he's my brother in blue.
I hear you.
Happened.
I actually wear dark gray.
So
I apologize for this aggression.
So for
Man, that's just.
So for the conservatives who are on the panel, for your party to win again, your party needs to have a different leader. Your party has lost 3 elections. Stephen Harper, Andrew Scheer, Aaron O'Toole. Your party is well on its way to losing a fourth. Your party is well on its way to losing a 4th term. This was the Conservative Party's election to win. But Pierre Polyev decided to appeal to the base for 3 years. Instead of appealing to the vast majority of this country who are to the center, he wanted to appeal to the base. And, if he loses, you guys will have to go through another leadership race. And who would be that leader? More than likely, Doug Ford.
Oh, no.
I think we should just wait until the polls answer who's going to win, because polls are never 100% accurate. And
Small town, my presence is no longer required, so I'm gonna drop down. I just don't like people fucking with my big brothers.
Give me Norbert.
Okay?
So, can I make a
I
counterpoint?
understand nobody fuck with my big brothers right now, but it's something I got.
Thank you, Falcon.
Good night, Falcon.
Good night.
Enjoy. I enjoy work.
So Michael, you mentioned how
How you get up?
conservatives.
Somebody hang me up.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay.
You mentioned how the conservative party.
We're only at
switched
70% of our goal. Is tap those screens, y'all.
I've
how
been
the conservative
having.
party has switched its leader after each election loss, and I was just wondering what you would think of the idea of. I mean, everybody's got a different opinion on Pierre Polyev, right? Whether you hate him or love him, whatever. If he were to stay as a conservative leader to the next election, say Mark Carney does a bad job, right? Like, obviously, as a Canadian citizen, I don't want anyone to do bad at their job in government. But if Mark Carney did bad enough, right, and he was, Pierre Polyev was still there, then wouldn't you think that instead of bringing in an unknown candidate or a lesser known candidate, it would be better to have somebody that has kind of a not a history in government, but a history in people's minds, right? He's like, he can be there, kind of like how Donald Trump in his first term, or after his first term, right, lost to Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden didn't have the best term, right? And then I feel like that was a big reason that Trump won the election in the U.S.
It was also voter turnout. There were a good few reasons Trump won. I'm not denying that Biden did not do a good job.
Yeah.
That
I'm
he
pretty
did
sure
a
like
good job. Sorry,
20%
words are
of
hard. I'm
people
very tired.
in the States like voted for in the election.
Yeah, but not many. Like, the voter turnout was so low. Like, that's how Trump won. It was 50-50 between him and Kamala for so long. And then voter turnout was
going right
super
into
low.
the election, it was 50-50. It was considered a toss-up, and the results were well within the margin of error for that. Aggregate polling is actually quite accurate. I know 338, including the margin of error, is over 90% accurate. So,
Mm-hmm.
So I was just wondering what. Oh, sorry.
Statistics showed that voter turnout was no different than prior years.
what's that? Sorry.
Words are hard, like they said. Statistics showed that voter turnout in the U.S. was not much different than prior years. The only prior year that had a higher turnout was the one that Joe Biden won.
Yeah. And it was there was millions of people that didn't vote for Kamala that did vote for Biden. So.
Yeah.
No, I think when it comes to obviously but the reason why Pierre Polyev, if he does not win the election, imagine you've had a
20-point lead, more than 20 points.
No, it was 27-point lead at the start of the year. Unlike Andrew Scheer and Aaron O'Toole, if we were ahead of the Liberals by 4 to 5 points. It was 30 to 35. Pierre Polyev was in the mid 40s, high 40s at one point. I think the party will say, obviously, he let them down.
I think what really brought it down was the fact that people are comparing Polyev to Trump unfairly. And that's what people are worried about is Canada will basically be like
Falcon with the whale diving!
One of my issues is you're saying comparing him to Trump unfairly. It's not necessarily unfairly. We're saying he has similar talking points to Trump, because he does.
What are those talking points?
It brings back like that video of the reporter that was like, you're taking a page out of Donald Trump's playbook. What playbook? What is he doing?
So Josh, we told you about 10 things. We told you about 10 things that were similar between the two of them. Did you not listen to any of those?
I did listen, but there's no actual factual evidence that can like keep Polyev aligned with Trump. Like,
Well, if you want citations, this is an open
If I give you
conversation.
some
We're not going to
reading-
pull citations out like that.
It's Canada.
Yeah, if I give you
US
some
politics.
reading, some articles, would that even change your mind?
Well, it's not going to make me think that Pierre is like Donald Trump and he's going to start grabbing people off the streets and sending
So
them
that
to.
means that you believe what you believe without looking at evidence and just because you're set in your way. And that's okay, but you do have to acknowledge that it's not based on fact. It's purely based on your emotion.
So, Norbert, I
What
think
are
what he
those
means.
talking points? I wasn't here to hear them. What are they?
What I'm talking about is I don't think Pierre's going to be shipping off immigrants on a boat to some high-end prison in Central America, and
He
he's going to
said he would go after pro-Palestinian protesters who were not.
That's not what he said.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
What he said was, if you're going to come here as an immigrant, leave your conflicts at home.
Oh, fuck this.
So we told you that Pierre Poilievre and Trump both ran on being tough on crime. They both had similar talking points when it came to like their crowd size and kind of vanity and disregarding the polls.
Immigration
we
too.
talked about how Danielle Smith said that Pierre Poilievre was directly in sync with Donald Trump, even going so far as to go on a podcast and say that. She's traveled down. She's traveled down to America like 3 times and met with Trump and been super buddy with all of them. And that's a main person who's like campaigning for Pierre Poilievre to win. Several people in Poilievre's campaign have distinct ties to the Trump campaign. For example, Jamil Javani, who is Pierre Poilievre's right-hand guy, went to university with J.D. Vance and is still besties with him. They're photographed together often, as well as several people in the Pierre Poilievre campaign wearing MAGA hats, M-A-G-A
What does that have to do
hats,
with his
and
campaign,
people
though?
even coming to his rallies wearing MAGA hats, and them being told to leave their hats at the door because the media don't want to get because they don't want the media to get a bad perception of the crowd being MAGA supporters.
And not only did they not have the MAGA hats, they had something else, and they were told to have it outside because. So let's say Pierre Poilievre supporters went into the rally with the MAGA hats on. The media sees that, and we're going to report on it, and they will be dominating the news. Pierre Poilievre does not want that. Pierre Poilievre, in the last 3 years, he was the same person who supported the trucker convoy. He gave him coffee and donuts.
Yeah.
I absolutely supported the trucker convoy. That was an absolutely pro-Canadian, very...
You supported the illegal occupation of a domestic city you did not reside in.
Yes.
You supported it.
That was a peaceful protest.
No, it wasn't.
What the police did in Ottawa was not
They had a
justified.
memorandum.
Oh, yeah, that was
They had a
bad. You should have seen what they
memorandum
did
of
to that lad in L.A. when he was just high on crystal meth.
So that's my biggest grief is that it's not
They
okay
had a
for
memorandum,
trucker
the trucker
to protest
convoy.
with bouncy
1 second,
castles and
Josh.
kids.
1 second, Josh.
But you can have
The trucker
pro-Palestinian
convoy.
protests where
Josh.
people are being told to shut the fuck up and go in their homes and threatened by these
Josh.
pro-Palestinian protesters. That's okay.
Josh, the trucker convoy, they had a memorandum of understanding that was published, it's online, that they wanted to overthrow the democratically elected Canadian government.
100%
They
accurate.
broke into food banks.
They did not break into
They
food banks.
harassed
Yes,
the
they
food
did.
bank
No,
workers.
they did not.
Yep.
Do you
They
have proof
harassed
of that,
food
or is it
bank
just your
workers.
opinion?
Demanding people to give them free food, and they rubbed feces on the statue of Terry Fox.
Didn't
Do
they
any of
pee
these
on the
things
unknown
sound
soldier
peaceful
too?
to you? They
Didn't
did
they?
do that
Didn't
as
they
well.
have? Didn't they have like poster boards that had a noose with Trudeau's name on it? I have a picture of that. Like I posted that as a picture before.
And I also want to say
Oh, and also,
They had Yahtzee flags.
And I
All
also
right,
and,
on
I,
the
and I also want to say you guys were so in favor of the trucker convoy. Your hero Pat Kane was also there. Where is Pat Kane
Pat
now?
King came on this show once,
House arrest.
and
I was there.
you know I told him straight up that the memorandum of understanding had a thing in there about the takeover of the government. He's like, oh well, I didn't read it. Oh, fuck off.
So your hero Pat King is you guys like him so much. Pat King is at home having an ankle bracelet for 3 months. He's limited right now, and you guys don't embrace him. Why?
That's the one thing I can't agree with anyone else is that the trucker convoy was wrong.
How was it positive, and what did it change?
It didn't change anything because
Exactly,
they
so-
enacted the Emergencies Act, and when
Okay.
I listened, so when I was there,
There was bouncy castles. There was barbecues. People were eating. There was kids.
But were they
playing.
not blocking
I don't
city
understand
streets?
Blocking city streets and domestic life.
Were they not blocking city
I went to
streets?
Sudbury and set up a blockade. That would not be okay.
So Josh, were they not blocking city streets? Were they not causing traffic throughout the city of Ottawa? Were they not making it harder for me to go and visit my daughter who was in the hospital?
Setting up illegal temporary structures.
So why is it okay for them to block the streets and cause traffic and make it harder for me to go visit my daughter in the hospital, just because they're mostly white? But when there's pro-Palestinian protests, they're shut down like this. When there's First Nations protests on pipelines, they're shut down like this. Why is it okay when they're majority white and they're allowed to sit there for 2 weeks blocking streets, causing traffic, and making it harder for me to go and visit my daughter in the hospital? Why is that okay? But as soon as they're First Nations people trying to protect their land from pipelines, shut down like that. Why is that okay?
I've never seen a pro-Palestinian protest.
They're shut down like that, dude. Don't. You're being purposefully obtuse right now.
Maybe I wasn't around them long enough to see them shut down, but I've seen some very harsh words come out of those protests and them telling people.
And there was no harsh words coming out of the mouths of the convoy people asking Trudeau to come out while holding nooses, while holding mustache man flags, while holding Confederate flags. While holding flags that say F Trudeau, and why won't he come out and talk to us? It's just like we've got a noose out here, and we're all rabid and foaming at the mouth.
Trudeau, but in my experience,
but why is it okay to block city streets and make it harder for the people living in that city to get around?
Are you gonna let us answer?
He hasn't answered. He just keeps deflecting.
Your answers are just deflections.
I'm not going to deflect anything. I'm going to ask a question because the Liberals knew that was coming. They knew it was coming. They allowed it into Ottawa. They corralled them into Ottawa. The police force was working with them.
That's not true. So on one hand you're telling me that they let them in, that the police corralled them in there, but also at the same time you're telling me that when they stopped it and they shut it down that was bad. So should they have stopped it and shut it down ahead of time when they knew that it was coming? And you wouldn't complain about that?
I was going to complain regardless. I mean,
of course, yes, because that's exactly the thing is that you're just complaining. You're a complainer.
No, they weren't going to stay that long. They
weren't going to stay that long. They stayed there for 2 weeks, clogging up traffic in the city, making it harder for me to go and visit my daughter in the hospital. Let me tell you, if they had have got in the way and prevented me from going to see my daughter in the hospital, some little needle in their arm would be the least of their fucking worries. Let me tell you that.
Sure your daughter was in what I'm saying to you is that
so why? No, but you didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question. Why is it okay for them to block the roads and make it harder for me to go and see my daughter and cause more traffic in the city of Ottawa? Why is that okay? But when there's a pipeline protest, it's shut down like that. RCMP is grabbing people, throwing them in cars.
You're gonna want to take that up with the RCMP.
Using violent.
No, but why is it okay? Why is it okay? Answer the question, please, please. I'm begging you. You told me you were going to answer the question, but you've yet to answer the question.
Let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, because it was bigger movement than everything that was going on.
That is a fucking nonsense answer, and you know it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. So because of the size of the movement means that it's okay to block the roads and not allow me to go and see my daughter in the hospital?
Because it wasn't about you.
Right.
He lived in Ottawa. He was a citizen. You were literally a hostile invading force.
Well, I wasn't
you were not there peacefully protesting. You took over a city hostile-wise, and you act like you're there for democracy. Oh, screw off. You were there because your feelings were hurt.
Yeah.
You told them to go get a fucking haircut. That's why they were there. And they accepted the support of
So to summarize why you're saying it was okay to block roads and cause traffic and not allow people to go and see their loved ones in the hospital, You're saying that it was okay because it was a movement. It was a big movement, and that's why some big nonsensical argument about, oh, it's this big movement. But when First Nations people are trying to defend their land and stop a pipeline from going through and they protest it, that's not a big movement? Somehow that doesn't affect everybody in that area. That doesn't affect the water. That doesn't affect things like.
Up with the RCMP, not me, man. I had nothing to do with that.
No, but you're defending them blocking roads and stopping traffic and making traffic worse and making it impossible almost for people to go and see their loved ones in the hospital.
I can defend both things. Like, I mean, if they needed to block the pipeline.
Also, Coda, we can't hear you very well. Can you, like, speak up somehow or, like, get closer to the microphone? I don't know.
I'm, like, right on top of it, but
there you go. That's better.
What I'm trying to say is I can say defend both of them. Like, there's nothing wrong with either one of them as far as I'm concerned.
I've never heard you say a single word about like people protesting pipelines at all.
Well, if that's what they're going to do,
and
their movement, then
Palestinian protests that aren't blocking traffic, that are just protesting peacefully. Sorry?
Palestinian protest has nothing to do with Canada. Like, why I don't understand why they have to protest.
So it's only okay for us to protest things in Canada.
Right.
Yes, in Canada, yes.
You guys have a good
That
night.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no. So are you for freedom or not?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then they should be able to protest whatever they want, right?
They can protest whatever they want.
Okay, so why? So then again, why are you so anti-Palestinian protest?
I didn't say
when they're not blocking
Palestinian protest.
But they're not blocking infrastructure, but they're being
because it isn't a Canadian thing.
Yeah, so I don't really pay attention to it. That's just me personally. Do what you're gonna do. I don't care. But I'm
okay, I also found the memorandum of understanding. I posted it in the chat. I want pro convoyers
I think you're right,
read
good
this
Liam.
memorandum of understanding.
I think you're right.
See that they were literally asking to overthrow the government.
Why are you okay with every other protest and not the convoy? If you're for freedom,
If I would be okay with the convoy if they had have not blocked roads and caused more traffic, I would be more than okay with protests. Protests happen on Parliament Hill all the time, and they do it without blocking the roads and causing traffic in Ottawa.
But they went there to make an impact, and there was a reason why they did that.
Right. So to do
You guys are so hypocritical because you're sitting there going, "Well, all these other protests, what's wrong with them? Nothing." But the convoy rolls in, and it's a big problem.
Because you're not listening. They blocked the roads and backed up traffic into the entire city. That is what the problem is.
And
that is what the problem is. They were committing terrorism.
The city
literally they were causing issues for political gain.
They could have stopped it before they got there. They made
And
it
then
happen.
you even said that you would have whined and complained about that anyways. So it's a no-win situation for them through your eyes. You still would have sat there and whined and complained about it.
I wouldn't have whined and complained about it.
You literally just said that 5 minutes ago. You literally said that you would complain anyways. This is all going to be recorded. I will literally put it on YouTube and you can watch it back.
No, when did I say that?
Literally 5 minutes ago. Wow, thank you for the whale diving, Falcon. Literally 5-10 minutes ago you said, "Oh yeah, I would have complained anyways."
So when the truckers were there, was there no alternate routes like that police gave people to get to wherever you needed to go?
Have you ever been
No,
to
they
Ottawa?
literally blocked an entire road. They literally blocked an entire road.
Okay, so you would know then that 80% of the downtown core is one way, so you know there's no alternative routes. You're being purposely facetious.
No, so I understand with you guys, like in your personal case, you wanted to go see your daughter in the hospital.
And they caused traffic because they were selfish and they didn't want to take. Didn't want to take injections. I mean, most of truckers were already immunized at that point. It was just a fringe. It was a fringe group. If you look at the leaders of that entire thing, they're all far right. They're all far right. You know, for the most part, white nationalist
Yeah.
people. Like, if you look at the people that were actually behind that, they're all terrible people.
But small towns, there wasn't terrible
And to
people
be
there,
clear-
though. There
to
were
be clear,
families.
this-
there
Can,
were
this does
kids.
not- one second, guys.
unterrible
To be clear,
people
this
not
does
be a
not
part of
represent-
something led by
One
terrible
second,
people?
Guys, it doesn't.
I think it had
doesn't
good
represent
intentions.
90%. One
Your
second,
intentions
Josh.
are
It
relevant if
doesn't
your impact
represent
is harmful.
90% of truckers. Guys, it doesn't represent 90% of truckers because most truckers have their trucks owned by the company, and this was the fringe group of truckers
Yeah.
who owned their own trucks and then drove their own personally owned trucks down to Ottawa. This wasn't even most truckers. Like truckers who actually brought things and transported food and like were paid by companies, they didn't want to associate with this shit.
Right.
These were
And
fringe
over
radicalists.
80 to 90% of truckers were already had the vaccine.
They were forced to.
They had
No,
to
they
go to the
weren't.
state.
Yes, they were. Lose your job.
This is
was
when an
the
AK-47 is pointed at your brain.
So Coda,
Okay,
okay, calm down for a second. I'm going to address this.
Real truckers were working.
If what was stopping them? What was stopping them? They weren't allowed to go into the U.S. because they needed to be vaccinated to go into the U.S. Correct?
Okay, we're gonna go around in circles with this because it was not just going into the U.S.
No, that's what it was. They weren't
No, it
allowed to
was.
go into the U.S. because they weren't
That was part of
vaccinated,
it.
and then they went to our federal government to protest something that is the policy of an entirely different country.
That was part of it, and that's why.
No,
they
that
did
was the
blockades
main
at
part of
borders.
it. That you are
No.
purposefully misrepresenting what was happening.
I lived
Because
what
it
was
doesn't
happening.
go along with your narrative. You even admitted you weren't even there. You weren't even involved.
No, I wasn't there, but my husband's a trucker.
You're
and
just
I know.
a sideline observer.
No, my husband is a trucker. He was told you either take the vaccine or you don't work.
Was he crossing the border?
Yeah, and they did that.
Yeah,
to
and
federal
I mean,
So what's your point? Because
Yeah,
if we
like
don't get
it-
the vaccine, the inmates get to sue us because we didn't have it. So what do you want? You want to pay a bunch of inmates because
Okay,
we
well,
didn't get the
truckers
vaccine?
aren't inmates, so.
But
No,
truckers
I'm
went
talking about being a
into-
correctional officer. It's
I
called-
mean,
it's
most
called-
of
it's called
the
your
ones
duty.
that did the
You're asked to do
convoy
something,
probably
you do
should
it.
be inmates, to be honest. But
Inmates actually got the vaccine before the correctional officers to keep them safe. Because that's
if they wanted to protest and they wanted to go to Parliament Hill and they wanted to have a huge group of people protesting on Parliament Hill without blocking the roads and without causing all the traffic that made it harder for me to go to see my daughter in the hospital, I would have no problem with it whatsoever, and I would probably applaud them. It's
I
when they
sympathize.
crossed that line and
I
they
sympathize
broke
that
the
you're from a
law.
small town, but
They broke the law. It's against the law to do what they did, and they used intimidation for a political end. That is the definition of terrorism. They did terrorism. They honked their horns into all hours of the night to intimidate people. That is the definition of terrorism. They
And I
did
sat on the phone with
terrorism
children.
on a population, and you're sitting here and defending it.
Yes.
Yeah, but look at like pro-Palestinian.
Cool, you're
protests that
pro-terrorist.
involve
So
thousands of
cool.
people. They don't just immediately move. They block traffic all the time. Sure, it wasn't parked
Do
vehicles,
they set up a
but they
tent?
block
Have you
roads all
seen
the
a
time.
Palestinian set up a tent and make it so you can't cross that road?
No, but they
No, that
threaten
doesn't
people that
happen. You're
intervene and record.
you're comparing apples and oranges,
It
dude.
comes from pro-Israel groups.
But
They've
I
been
mean,
setting up
if you're
tents at colleges.
pro-terrorist and you're pro-terrorism, what are you even doing
When
with your
I was
life?
there, it didn't
Well, I
seem
didn't-
like
I didn't
terrorism.
consider it
Like I said,
terrorism.
No,
there was
you.
barbecues,
But you're
there was
sitting
kill.
here. Yes,
They were
it is
setting up
though.
camp.
Whether or
They were
not you
setting up
consider
camp.
it that, it is by definition that.
Then why were they not charged with terrorism?
Because they are white for the most part.
No,
That is
that's not
why.
why they- That's
That is
exactly the reason.
absolutely why.
If it-
Because
if
when
that had
First
been a
Nations
racial
people
protest-
block pipelines, they are exactly charged with that.
And they get if the natives were set
But
up
you
then,
are a
they get
hypocrite.
jailed.
Why am I a hypocrite?
Because
I'm
you
defending it.
think it's okay to do that when it's mostly white people and it's something that you agree with.
You talk
Doing
about deflection.
terrorism.
You talk about deflection, and here you are. It's
How?
because everybody's white that they got away with it. No, it's
That's
because
100% the
A lot of
reason.
the time, yes. Look
That
at
is
your history
100% the
and
reason why. That is
That's exactly
100% the reason why.
No.
That's why Sir John A.
Okay,
MacDonald
prove me
wasn't hung
wrong
from a
then.
hill.
Show me evidence to suggest otherwise.
Show me
What
evidence
happens?
That was what it
Because
was.
when
Show
First
me
Nations
evidence.
protesters block pipelines, boom, they're charged with
They were
terrorism.
arrested
When they chain
immediately.
themselves to a tree,
And
get
they rip them out, they throw them into cars, they charge them with terrorism,
Yep.
and they didn't block fucking roads for 2 weeks. So tell me, what's the difference there?
They do it
Use
for a
your
day
fucking
and
brain.
They get terrorism
Anyways, it's
charges
4 in the
for it.
morning. I gotta go to bed. I've had enough. I've had enough talking to terrorist
Hey,
sympathizers.
it's 5 in the morning for me.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for the gifts,
night,
everybody.
Motown.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming up, everybody,
night,
except
guys.
for the terrorist sympathizer. I hope that you stub your toe. Have a
Jesus
good night.
I hope you're.